All right. I think we're going, right, Jonathan?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'd like to call the Central Board of Architectural Review a hearing of June 10th, 2022 to order. You guys can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any public member of the public who wishes to address the board regarding an item that is not on today's agenda? Please raise your hand or otherwise unmute and let us know.
Looks like there's no public comment.
Thank you, Jonathan. You did status report?
Just one change to the agenda. Item number 2, Gershon new single family dwelling. It's agendized for preliminary review, but it should be for preliminary final if we could change that.
I don't think we can.
Okay. It was a mistake on my part. So
this is the agenda that was published, and this is what we have to stick with.
And we have requests for continuances for item number 4.
Okay.
And I believe that's it.
Okay. I would so move to approve the agenda status report continuing item number 4. Can I get a second?
Second.
That was Alan. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Who's here for us?
There's 4 of us. I'm waiting for Robin.
Robin
I'm here. I'm
Robin.
here. And I couldn't unmute. Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Robin. I believe there's 4 of us. There's myself, Bethany, Cass, Robin, and Alan.
Yes, it'd be 4-0.
Okay. We have the minutes for February 11th, March 11th, April 8th, and May 10th. I think we can get through these very quickly. So I'm going to go ahead
and Bethany. Hi,
yes,
this is
Nicole.
If I can confirm, I think as far as the content of the minutes, we're only looking at the ones from the 13th. Is that right?
We're looking at the most recent May minutes for content. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Thanks.
Okay. So this,
Madam
yes.
Chair.
Yes.
So when you say that the others, what are we doing with the others?
It was just a question of there was formatting. There were some formatting issues and votes and that kind of stuff. And so I went through, I hope everybody else did. I went through and didn't see anything that looked like it was bad. So I think we can go ahead and approve these and keep having them on our agenda.
I guess, yeah, just to clarify, Cass, I write out the comments that you guys make, but then there's other portions that Jonathan does, like the action and some of the formatting. And so I think we already went through the comments for everything except for May 13th, but that you guys at the last one were still working on some sort of formatting type things.
Yes, and I know we're all very anxious to get these done and moving forward where we are on, more current. So I understand that. I did print them. I did take all of them and I did go through them all carefully. My one area was that when we went through this last period here, where we sort of picked and choose which ones we were going to edit and then others we were going to hold until they showed up again. So I'm not sure that we fully did that.
Yeah, we did. What we've been doing, Cass, and I'd like to put this issue to rest really quickly and get back to approving these so I can get back on track. But what we've done is we have, at this point in the hearing, we have been looking at the content for the most recent set of minutes and picking the ones that are at today's hearing to review and edit. And then at the end of the hearing, we go back through and we look at the same draft minutes and pick up and then edit the content of the remaining items. And what's been the holdup is not that we haven't reviewed any of the content, the comments. The holdup has been the formatting and accurate and consistency and accuracy. So that's what we need to look at right here. Does anybody have any issues with the February set of minutes? Assuming we've already looked at this content and this has been edited, as Nicole said.
And you're saying the February
The
11,
one on the screen.
yeah, is that February 11?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
I had a couple of things, and they are under the, let's see, Chumash Monument sign,
You can give me an item number, please.
number 1. Right? Chumash Monument sign, is that right?
Yes.
I was not, well, first of all, Coraline is.
Yeah,
still-
it's Corlin.
Yeah, okay. And then I believe that it was a motion of 4-0 because this meeting was one that I was late to, so I did not vote on that.
Okay,
What time did you arrive?
I missed like the first 3, so I did not vote on that one or the next one, number 2.
Okay.
And then number 3, number 4, I abstained from because I had not been at the previous to hear the full discussion. So I didn't think it was appropriate for me to.
Okay.
So I abstained.
Jonathan, let me just get Jonathan up here. Jonathan, right here where it says Cass Ensberg, you need to say arrived late, and then you need to put the time she arrived late.
okay,
And Cass can confirm for you what that time is. Cass?
Well, I don't know exactly the time, but I missed items 1, 2, and 3.
Can you give me a close approximation? All right, tell you what, Jonathan, let's just do this. Arrived in time for arrived when hearing item 4. Let's just put it that way, then we don't have to deal with anything.
Mhm.
okay. I'll make a note for that next to her.
Okay. And the next for all subsequent hearings, you have to, we're kind of a crazy group, but you do need to make a note if somebody comes late because it changes the vote count as Cass says. So for item number 1, I think there's 5 of us listed here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6. See, he's got the vote count correct.
It's just that I just need to put Ensberg was absent.
Correct.
Okay,
And then, and the only time you note absences are when the person was present at the hearing, but was absent for part of it or the item.
okay.
Because if they're just absent, they're just absent.
Mhm.
That's covered in the beginning. Okay, so this one, item number 2 would say the same thing. Ensberg absent.
Gotcha.
And item number 3, I don't think any action was taken. Could you please add no action taken?
No action taken, will do.
And then for 4, you have both of us as recused, which is absolutely correct.
No, I abstained. You recused.
Oh, yes, you need to abstain after Ensberg. Correct. Thank you, Cass.
Mhm.
Abstain for Ensberg. Okay.
Okay, and then thank you. Then the other just question, and this happens in a couple of
And
places.
the vote should be 401. I didn't participate in the vote
401. Okay.
because I'm recused.
Yes.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Well, then is it 411?
No, you didn't vote against it. It's in favor, against, abstained.
Okay,
It's like a soccer score
okay.
or record.
Okay,
Wins,
okay.
losses, ties.
All right. So then just one other question, which this comes up other times. So is this right? On number 5, this item was dropped, which we talked about at the beginning. So is it
Yep.
appropriate that it show up here again and that
It
dropped?
should say, Cass, it should say item dropped from the agenda, and then this vote thing should be axed because that's documented above.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. And then I will hold on any other comments on any content, since you want to just leave it as is.
No, I want to approve these.
Yeah, no, well then, but you said we have already approved, we've already been through.
We
all-
already looked at the content.
So there's
correct.
nothing further to say about any of the comments because
Comments.
as you said, we have already done that. So I'm not
Correct.
going to add anything more at this point.
All right, I'd like to take I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the February 11th, 2022 minutes as amended.
I'll
In
make the
fact,
motion.
that was Robin making the motion. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Alan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Cass?
I said aye, yes.
Okay, I missed you.
That's okay. All right.
Okay,
Gotcha.
so that's 4-0, Jonathan. And let's look at March real quick. Let's get these out of here and boogie on down the road. Okay, so same 6 people. Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
under the staff update, I think it's appropriate if you agree that there was comment about projects coming to Planning Commission. There was one on April 6th, April 22nd, and April 27th. I think that detail should be included in these typically.
We don't usually do that because the staff update it's not critical to the process of the meeting, but if you want to list the items with that notation of the dates, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, just, what it was.
Not a
big discussion, but just
Do you want to list the dates for those hearings again?
the date and what the hearing was, just so we have it so that we can go to it if we want to, or if the public wants to, just so that we know what it was.
Would you
What
list the
projects are-
dates?
April 6th, April 22nd, and April 27th. I have what they were written, but which I can dig out if you want.
I think at this point, let's just go with the dates. And in future, we'll do a better accounting. Jonathan, did you catch those dates?
I just want to confirm April 6th, April 26th, and April 27th.
April 6th, April 22nd, and April 27th.
Gotcha.
6/22/27.
Okay. All right.
And then also when we have public comments, for example, under the first item, Mr. Eric Hollis came and spoke. Should we not include at least
No,
a brief
absolutely
summary?
not.
No?
Absolutely not. We've been instructed by county council not to try to put words into somebody's mouth. This person is not available when we are reviewing the minutes and therefore lacks the opportunity to correct that. And we are not going to state what they said.
Okay.
That's what county council has told us to do
No, I
for
got
that
it.
reason.
That's my question. All right. So,
We got into trouble, or
and
somebody got into trouble.
And how would someone could go to the recording and listen to that if they wanted to?
Actually, the only thing that we can say, and in fact should document, Jonathan, is whether they were in favor, against, or no position.
Okay.
That's what we should document. And if they don't tell you whether they're in favor or against, then you can just say no position stated. And don't try and parse it from their comments. If they don't say they're against the project, or they don't say they're for the project, you can do that. Or we can leave it like this, but that's the only thing. If they don't state whether they're for or against, you can just state their name.
And back to my question, is it,
Yes.
they can listen to the recording?
They can always listen to
So
the
if
recording.
The public wanted to know what that person had to say, they could go to the recording.
And if they've submitted a letter or anything else, that's also part of the record.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
one of the reasons public comment is they're encouraged to submit a copy of their comments, because then the written record becomes a part of it.
Okay,
Okay.
and we aren't, again, same as before, you're saying that we have already reviewed all of these comments on,
Yes,
so there's no further comment to make.
yes. I do have a question. Who left? Why is this a 4-0 instead of 5-0? Because if we're all here, this should be 5-0. The
There
adjournment,
was 6, it says 6.
there's only 5 voting members cast.
Okay. Thank you.
That
No
should be,
worries. Jonathan, could you correct that to 5-0?
yes, absolutely.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of March 11th, 2022 as amended.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Robin. I'll second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Yes, Cass.
I also, okay, so then when we have our board members present, can we please put on there who is the voting member? So we know, because right here we have 6 of us here, but only 5 are required. And I think usually you do ask, I believe it's between Lowell and Allen.
It, for the purposes of accounting, it hasn't mattered in the past. And so it typically just goes like that. It was probably Lowell who voted that day. Usually is.
I'm sorry, who was the second for the March 11 minutes?
Me,
Gotcha, thank you so much.
Bethany.
All right, sorry. That was my question.
Yeah.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Alan. That's all 4 of us.
4-0.
Yes. All right. We're moving right along, sort of. Okay, here's April. Let's get this going. Get this out of here. Okay. So there's only 5 people present, so those are the 5 voters. This looks like there's a 4-0 vote. There's a lot of 4-0 votes here. Cass, were you here for the whole meeting, or was it Puck that was late?
Yes, I was here.
Okay, so it was Puck who probably was late.
Yeah, it was Puck that was late that day.
Okay, so let's add next to her name. Let's see if we can divine where she came in. Aha. So she came in probably about 9:15 or so, because it looks like she was here for informational briefings. She just missed the minutes.
Okay, so I'll just put next to her name, arrived at 9:15.
All right, well, you could just put arrived at item 1V.
Okay. Item 1.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And in the future, just so you know, I'd prefer the time.
Definitely.
Okay. So we've got that.
Okay, Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
under 5 member recusals, it should just say Ensberg. We just use the
Yes.
last names.
Can you change that, please?
Absolutely.
And then under staff update, it was reported that, I guess it was El Capitan was going to be coming to PC, and then the 5-year improvement project was going to be April 27th.
Did you get that, Jonathan?
5-year improvement project for April 27th. And what was the first one?
El Capitan, I didn't write down the whole description, but it was something about El Capitan.
I can go back and get the notes of that, and I'll make sure it gets in.
Okay, just need the date. Okay. Right. That's right. Puck was late getting in because she was late getting back from the site visit. I remember now.
And then under item 5, this is one of these that was
Let's
item was-
just stop real quick on 1 where it says here, it says no motion. You need to say no action taken, Jonathan.
Number 1, no action taken. Gotcha.
Yes, not no motion.
No action taken.
Yep. Okay. Let's see. We got that one. Got that one. I'm almost to 5. Okay. 5.
Was this one that was a item that was
Yes, this
withdrawn?
should say item dropped from the agenda.
With no vote or actions.
Nothing else on there. Just say item dropped from the agenda.
At the bottom instead of Clough.
Yep. Yep.
motion.
All that. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. And here on number 6, it should say no action taken.
No action taken. Okay.
And 7.
I don't know how to make it. I guess what we're saying here is that both
Both of you recused.
of us recused, if
Yep.
that's what that says.
Yep. And then the adjournment.
Now, how is it that Erickson Lonis motioned if we were recused?
That's the adjournment.
Oh, the adjournment. Okay. Right. Okay, got it. Mhm.
All right. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the April 8th, 2022 minutes. Heck, I'll make a motion to approve the April 8th, 2022 minutes as amended. Could I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Alan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0.
Cass?
Yeah, I said aye.
I'm not hearing you say aye.
I didn't either.
Oh, you didn't say aye, Robin?
I said aye, but I didn't hear Cass either.
I didn't either.
Okay. Aye.
Thank you. No worries. I try and listen. Sometimes Zoom kind of crunches it up. Okay, so let's look at the 5:13 minutes. And since we're a little behind, I think I could get us back on board, but let's look at these specifically for the items that are here today.
I can tell you which projects will be on here for today that we're going to be looking at.
Okay,
The items C1,
okay,
sorry, C2, Hoosier. Item number 1, Sycamore Ranch Employee Housing. And item number 8, Ashburn Pool and Cabana.
yep,
10, McDonald's Single Family Dwelling. And 11, Los Alamos Farm Motel.
okay. And the ones you gave me were the ones from today's,
From today's agenda that we're going to be reviewed from last month's minutes.
right. Okay. So, this project was one that we didn't have the plans, correct? Everybody? So these comments are from the previous hearing. Am I right?
I'm
Yes.
sorry, which project are we looking at right
We're
now?
looking at C1, which is going to be here today on
Okay.
consent. But these, I don't believe we did anything. I don't think we made any comments. I think we just said, we have the same comments from the previous hearing.
Those would be from the 4-8 meeting.
What's that?
I believe these are from the 4-8 meeting.
Okay, so I think what I'd like to see is in CBAR comments. In CBAR comments, what I'd like to see is something that acknowledges that we didn't have an updated plan set.
Okay.
So I think we need to craft that. And this is to the board. I think we need a comment that says we we were limited to review of the previously submitted plans and the previous comments from the April 8th meeting still apply. Did you get that, Nicole? Or are you taking, or Jonathan taking notes on this? Who's noting?
I'm taking notes down right now.
Okay. So all of this would get removed and there would just be the one comment that would say, due to being constrained to reviewing, and I'm dictating to you here, due to
Right.
being constrained to reviewing the previously submitted plans, the comments are the same as April 8th, 2022. And I think that's all we need to put in there. So all of this goes away.
Okay.
And Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
so we are going to look at only the projects that we are reviewing today that are in these minutes. And then at the end of our meeting, we're going to come back and then
Yep.
we're going to look at
We'll
the.
finish it up and we'll get this whole thing amended and
Okay.
we'll approve it.
Okay.
Because I'm sick of
So
having these
I
minutes.
was recused from this particular project, so I'm not.
It doesn't, you can make it, you can note that Cass recused herself from this item. That's the only other note that should be on there.
It
Okay.
says it up above anyway, but under.
Yeah.
Member recusals, it's listed there.
It's fine.
yeah.
Okay, so content, anybody have any comments on this?
Which one now?
This is item number, excuse me, Sycamore Ranch is the one we want. Item number 2 here.
Item number 2. Yeah, I had a couple. On,
Shoot, let's get going.
I think just in general, I think what we're all trying to work toward is sort of a little bit more of a succinct, less flowery language and just a little bit more straightforward in our comments. So I will say on B, I'm going to suggest just saying the following: site plan clearly identified. On the site plan, clearly identify elements of the proposed period.
That's actually not what we said. What we said was identify what's proposed as part of the current proposal and what's not. That's actually almost a verbatim comment.
Yeah, I know we say things, but trying
No,
to.
well, and the point I'm making, Cass, is we asked very specifically on the site plan to clearly identify what is proposed as part of the current proposal and what is not a part of the proposal because it was not clear on the site plan.
Mhm. Yes. Okay, well, then leave it that way. And then under C,
Mhm.
Provide photo, just Highway 246 entrance, and just take out photos and it says photos and photos. Just say provide photos from Highway 246 for the entrance of the proposed area of development.
Okay. You want,
Just-
I had provide photos of the entrance and of the proposed area of development and viewpoints from Highway 246.
Okay.
But we can, I mean, either one. It's okay.
Photos like 3 times there, so I think.
Yes, that's why I just did it once. I did the same thing you did.
Okay, and then under E, I just suggest striking, apply the talent you have to improve, and just say, please work on the architectural style of the structures and consider the following.
Okay.
And then can we go back to comment C? I got different suggestions from each of you and I don't know which one.
Cass, do you want to do?
Yeah, I
yours or
just-
mine?
Just either one, but I was just gonna strike photos, comma, and photos. Leave it to say, provide photos from Highway 246 of the entrance for the proposed area of development.
Uh-huh. And mine is a little different because I'm asking for photos of the entrance, the proposed areas of development, and viewpoints from Highway 246, which is what I think we asked for. I think we
Yeah,
asked
I
for all
think that's
three.
better. Go with
Okay.
that.
So Nicole,
Yep.
okay, provide photos of the entrance and of the proposed area of development and viewpoints from Highway 246.
Got it.
And I did something similar on E. I said mine was building on the architectural style of the structures, consider the following. What did you have, Cass?
I just said, please work on or study, please study architectural style of structures and consider the following. Just in other words,
Okay,
just strike.
that's
apply.
fine too.
Yeah.
So please study the architectural style of the structures and consider the following. And I changed F.
Okay.
This was what I had for F. The dwellings should be designed so that they function for individual families, semicolon. Design the landscape so that each has some private space.
Perfect.
Do you need me to repeat it, Nicole?
No, I got that. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
and
Nicole. Thank you, Nicole, for being so, you must be an incredible typist to get all of this because
I am a terrible typist, but thanks.
anyway, appreciate that.
okay, I have a bunch of comments for Ashburn, number 3 here.
Yeah.
Nicole, okay, let me just, we'll take them one at a time. So for A, I said the residence was presented looking forward to seeing the Cabana at next presentation. And for B, would like to see a rendering with the proposed black. Not sure the black will work as a building color. Please provide colored chips.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. We'd
Okay,
like to see the rendering with the proposed black.
Yes.
And then what's after that?
not sure the black will work as a building color. Please provide colored chips.
Okay.
Could we say provide rendering? Provide
Yeah.
rendering with the proposed black.
That's a better way to say it.
And,
Provide rendering with the
provide
proposed
rendering.
black.
And then I was just saying question if black will work,
Okay.
but you know, wordsmithing again. Go ahead.
Okay. You want to
On-
read what you got, Nicole?
Provide rendering with the proposed black. Question if black will work as a building color. Please provide color chips.
Perfect. Nice synthesis.
Okay.
Okay. Anything on C?
I was just gonna say strike like the and just say board and bat and wainscot is appropriate.
Okay, perfect.
So this is just kind of in general, if we can just sort of move instead of adding like this and would, you know, just try to cut out a few words here and there.
Okay. On G, I had identify proposed lighting. We're looking for dark sky compliance and minimal number of fixtures.
And we asked for the main residence as well, the lighting on the main residence.
Okay.
I had some comments on D when you're
Okay.
done. When Nicole-
Identify proposed lighting. Board is looking for dark sky compliance and
Minimal number of fixtures. And then Cass has a comment on D
Yeah,
regarding the Cabana.
okay. Are you ready, Nicole?
yes.
Okay, so strike on the and just put Cabana and maybe a colon.
Okay.
Match the house wainscot or full wall. And then,
Wait, sorry. Match the house wainscot or full wall.
or as a full wall of what we're talking about, the board and bat. Maybe this should be, maybe C and D should be combined. Board and bat is appropriate. For the cabana, match the house as a wainscot or as a full wall
Of board and bat. I think you should be specific.
of board and
Yeah.
bat.
Agree.
Match the house wainscot or a full.
Or as a full wall of board and bat.
And then the comment
think-
C, is that just on the cabana or is that,
No, that's the house.
okay,
I think just go ahead and leave them separate right now.
okay.
Okay. And then, I don't know, I was thinking for this was a comment that I had made about the interior, which we're really not reviewing the interior. So we could just strike that whole thing if you want.
Yes, I was gonna suggest that. And then, how do you want to handle the roof?
Consider or study the roof being different than the house.
Okay. Okay, so I think that's it. Anybody else have any other comments on that one?
I do.
Okay, hit me, Raman.
Okay, we asked them to provide a landscape plan showing the Wello calculations.
Okay,
And we also asked, and this can be part of it, show the oak tree mitigation.
I think that's in there. Identify proposed tree impacts and mitigation. That's F.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Anything else on this one?
I had one from you. The Cabana pool plans to show topography and where canopies are located.
I just asked for provide topographic information. I think that. And then as far as the canopies, it's kind of captured with the tree impacts. I'm
Alright.
comfortable leaving it the way it is.
Okay,
Okay, let's go to 7, which is McDonald.
I have comments.
Okay,
I think A and B can be combined, and I would just say,
that's exactly what
Reduction.
I did. I ran them
Yeah.
together. Very pleased to see the reduction in size and appreciate the lowering of the home.
yeah, I was just gonna say, lowering of the home and reduction in size is an improvement.
Okay, Nicole?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, it's saying the same thing, right?
Yeah, it's just, again,
Yeah.
trying not to just keep it very,
I think it says, if
Straightforward.
it says very pleased to see the reduction in size, I think that's covered and appreciate the lowering of the home. And then if you want, Cass, if you're wedded to it, you can say, this
No.
is an improvement. Okay. Okay.
okay, on C, so is A and B being combined together?
Yep.
So then C, which will now be B, I would just say a recessing of the door on the lower level gives more relief and interest.
That's almost exactly what I had.
Just, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, and then are you there, Nicole? Can I move forward? Okay, and D, I would say, instead of would like to see, I would put add more olive trees. And then I wasn't sure, I think this was, maybe Robin can help with this, to blend the structure into the hillside. I'm not sure
That's
what.
exactly what I had. Would like to see more olive trees used to blend the structure into the hillside.
Is that what it was?
yeah, and that
Okay.
would,
All
And
right.
then for D, the garage, or for E, the garage door, what I have, this is kind of a change, Nicole,
Okay.
is applicant agreed to a row of glass on the upper portion of garage door instead of an all glazed door. Does that jive with everybody?
Yeah,
Instead of,
An all glazed door.
okay. Got it.
And
Okay.
I changed G, plate height should be lowered slightly.
I changed that also. What I
Okay,
had
what have you got?
what I said was, work to lower the building further, study plate heights, work to lower the building further, 4 to 6 inches, study plate heights.
Okay, that's a better,
Because there's many options there, as we know. you know,
exactly.
there's
We don't
I mean,
need to
it's sort of-
tell them that
yeah,
plate heights is the
we're
only
not
way
the
to go.
designers here, they are, but,
Yep.
you know, there's many ways that could be done, you know, well, I won't go into it, but anyway.
Okay, are
yeah.
we done with McDonald?
Well, one last one then,
Okay.
on H, just, consider blah, 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 with landing for aesthetics and function.
Okay,
Okay.
For aesthetics and function.
okay.
That's all.
Can I go to the next one real quick?
Yep,
Okay. So this one, I did some
is this
work.
number 8? Number 8?
Yeah, this is the Los Alamos Farm Hotel. I had, I'm just gonna read it, Nicole, and then you stop me where it starts to deviate.
Okay,
Okay.
wait, hold on. Let me, on A or,
Nope, A is fine.
okay.
B is for colors. Note final proposed colors and materials on elevations, including specifications of color and material. If color materials are to match existing, then add a note that states to match existing. If windows, doors, and this is C. If windows, doors, and details are to match existing, add that note to the plans, usually on the elevation with the colors and materials to match existing notes, if there are any.
Usually on the
Elevations with the colors and materials notes. And then you can just add it. You can end it there. That's fine. Anybody else have anything else on this one?
I do.
Yes.
I guess a part of E should include the fencing details as well.
Hmm.
And then
Fencing
also,
and gate details then.
yes.
Okay.
And then another one altogether, which I guess would be G, would be landscape, show irrigation, quantities, well calcs.
Okay.
And then just on the very last part where it says preliminary design approval there, I would get rid of the design on both the preliminary and final,
Yes.
the motion.
It should say Hinsberg motion, seconded by Corlin, to grant preliminary and final approval, or preliminary approval, carried by a vote of 4-0. Project can return for final approval. You don't make that part of the motion.
I did have one more.
Yeah.
Not sure where it went in, and I'm not sure who gave this one. Give all grading changes to the civil.
I think actually that was a general note about making sure that all of the plans are consistent. And that
Mhm.
was just it was more of a suggestion than a condition. I'm not sure. I mean, we've talked about that several times with them. Do you want it in the notes? You want it in the comments?
No, not if you think it's covered and that they understood.
It's not specifically covered in this set of comments. So if you want to add it.
No,
by
I
all
don't even
means.
know who said it. I just had it in my notes.
Okay. It was probably me because I was probably telling them that, that after they've done all that stuff, they need to go back to the civil and make sure that the civil's plan and everything are all consistent and everything hangs together. It was more of a, by the way, you should do this as a processing point. Okay, so let's go ahead and get back to the main agenda. I think we're done with May 10th for right now, or May 13th for right now. There's actually a typo in the agenda. Because it says May 10th.
Do we need a vote on all of these?
Where's the-
No, we
Oh.
did the votes for all
Oh,
the previous
sorry.
minutes.
Sorry,
And
Bethany. I'm-
so no,
my
no,
brain's
it's
not
fine.
working.
Thank you. Thank you. No, you keep me on my toes, Nicole. Always say
okay.
something.
Okay.
So
Bethany, excuse me, what, you were saying that there was a date error? What?
on
this
our
is May
agenda,
10th.
it says May 10th, the minutes of May 10th, and it's the minutes of May 13th.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
CBAR members informational briefings. Anybody have anything? Or can I move to the next?
Bethany?
Yeah.
So we just, sorry, I forgot to mention this in the agenda status report. One more item needs to be moved to the, it's going to be continued to the next meeting. It's Sycamore Ranch employee housing. Oh, I'm sorry, Ashburn Pool and Cabana.
What number is that, please?
Number 8.
Number 8?
Yeah, they asked for continuance.
Continue.
Okay,
Hey,
so
Anthony, this is Pat.
yes,
Excuse me, I just want to be clear. Sycamore Ranch is not continued?
Not
that's
continued.
correct.
It's the Ashburn.
Okay, all right. 'Cause I do have to recuse myself for Sycamore Ranch.
Okay, Puck, when did you pop into the meeting?
While you were reviewing the minutes and I was not at the last meeting.
Okay, so it was just the May minutes that you popped in at.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Um,
This is embarrassing. It's Sycamore Ranch housing that's going to be continued, not Ashburn. Sycamore Ranch housing. I
So
apologize.
number 1 is continued.
Number 1 is continued.
Ashburn Pool Cabana is on the agenda today.
It's on the agenda.
And
Oh. Right. That's what I thought. And so thank you.
Thank you.
okay,
Sorry, Puck, what time did you get in here today?
about 9:45.
9:45. Thank
Yeah.
you.
That's close enough.
so just to be very clear, so number 1, Sycamore Ranch is continued. And there are no other changes to the agenda except there was one that was here for final instead of,
Okay, we didn't make that.
okay, all right.
The
the only
agenda
thing.
status, let's go back to the agenda status report. Jonathan,
Yes.
can you read the original, what you told us first? There was one item, you'd asked for us to change it from preliminary to preliminary final.
Mhm.
And we discussed that that can't happen, but there was one other project. What was that
Which
project?
one was it?
Item number 4, Sandy Neck Band of Chumash Indians Commercial Building.
Correct. Okay, so now we need to amend the agenda status report to continue or drop items 1 and 4, right?
Correct.
All right, I'd like to amend. I think, who made the motion for the agenda status report?
You did. Bethany?
Okay, I would like to amend my motion to include the agenda status report includes item number 1 and item number 4 being continued. Could I have a second?
Second.
Who was that?
Cortland.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, I think that was everybody.
5.
Okay,
Thank you.
beautiful. All right. Let's do any recusals. since
Yeah.
item number 1 is dropped, that's not one puck, right?
Yes, I have to recuse myself on the first consent item.
Okay.
I am-
C1,
I also, this is Cass, I'm also recused from C1.
okay,
And this is Robin, and I am recusing from C2. 'cause
okay.
our-
Okay,
Okay,
all right. Any others? Okay. Staff update.
Okay, an item on our projection report that might be of general interest is on June 29th. There will be a update on the housing element at the Montecito Planning Commission.
So it's specifically for Montecito?
No, there was already one at the county PC, but that was this week. So it'll be the same content.
It's
But
just to
if-
them. Got it.
Yeah. If you're
Who
interested
who
in
is that, who presents that? Does that come from, are there
long
plans,
range
from the
planning staff.
long-range planning from county long-range planning?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
And I think
Is that it?
those are the main ones of interest. Yeah.
Okay.
just that
Bethany,
one, right? I heard one.
Bethany,
Yes.
I just had a quick question. Do you know is what is the status of the ag tourism project? Where is it in the process?
Do you happen to know, Nicole?
Let me email. I'll email right now the LRP staff. I think right now housing elements taking precedence above most things, but
Right.
let me email them and find out what the status of that is and who's assigned to it.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Cass, anything else?
Nope, thank you.
Okay, so let's reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency. I don't know about the rest of you, but I personally am ready to start meeting in person and proceeding with the hybrid hearings. What's everybody else's take on that?
My comment would be, whatever it is that the county's recommending, with regard to COVID, I certainly just want to do whatever is being recommended by the, county health.
Well, county health they have not said that we have to go back to meeting in person. However, the planning commission is, SBAR has been for a couple months in person. And I think HLAC is about to start in person, and I'm ready to do so. Like I said, so it's a question of what to do as a board. Do we wish to continue to meet remotely like this, or are we comfortable returning to in person?
I'm comfortable with returning in person.
Okay.
Bethany, all the technical glitches have been worked out and we're good to go?
Yeah, that the meeting, the one that I did with
Yeah,
no, that went really well.
great. Well, then I think given the other boards that are meeting in person, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Cass?
I will go with the pleasure of the group.
Okay. Alan?
I'm good with in person.
Okay. Sounds like we have a consensus for going back to in person. So rather than making a motion to do this, we're just not going to take any action. And that means that we will return to in person starting in July. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So Jonathan, you just need to put no action taken.
no action taken, return to the meeting in person. in
Nope,
July.
it's just no action taken.
No action taken, okay.
Okay, so let's take a look at the consent agenda.
I'm going to recuse myself at this point.
Yes, I
and
understand.
be back later.
And Jonathan, you know how to handle that, right?
Yes.
And with it's both Puck and Cass. All right. Do we have somebody here for Matcher new residents? C1 22 bar 00021.
Yes, Madam Chair. Mitchell Sawasi, the architect, and the client is here as well.
Perfect. All right. So I've got your plans up on I've got my screen up. Which one would
Great.
you like me to start with?
C bar 3 merge set.
You got it. And you can start talking while my computer loads.
Okay, great. What we've done is the first slide indicates the 5 points of discussion that came up at the previous meeting. The items where you see it in orange are where our responses are located in the drawing set. And we can go through this as you go ahead. So the next slide.
Okay, and just to be real quick, I think we said 2 meetings ago was that the project was well designed and innovative. Still some issues with the entrance. Demonstrate hillside ridgeline height compliance on all elevations, which is your point number 1 there.
Mhm.
Clarify entry stairs on other plan sheets to match those on sheet A 2.0. That's number 2.
Correct.
Colors and materials are acceptable. Provide 2 physical color board materials boards.
Which we did.
Provide construction details, including eaves, etc. That's number 3.
Right.
Clearly note lighting is 2700 Kelvin or less. And that's number 4. Note
Correct.
and call out all light fixtures on the elevations. Provide only the minimum number of fixtures required. And that was
That's-
number 4 also.
Correct.
And you've got the material board there. All right. So we've hit all the points. Perfect. Next one.
Yes.
Okay.
Here we have the lighting that we're using throughout the project on the exterior.
Okay.
And we've identified them A through E. And we've identified those on the plans with respect to their location. All lighting is dark sky friendly, and they're at 2700 K for the color.
Perfect. Wonderful, wonderful.
Again, here is just an example of the vegetated roof, the construction technique, and what we'll be using. In discussing further with the roofing consultants, we will have an 8-inch planting bed up on the roof.
Okay. Now we got to wait for my computer to load. Sorry. Come on. This is a big file, isn't it?
Must be.
Yeah.
The old days, this is where you would do a puppet show.
Oh dear. Usually it doesn't do this. Let me see if it'll reload.
It's a big file.
It's a big file, I understand.
Now, if need be, I could bring it up on my computer and we could share a screen.
We may have to do that, although I'm not supposed to be doing that anymore. Yeah, go ahead and
Okay, I'll make him co-host.
yeah, let them share their screen.
Okay, you should be.
Mine's not going to cooperate.
Okay, can you see my screen? Let's see.
Oh, I like your color board.
Well, thanks.
Nope, I'm still on the share.
Okay, because I've got mine up, so if I can share my screen.
Go ahead and click share screen,
Let me see here.
the little green
Yeah.
arrow.
No, it isn't lit. Hang on. No, not here either.
And you Jonathan, you went ahead and let him.
Yeah, he should.
Oh, here
be.
we go. Got it.
There you go. Okay.
Okay, do you want to continue? Yes. All right. So we're gonna share
That doesn't work.
that. There we go.
There you go.
All right, we're up and running. Let me bring it up.
Yep.
Okay, so here's the opening screen slide we saw.
Just keep scrolling down so we can
Yep.
get through really quickly.
There's lights.
Yep.
Here's the roof.
Yep.
Here's examples of the finished installation
Okay.
of some materials the door and window manufacturer we are using, as well as some of their factory details.
Okay.
So this is the inspiration page for rocks we found
Yep.
on site. This talks about the Corten steel that we're using on the exterior and how Corten actually is kind of a living material because it changes over time. It goes from a dark gray, orangey gray to
Yep.
more of an orangey as time goes on.
Anything that we've seen before that you can pretty much just kind of scroll by
Okay,
as
fair
you
enough.
go. We're really only into, because this is final on consent. It's really meant to hit the high points and let us kind of move.
Got it. Okay, moving into the drawings. Let's see here. Let's go.
Yeah, why don't you
So-
show us the entrance? Yeah.
Yeah, on this page, you can see down in the corner, you see the square. This is all the exterior lighting. So you can see where we've located them primarily over doors, which is required by code. So that when you step out of a door, you can see where you're going. This is the entranceway that we've refined a little bit. Here is the under eave downlights that will be pointing directly down to the outdoor areas. And then here's the entranceway. So we have a group of them that will be welcoming people into the house once they come in.
Okay.
Oops, I'm sorry, wrong button. There we go. Elevations here, we've added the height curve to all the elevations that you see through here.
Could you zoom in just a little on the elevation so we can see the lights?
Sure. So there's a wall sconce located here. This is it in profile. And then the entrance lights are a small little surface mounted fixture that looks just like this.
Mhm.
And then we have another small little light located over by the doorways.
Okay, and then the next elevation below
Uh,
there?
Let's see here. Again, we've got one on the wall. It's kind of a light sconce. You can see the little surface lights coming in. And there
Mhm.
are no exposed bulbs, so there's no light coming from the sides. It's only a down projection of illumination. And we have a light over here also for the walkway, for the stairs. On the next page, same thing. We have lights over by the door. We have a light on the side here by the door that goes into the gallery. Again, exterior light located at this point for the walkway, as well as one down here by the living room terrace pavilion. And then, whoops, I went too far. Then on the back light, we have, let me just go up if I can. Go. And then along the backside, we have lights over by the garage doors. We have a light over here, a little covered patio area. We have a door here back into the laundry room. We have a little light each side of the door into each side of the home office space. And that's really it for the exterior lighting.
Okay, keep going.
Yep, let me get back to a full-size page.
Sure.
Roof plan, we saw this is where the vegetated roof is located.
And your entrance matches now. Got that?
Right, the stairs does. Here is, again, we've located the height limitation envelope on all the plans. You can
Got it.
see how it comes into play. Same on this page
Okay.
and on this one. Door and window schedule we had before. Here's our detail. So here's our eave detail. This is actually in the living room pavilion. We see we have a 4-foot, 4-inch long eave for sun protection. And it steps back and becomes a ceiling in the living space. Above it, we have the planted trays for the planting with the rigid insulation going in to separate it.
Okay.
As far as the details of the shipping containers, the intent is to, here's the top of a shipping container.
Yeah,
here's the
you
bottom.
talked about these before. I remember from
We did.
last time.
Okay, so we're good?
Yep.
Okay. Here's the 3D, here is the guest house, which is 2 shipping containers.
Yep.
Here's the barn, which is 4 shipping containers.
Okay.
And then we move into the landscaping. It really hasn't changed that much. We're beginning to study the vegetation on the roof, working with Arcadia Studio on that. I think that's going to continue to evolve. Any retaining walls will be a combination of gabion walls and Corten steel, and we're still beginning to understand where those are going to go. Irrigation plan. They've done a water calc for the site as well as the roof, and that is currently being reviewed by the HOA, which is Woodstock. We move into the more planting plans, very typical, and then we move into grading. We are going to be, the earth we are removing from the site will be used on site. So we will be exporting 0 cubic yards. And the grading plan, the engineer is currently working on that to submit plans for a grading permit.
Yep.
And that's it.
Okay. Any board have any questions? Doesn't sound like it. Jonathan, do we have any public comment?
Let's see. If any members of the public who wish to make a comment on this project, please raise your hand.
I'm going to grab your screen back.
Okay, please do.
Seeing none.
Okay. Board, do we have any comments? We don't usually on consent. There's nothing. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sawasi, thank you very much for your presentation. And we will go to C2. Just so everybody knows, the consent agenda is approved as a whole. So we'll do the we'll make the motion that includes both of these projects at the same time. So just hold on a minute. We'll get through this
Okay.
one, and then you'll have your marching orders.
Excuse me, Bethany. How does that work when you're recused from one and not the other? When you're making one motion?
Somebody muted me. You can still vote on the motion. If you don't feel comfortable making the motion, Robin?
Yeah.
You don't have to.
Okay.
But that's one of the reasons that the consent agenda is done as a whole. You can still vote for it.
Okay.
So Bethany,
Yep.
Robin and I can vote, but someone else should make the motion.
That's that's the general consensus.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if you don't feel comfortable with it, you can make the motion if you want to. But I was reading some hesitation. That's why I said you don't have to. Do we have somebody here, Jonathan, for C2 22 bar 00013? Is Eric Agricultural Storage Horch Barn?
Yeah, that would be me, Bethany.
Hey.
Tony. Hey there.
Okay, let me get the comments. Nicole, can you do the comments for me? Read the comments real quick.
Yes, 1 second.
No worries.
Okay, so these were from 513.
I
Or-
don't think so. I think
Oh,
they were
no,
from
these-
April or an earlier meeting.
I'm sorry, yeah, that was a mistake. It should be from 311.
Okay, so you just want me to read the prayer?
Or I can do it real quick.
Okay.
Get my. Here we go. Let me scroll down. I've got them. Clearly identify what was proposed as natural wood and was proposed as trim, include a color board, picture of a color board, and identify the proposed colors on the elevations. All right, Tony.
Yes, well, thank you for that summary. Shall I do a screen share, or you want us to
No,
scroll down?
if we can just go through
Yeah.
yours.
Please, yeah, continue on. There's a photo of a color board there. And then what we've done is to color the best we can the elevations.
Yeah, hold on a second. Here's your color board.
Yeah, there we have it. So as we've talked before, it's hard to represent these colors
Yes.
over a digital medium, but there's our color board, more of an olive color there as our base siding color. And with some of the recommendations from the board, I believe it was Cass suggested maybe a darker trim. And then we've got, the natural wood color there. And I see the one where your cursor's resting, that would be the color of the doors. And the lighter color would be the exposed timber framing.
Okay, and so the trim is over here, this dark color.
Yeah,
that
that's right.
Okay, so
you'll
I'm
see-
gonna go back to this one so we can kind of focus in at the trim is
Yeah, doors and windows there.
doors and windows. Okay, and these windows. Okay,
And then I
There's that
think there was another graphic. I chose to take the colors off the renderings. It wasn't.
yes, there wasn't these. It was kind of
We
we were
weren't able to
losing
do a
sight
color
of what-
match in 3D. No.
right.
And then, that one graphic there that had the color board, we just elected to show this other elevations there in conjunction with the color board, as
Okay.
well as the door and window details there to the top left
Got it.
corner. Yeah.
And that's your others. So that looks like the whole project. All right. Any questions from the board real quick? All right. Do we have public comment, Jonathan?
If you have any public comment on this project, please raise your hand.
Cass, you raised your hand.
I-
Sorry, when I went out to be for that first C1, then when I came back, for some reason my audio doesn't seem to be working. Can you
Okay,
hear
we
me?
we can hear you now. It takes a minute for you to come back in.
Yeah, I do
That's-
have a couple questions for Tony.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for, can we see the colored?
Yep.
Thank you for doing that. And I do totally understand the difficulty. So this dark, the trim green, I really like the way it looks here. But it really is a lighter green, correct?
This is the
trim
trim.
is actually a darker color there to the
Yeah.
left.
The body in this rendering looks like the trim.
Well, if you just zoom in, you would see that the trim is actually slightly colored. It's like,
Yeah,
like we've said many times throughout several meetings, that it's just difficult to
no, I
nail
know,
that
I know.
color.
I
Yeah.
have the same problem as well. In fact,
Uh-huh.
we're working on a project right now and it's very difficult to get it right. So all I'm trying to say is that as I look at the illustrations, I really think they look good. But what I realize that what I'm seeing is that the body of the building is not this dark color, like what looks pretty close to the trim color. It's actually this lighter green.
That's correct. Yeah, the more of the olive color, I'd call it.
Mhm. Yeah, so it's still, not quite, I guess what I'm trying to say is I really like this, the way it looks with the
Okay.
darker.
That's great. We love that comment.
But
Oh,
anyway, so that was
Christine.
my question. Anyway, that's fine. That was my
These-
question.
I don't
Yeah,
think that's the preference of the owner, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Thank you. That
this
was my
is
question.
what we're approving is the sample board.
there you go.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just
Okay.
trying to clarify what we're looking at
Yep, no, it's
relating
fine.
from the one to the other.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Can I have a second? Thank you, Alan. All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Was that everybody?
I voted.
I said aye.
I got
said-
Cass and Robin and me, and I'm not sure I heard Puck or Alan.
I voted.
Okay, that was Puck.
Aye.
Thank you, Alan. Okay, so let's move to the standard agenda. Item number 1 has been continued.
Congratulations, your house got approved.
Yes! Yes!
I know who that was.
Hello?
Bethany, did we lose you?
Yeah, I think we lost her.
I can't hear her. Tony?
Yeah, neither can I.
Somebody keeps muting me. Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Did you hear me call item number 2?
No.
No.
Okay. So item number 1 was continued. Item number 2, 21 bar 268 Gershenson new single family dwelling. Somebody keeps muting me. That's the second time it's happened.
No, not from my end. I'm sorry, Bethany.
So somebody who has host had muted me. Sorry about that, guys. I'll keep a better eye out. So Tony, are you ready?
I am here, yes.
Okay, here you go.
So I think Hugo had reached out, and maybe Jonathan made an announcement early on, and I may have missed it, that this was listed as preliminary. And our intention was really for preliminary final. Is there any way to review this as such?
No. Short answer.
Okay. Okay, so be it.
Okay, so there were comments, there were some public comment last time, and then I think let's see, this was from, let me check my agenda real quick. You were last here in January, right?
No,
So-
there was a follow-up.
That's what I thought.
I think it was February meeting, yes?
Hold on just a second.
And I do need to provide an update too as well.
This, yeah, the Jonathan, the agenda lists it as January was the last hearing we heard from them.
Last one, I was going through the minutes, and when I was looking for this project, and it listed under the January 14th minutes, and it said there that it was for conceptual, and they could return for prelim final with their planner.
Planner letter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks like that's what we've got. And the comments from last time, the home is well designed and the presentation is thorough and complete. Project is beautifully done, but would love to see a home less than nearly 7,000 square feet in size. One member would not support height exemption for an increase in height. Those are the comments from January. And as Jonathan noted, it said project may return from preliminary final when approved by the project planner to do so. And I understand that it didn't get agendized for preliminary final, but we are constrained to what the posted agenda, Tony.
Oh my,
is
okay,
For preliminary.
all right.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what can we do about that? I mean, how do we deal with that? That was not the fault of the applicant.
All that
No.
can be
How do
done
we-
is it can be scheduled for final and consent next time if you feel it's ready.
Okay,
That's typically how we deal with it, Cass. This is not the first
Okay.
time this has happened. It won't be
Right.
the last.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think
Sadly.
it's, regardless, I think it's fortuitous. We were forced to make some changes to the building, so it gives the
Okay.
board an opportunity to look at those changes.
All right.
And that was as a result of some fire protection calculations that were brought about. And so what we've done is to detach the garage from the main house. So I guess in an indirect way, it answers the question about reducing the size of the house. So you'll see there.
Here's
yeah,
the proposed car garage.
that's correct. Yeah. So at one time in the previous submittal, it was attached with a roof deck over the top. And we've now detached it. So the
Okay.
elevations reflect those changes to the main house. Here's our grading plan.
Mhm.
Continue on. And then I did include an exhibit showing that the roof that exceeds the building height, and the planner has approved it. I believe it was Adam Orta. Now our current planner is Hugo Augusto. He's probably present, can speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah, continue on there. Thank you. Thank
Here's
you.
your roof plan.
Yeah, there's a separate exhibit that's coming up.
That's
There's
the garage.
detached- Yes,
There you go.
Yeah, so right there below, just scroll up just a little further down, you'll see where the roof line exceeds there, just to the left of the chimneys.
Mm-hmm. Right here.
Yeah, it's just such a small fraction. And then there should be a roof plan that shows the amount of area that exceeds the height there, right there. So I was asked to do a calculation, and that's the amount of square footage. I think it was 4 point something square feet, if I'm not mistaken. Hugo, do you want to speak to that, or are you present there?
Yeah, I'm present, Tony. Yeah, in effect, having a conversation with Adam, he basically filled me in with kind of like the height and agreed that, you know, it was approvable in all essence.
Would you care to define that? What is it falling under?
Is it roof pitch? Is it 4
Yeah.
and 12 roof pitch? Is that
What's the question? I'm sorry.
Well, my question is this: if it's a 4 and 12 roof pitch, then you've got the 19 feet, or greater. You've got the 19 feet, but you still can't penetrate through that unless it's a projection. And projections are chimneys or things like that. They are not actual portions of the roof. That's not how that works.
So just for clarification, you were the board member that objected, right?
I probably don't remember, in all honesty.
And all other board members were okay with the
Well, that just means that they felt capable of making the exemption in the interests of good design. And what I'm asking is, who's saying this is acceptable to go? Does it still need an exemption? And if so, who's making the exemption?
Yeah, so if I can explain a little further in terms of architecturally and the aesthetic, if you'll scroll up.
Well, before we get into the aesthetics, I want to know who's taking the action. And that's what I'm asking Hugo.
I guess the action would be planning and development.
Okay,
So-
so what action? How are you taking that action? Is this an exemption or not?
I don't know if this helps or not.
Yes, please
Hugo.
speak.
But there's a couple ways they could be going over the height is what Bethany's getting at. One could be that planning staff is coming to the board to ask the board to authorize to allow them to exceed the height due to good design and better design as a result of that. The other ways that it could, and we might need to pull up the sections of the ordinance to look at this if you wanted to. This might be what Adam looked at. There's architectural elements, and then there's architectural projections defined in the ordinance. And some of those are chimneys, etc. If it's a projection, it could be a 400 square foot or less portion of the roof projecting above the height limit. So what Bethany is asking is has planning staff looked at this to determine if it qualifies for that, and we've already made that determination? Or are we asking the BAR to make a determination that they can exceed the height due to the good design?
Thank you,
I-
Nicole. That's exactly what I
Yeah.
was trying to get at.
Yeah, thank you. That clarifies it quite a bit. We were actually notified by the previous planner, Adam Orta, that this was approvable under the conditions of projection or architectural element.
And has planning taken that action?
Yeah, and Hugo can speak to that, I would imagine.
Sorry, I just lost my internet connection, so I missed
Oh.
half of that. Sorry.
So planning, I can answer it probably just
Okay.
in general. Planning wouldn't take a specific action on that separate from approval of the permit. They
Okay.
would just do what it sounds like they've already done, notify the applicant that they are in support of that. And I think Hugo is saying that the
That
planning
although they've
staff,
changed staff members, planners,
right,
that the department still maintains that they're
position.
comfortable with that position and have staked it out. So they are not
Right.
requesting us to make an exemption.
Yes, that's what
Okay.
I'm hearing.
All right, that's what I needed to know. Thank you so much. Thanks, Tony.
No, I think I just got an education there. So that was the learning curve we were trying to get through. So you see that we've illustrated that.
Mhm.
Moving forward, here's our refined color board for now with the stone veneer as a wainscot. The slate gray, which we plant for siding and the metal roofing there. That lower photo is just to give you a sense of the fenestration and the mullion designs.
Okay.
So here's the rear elevation without the garage, without the luxury of a pointer. It's off there to the left. We just continued on with our railing, and the preference would be to use glass panels for better viewing from the interior of the house. Yes,
That railing right there. Okay.
correct. And then here on the lower elevation there, the garage previously came out about 35 feet to your right.
Okay.
At the lower elevation, yeah, right there. Sections just showing how we're nestling into the hillside, trying to minimize the overall height, which I think we've done. Further sections, just trying to explain our position there.
Mhm. How it sits on the site.
Correct. Partial basement, partial unexcavated crawl spaces. And then this is the new revised view without the garage. And we feel like this meets the character of the community and the neighborhood. There's quite a few buildings with the batten board. Electrical lighting plan. You'll see my exterior light fixtures there at each of the doorways.
Right here.
Correct.
Here.
Per the code. Yep. They're at the front entryway.
Yeah, I got these two and these two. Did I miss any other exterior? Oh, these two.
Yeah, front entryway there.
Okay.
So I want to try to minimize the amount of lighting around the exterior. And then there's two down below at the
Down below.
lower. Yeah.
Okay.
Title 24.
Mm-hmm.
Chimney details,
Okay.
fireplace details.
So I'm gonna keep scrolling.
Yeah, it's pretty extensive set. I think you're probably on the structural set at this point.
Yep. I think as soon as this loads. Yep. There we go.
That's county high fire, WUI type details,
Okay.
landscape plan.
Okay. And is there anybody here to present landscape, or are you doing this today?
I can do that. So the
Okay.
idea is to terrace down from that lower rec room there to sort of an entertaining area. Then we take a couple of steps down to conform to the site. And then in the previous design, we did have this pool. We just moved it out a little bit further. You'll see the pool equipment there to the left of that note, non-disturbed.
Right there.
That's right. And with the garage being at a lower elevation, primarily, we're going to just have a footpath from there connecting back to the house along or in between the existing oak trees that are there now.
So somewhere
Yeah.
along in here.
Correct. Just be a informal footpath.
Okay.
And just to reiterate, this site has a pretty restrictive building envelope, and you can see that dashed line, and it's labeled there
Yep,
to the
right
right.
there.
So our improvements must be within that envelope.
Right. Okay, and so this is the planting plan?
Yeah, well, this is the legend for, that you can see the different canopy trees. We're also planting some new oak trees to help screen a neighboring residence. You'll see it, those three
These?
trees there, correct. Little added shaded privacy screen. And then the plant palette should be coming up here soon.
Mm-hmm. It's right here. And then we're back to me.
We've got images, and then we've got a,
Probably why it doesn't want to load.
I see, yeah, it's a large file, sure.
Let me try and close a few things, see if I can get it to.
And what you'll see next is several colored images of the plant material we plan to use.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep scrolling and see if it pops in. There we go. We got the plan.
It's our tree protection
Tree
plan for
protection.
those, sensitive oak trees that we'd love to keep. It's a great canopy there.
Okay.
And then fuel modification plan, just,
Yep.
Outreaching out to zone 3.
Okay. And that's it. So basically the only one that's not loading is this one, which is the pictures.
Yeah, that's right. So that just refers to several great images. I wish it would come up, then you'd get a better impression of the use of boulders and flagstone with the various grasses and so forth that we plan to use.
Okay. I can try reloading it and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's the only image that hasn't shown up.
Yeah.
I know we have a number of landscape professionals, so you're probably.
There it is.
There it is. I'm sure you're eager to see these materials here.
I was reading the plan and it,
Yeah.
I know most of the plants and I think most everybody does. Okay. Does that conclude your presentation? Can we?
It does. And, just to point out, we don't see a lot of concrete hardscape. We prefer to use the stone paving, natural stone
Right.
for boulders and walkways. Yeah, there are those lower 3 images.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the extent.
Okay. Any questions from the BAR?
I have a question.
Yes, Robin.
I see the comment about the 7,000 square foot in size. I'm wondering about neighborhood compatibility. And Tony, can you let us know about what's in the neighborhood? What are
Well,
the other-
I can more address the square footage. That's a misnomer because that's a total square footage.
Mhm.
The house itself, I believe, is just under the 3,600 square foot threshold that the fire department is now enforcing in terms of maximum thresholds before a pretty exhaustive fire protection plan. So I think part of that would included other portions of the basement which are not habitable. And if you scroll down, we can kind of review that together. I think it's coming up. Yeah, so I think a lot of that was that we had more square footage in that basement area. It's now been reduced to, what is it, 400 square feet. I'd have to go back to my summary here. But the house is not 7,000 square feet.
Okay, so, sorry. So in our agenda now, it's 6740. And is there still a roof deck on the garage?
There isn't, and that, that description I had pointed out was not the accurate description as to what we've currently presented.
Okay, what should it be? So that we can get that on the record and get it
Yeah.
corrected.
Yeah, I would point that to Hugo. Have you created a new summary that for us there, Hugo?
I have not. I basically just took what was inherited and given to me.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so for when this returns, we need to have the correct project description, just the updated stuff.
Yeah, I'm
So,
looking at my sheets here. I believe it's on the cover there, Bethany. So the habitable space up on the first level is 3115. And the habitable space down below at the lower level is 470 for a total of 3585.
there it is right there.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Robin?
Yes, thanks, Tony.
You're
Okay.
welcome. Sure.
Any other questions before I go
Yes.
to public comment?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Following up on Robin's question, so the house, how much of going to that basement plan is that, so is part of that crawl space? What are I guess we could see a section through there as part of it. What part is full height and what part is crawl space? What is it exactly? And then Robin was asking, and I would like to follow up, what are the typical square footages of other houses nearby?
I don't have a summary of the houses nearby, but I would assume that they're either of equal size, if not larger. But I can address the basement for sure.
Here's your sections.
Yeah, so the living area there, you can see it's, let's take section 1 there. There's a portion there to the left that's habitable space.
The rec
And-
room.
Yeah, and I was forced to reduce that so that we could fall under these thresholds for the fire protection plan. And the area to the left is exterior. So it just so happens that we're gonna, that would be an open covered space for protection from the sun and whatnot. Some of these others will show a basement or an unexcavated crawl space. Yeah, there's a crawl space there, crawl space.
So back to the plan, then maybe you could point to those.
Sure.
I think it's
We
full
see-
equipment, powder
Yeah.
bath.
Yeah,
A
so
full
you've got
bathroom.
a pool bath, that's all
Where's that
unexcavated.
stair? Where's the stair?
Right
It's-
here.
It's not showing up yet. I don't know if it's
Okay.
cycling or what it is.
Okay. So
Here
then,
we go. This is the one you want.
okay. Yeah,
So there, Cass, the stairs come down from up above the living room.
right.
And they, empty into this rec room there. So this is all habitable in addition to the pool bath, which also doubles as a bathroom for the lower level.
And then this is a storage area.
Yeah, it's just access to the crawl space for convenience rather than having the typical small hatchway.
And this is labeled pool equipment.
It's going to be an area that's there. I haven't confirmed with the owner whether he'd preferred having it here or showing it where the landscape architect has indicated. There's probably a trade-off there. If that could be storage area there for chase lounges and pool-related items.
So the usable or so-called habitable space is this room.
No, that wouldn't be a habitable space. There's just
Okay, just this one and the rec room,
yes, that's correct.
and then this little area that was your access.
That's just for access. So downstairs, the areas that you circled, that one as well as the bath, that's the 470 square feet.
And the area above that is the covered patio.
This is the covered patio.
That's all either living space above or part of this covered deck patio area per the sections that we just reviewed.
On the lower level, it's a covered patio.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And, okay, fine, thank you. And then
Uh-huh.
on your site plan, or the survey, does it show adjacent, anywhere that you show adjacent properties?
Yeah, with the overall site plan, yes.
Mm.
Uh-huh. So this
Maybe.
is a peculiar property in that you see the hook, if you will, to the right that goes towards my site photos.
Mhm.
So the actual roadway passes through this owner's property, yes. Uh-huh.
And and I'm not, maybe you could circle areas where these other residences actually are. I don't see any.
He doesn't have control, Cass. I do.
Oh, you do, sorry. Yeah, can
Hold
we?
on just a second. Just a
Yeah.
second. Did I? Where's two? These
I
are
think
not
we-
in any
I
order.
think we'd have to go to a Google Earth if you're interested in seeing surrounding properties. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
So which property is it on here, Tony, on the assessor's parcel?
Oak Trails, don't think that's the right parcel. Or excuse me,
It's
parcel map.
51 there,
Is it?
Bethany.
Where?
50 upper
51
middle.
right
Right
under
there,
east.
right there.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
So this is number 5. This is the one that shows up on your plan there.
Okay.
And Cass, Brett Jones here. I can answer that question on that property number 5. It's got numerous structures. The main house actually is a 2-story A-frame that I would guess at around 35 to 4,000 square feet, which is that's the typical for the area. Anywhere
Let me
from
see if I can get it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Brett.
Yes.
Come on. There it is.
Bethany,
Yes, ma'am.
may I say something about the area?
Yeah.
This is, I'm really familiar with this area, and there are a number of houses, and it's very eclectic, and there are houses that were built in the early 70s, say, to late 70s, with rather poor construction. And there have been many remodels or demos going on, and I don't, because of the nature of it, I don't think you can really say you could be consistent with any one particular thing out there. It's pretty varied.
So this is the access road, and you're
Yeah.
putting the house in about here. And this
Yeah,
is
that's
that
right.
property number 5 that hooks in. And you
Mhm.
can see there's all these different
Yeah, that's it.
structures.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
I'll leave that there. Okay, do we have any public comment? Jonathan?
Sorry, I was muted there. If anybody would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. Seeing none.
Okay, board comments. Come on, somebody jump in.
I'll go.
Thanks, Puck.
I like the project. I think you've gone through a lot of hoops. So, I have my own personal preferences as far as the stone patterning and things, but I think that's a personal choice. And especially given this location, I am comfortable with the project at this point.
Okay. Cass?
My only comments are that I don't think that the glass railing is appropriate or in keeping with the with the aesthetic of the region area. So I don't support the glass railing. And I also, I can't support the height either. I think that the building, overall, I think it's a nice design. And I think there are some opportunities that it's just pretty high. And so I don't support, I don't know if we have any choice about it, but I don't support the allowing it to go higher.
Well, it's not, that's a call that's being made. That little 4.5 square feet projection beyond the hillside ridgeline is being determined as acceptable by planning and development. So we're not making an exemption.
Yeah, I'm just,
Right.
I don't support it. So
Okay.
that's my statement.
All right.
You can still say it's not in keeping with the community, you know.
Yeah, I
Absolutely
think
not.
overall it's a little large, and I think that it could be brought down. But I think it's overall, as I just said, I think it's there's many elements about it that I think are nice. I just think it could be smaller, and I think this would be an opportunity to bring it down. So I don't support the height.
Robin?
I think it's a really nice project. The materials, colors, I would like to see it come down a bit. So I agree with Cass in that regard.
Okay, Alan?
I'm okay with the project the way it is. I don't think that little extra height is going to make that much of a difference. I just don't see, for me, making any kind of a deal out of it. And I like the way it looks.
Okay. I'm comfortable with it as it is, as well as with the landscape plan. So it sounds like we need to talk about how we want to craft our comments, because we have 2 people who would like to see it reduced. Although I do agree wholeheartedly with Cass's comment about the glass railing. I think it should be something that's more in keeping with the overall style of the house. But that's the only thing I have. So guys, we need to
Bethany,
give Nicole some instruction here. Huh?
Bethany, I just
Yep.
wanted to say, I was looking at the rendering, and when I saw the rendering, I just blanked out on the glass. I thought it was just like a steel and cable
Uh-huh.
type thing. So yeah, I would much rather see a different style railing. And I believe the height issue has been resolved within the planning department. So I have no comment on that.
Okay. Puck and not Puck. Cass and Robin. We need to know we need to come up with our comments for Nicole, because we've got some people who are still concerned with the height, which we can capture in the comments. But we need to be able to give Tony some direction as well.
Madam Chair, may I project some thoughts?
Sure.
Regarding the railing, I had talked with the owners, and if it came to an issue where the board wasn't in favor, we would simply go to probably a cable railing.
Okay.
There are animals in the house, so we'd have to keep that also in mind. But either a cable railing, something that's tends to fade, so that these are incredible views from this residence, this lot. So we want to maximize our views.
Well, I think as long as you can do a cable railing that, maybe the top is wood that matches your trim, or something like that, something that blends it in with the rest of the style of the house. I think that everything would be fine with it.
Sure, I think even the 4-inch hog wire would be great. That was the other option that we talked about, and that seems pretty prevalent in sort of the rural areas. So I think there's a number of great options there available.
That'd be fine. Okay, so we've tackled that one. So Nicole, the railing is as currently proposed with the glass is not going to be acceptable, and the applicant has agreed to change to either cable or wire.
Okay.
Okay.
And I would add that I really appreciate the flexibility there and the openness to that change, and I would be happy with either one.
Okay.
Cable or what was the
Hog
other?
wire, hog wire.
Hog wire.
Wire.
You could just say wire.
Okay.
All right. So that Cass and Robin and everybody else, that brings us back to what kind of direction do you want to say as far as the comments for Nicole, so that she can convey to P&D and the planner that there's partial support for the size as it is, but there's some reservations as well about the height. Anybody have a suggestion?
Well, can you just say that? Is that suffice to say that the board?
That's fine with me, if you and Robin are comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable with it because we're the minority.
Yeah.
Well, I want to capture the comment and how it's conveyed in the record and to the planner so that it accurately expresses your comments and opinions, and as well as moving forward. Nicole, did you kind of get what I was going for?
No, I didn't. What other boards do sometimes is they'll say 2 members feel X, Y, and Z.
How about this? We could say a minority of the board has reservations regarding the height and overall. We could say.
How about
max.
over? Oh, I'm sorry, please.
No, is that fine?
Well, I would just say reservations about the overall size and the and suggest and concerns about the height, and would ask that be studied and that the height be brought within the 19 feet.
Well, forgive me, but we have studied it.
Sorry, can I just jump in?
Tony,
This
we
is
just
comments
need to
from
get
the
our
board.
comments. This is not direction. This is a minority opinion,
I see.
and we're
Okay.
just capturing it.
Yeah, pardon me, sorry.
Nicole?
Yeah, a minority of the board has reservations about the overall size and height.
That's what Cass said.
And what else, Cass?
I don't want it to be to be really clear. The concern is for the penetration of the height going beyond, and that there could be benefit by bringing it down, which would also help to just reduce the overall size.
What would you like me to type?
Robin, can you help?
How about if read the first part, Nicole, please.
A minority of the board has reservations about the overall size and height exceedance.
I just say the overall height, and feels that the conformance to hillside ridgeline limits offers opportunity to improve the project.
I'm fine with that.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
No worries. I had a minute to think. Okay, so Nicole, what other comments do you have?
I have the glass railing is not appropriate or in keeping with the aesthetic of the area. The applicant has agreed to change the design to cable or wire design. And then I had a comment from about board appreciates the colors and materials.
Okay, it instead of not in keeping with the area, not in keeping with the style of the proposed structure.
Well, and also in keeping with the area too, I would say.
Oh, I think we can just leave it at the structure.
Okay.
The area, no.
I think we need to pin it to very much, and my comment, when I spoke about it, Cass, I was talking with it in regards to the building.
Yeah, the comment I had was from Cass, the way
Yeah.
I had typed it.
Yeah. So
So-
could we change that? Cass, are you comfortable with that?
I'm okay with it. Maybe it's something we can talk about more generally, just in terms of,
Well, it's,
but it's not,
the-
for this, I'm fine with this right now.
okay, because the purpose is just to convey that we'd like them to change the railing.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, did you get that, Nicole? You got that
Yep.
change?
Got it
All
all.
right. All right. Any other comments? And I think they're here they would like to be here for preliminary and final. Do we feel comfortable granting preliminary approval? Would somebody like to make a motion?
For what?
Preliminary?
Would it be preliminary? Oh, yes, I'll move.
Okay,
Because that's how it's agendized, right? So we have to go with that.
who was the second?
I was,
That was Puck, right?
yes.
Okay, did you get that, Jonathan?
I'm sorry, who was the motion?
Cass,
Cass, and then Erickson Lonis for second.
correct,
For preliminary,
for preliminary, yes.
as agendized.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Tony Cano, is it possible to come back as a final on consent based on the change of the railing?
we'll get there in just a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're anticipating me. Let me get
I
through
am.
my motion.
I'm eager.
No worries. Let me get through my motion. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I,
Aye.
That's all of us. Jonathan, that was
Gotcha.
5. So no opposed, the motion carries. How do we want to see him return? Is final on consent acceptable to everyone?
yes,
All right, there you go, Tony.
Excellent. Thank you so much to all of you. Appreciate the comments.
Thank you.
Mhm.
thanks.
Okay, so item number 3, 22 bar 39 Cave Chadwick, new SFD and accessory structures. Do we have somebody here for this item?
Yeah, hi. My name's Craig Minus. I can start us off if you're ready.
Okay, just a
Yeah.
second. Let me pull up the.
Yeah.
It looks like we've got a public comment letter too.
Okay.
So I'll just need to let that load. And we'll get the public comment letter up here. Okay. I'll come back to that.
Okay,
When we
perfect.
get to the public comment. So you want
Yeah.
to tell us where we're at? You have a
Sure.
vicinity
Yeah, I'll
map?
start us off. Good morning, Chair, members of the C-Bar. My name's Craig Minus, Land Use Planner with CAM Land Use and Development. I'm joined today with the project architect who will be presenting the client's project today. Prior to Andrew's presentation, I'll provide a little overview of the project, including where we're at in the entitlement process. The staff project.
We'd like to know the vicinity. Where is this located?
Yeah, this is in the unincorporated county in the Buellton area. This 20-acre plus property is located in the Bobcat Springs Homeowners Association. This is one of the last properties in that HOA, which is undeveloped.
In this vicinity map that I'm looking at, where's 101?
To the right.
So it's running right here.
Where it says site.
This is the project site. Where is 101, Highway 101?
About 2 miles to the right, to the east.
So it's running right about here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll continue. We're seeking a land use permit for our project. We started this project by voluntarily completing a pre-app with the county, which we received valuable process and guidance from county staff. A few months ago, we formally submitted our LUP application. Throughout this period, we've worked closely with the HOA, the Bobcat Springs HOA, including their internal design review committee, and to date have received favorable comments. Our design team is comprehensive, including civil engineering, landscape architecture, and a certified arborist. We've now received Tina Mitchell's, our project planner's first submittal feedback, and we're resubmitting our second LUP submittal shortly. This property is a view property of which our proposed project aims to capture while maintaining a large majority of the property as natural and undeveloped. This project is over 2 miles away from any public road or views, which in any other circumstance would not require the CBAR review, I believe. Due to the portion of the project being affected by Hillside Ridgeline ordinance, we're here today to obtain this board's input. I'll turn it over to Andrew to walk you through our plans. We're largely here today to listen and look forward to receiving your conceptual comments.
Okay.
Thank you, Craig.
You're welcome.
My name is Andrew. I'm an architect in New York, the principal of No Architecture in New York City. And I think if you could start at the first cover page, or is it possible to share my own screen? So we have a
you're going to be limited to me. So
okay. So the most dramatic feature of this property, which is about just over 20 acres on this ridge, is its dramatic views towards the south, southwest, southeast of the Santa Ynez Mountains in the valley. And currently the site is undeveloped and has quite a few native trees and sage bushes as well, but also quite a bit of invasive grasses. And what really moved the clients and myself when we first visited a site, of course, is this view and how to take advantage of this natural landscape. And so the idea was to create a series of small pavilions that were distributed on the site, centered around the two main structures of the main house, with this covered walkway or exterior path that would help frame some of these views as well in every direction, because there really are these views in every direction. So if you go to the next site plan page, the next page. So actually the previous page, if you could go back, thank you. So the access point to the site is, I guess I can't draw on here, but right there off of Cougar Ridge, there's a series of oak trees that are lining that road that inhibit most of the views of our property and our proposed development from really anywhere on the road. And then there's a road that a gravel road that takes us down to our site, which is designed to minimize impact on any drip line of the existing oak trees. The main house that you can see, if you go to the next page, is this dispersed pavilion with two main pavilions connected by an interior conditioned landscape bridge kind of corridor that connects these two pavilions. And one of the features of both pavilions is an exterior glass courtyard to bring in light, but also to create natural ventilation internally. And then from that main house, you could walk north up a kind of path that is covered for shade reasons to a covered gazebo, which is the structure you see next, and then connects along the path to a guest house or accessory dwelling unit that then connects back around to the landscape to a pool house / cabana, the pool, and another covered gazebo. This strategy takes advantage of the tremendous different topographic conditions of the site, the incredible native flora and fauna that we see on the site. And really it is an attempt to restore this landscape to its more indigenous flora and fauna state. And at the same time, trying to minimize the development. So the actual interior square footage of the house is just under 3,000 square feet. If you go to the next page.
Just before we leave, this is a barn?
Right, that's a proposed future barn. That's not in our current design proposal necessarily, but that's for a future barn. So the intent of
we are seeking land use approval for that as an entitlement. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so you're going to be showing us some drawings and elevations, etc., of the barn, so that you could get the entitlements. Okay.
Correct. So the intention of the architecture is really to take advantage of the view. So to that end, we're proposing a transparent wrapper of glass, triple glazed windows with very minimal mullions, that frame the views in kind of every direction. And you can see examples on the right of similar architecture to that. And then below, and then the images below suggest some of the early thoughts we've had about the covered pathway, which is not meant to be very tall. It's meant to be, 7 to 8 feet on average above grade, and it's meant to follow the existing topography and not disrupt the native plants and habitat there. The materiality will still, let's go ahead.
Just a quick question. So the top of it, the cover, is that going to follow the topography as well, and meaning that it would angle with the slope?
It would, yes.
Okay.
The materiality is to be determined on that. It would be potentially metal or timber, depending on what's feasible in terms of the cost and a structural feasibility. Some of the images for the architectural articulation would be a timber structure. So we're proposing a cross-laminated mass timber roof, which would be carbon sequestering with columns supporting the roof, and then having a slab on grade concrete slab supporting the main house. You can see some examples of that to the right. And then the outdoor covered gazebo could be a kind of simple timber structure, as you see there. And then for the underground garage and wine cellar, we're proposing using native stone captured within a kind of metal cage or gabion wall, as you see in this example to the right.
Okay.
So it's a single story. There's no basement. As you can see, there's about 4 bedrooms within this whole structure. I guess the next page. And one of the features, I guess, of the plan, if you go back, of course, besides taking advantage of the views and kind of dispersing the house slightly to take advantage of the different elevation topographic conditions, is this open plan of the interior to avoid any kind of sequestered spaces to utilize natural ventilation as much as possible, because the site has very good cooling breezes year round, well, particularly in the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
This is the proposed guest house and covered gazebo that would be open to the outside. The guest house is connected along the perimeter, as you can see through here. So it's also a kind of open plan that allows cross ventilation. Next page. The underground garage. This is the covered gazebo that really is one of the main concepts for this, is also the ridges of Cougar Ridge Road. So there's actually a very dramatic ridge that this gazebo sits on that overlooks this kind of protected valley of native sages.
Okay.
And then the next page, this page is the proposed pool and cabana that goes with it.
Okay.
And this is the plan of all of that. So this is the main house. So it's one house connected internally through this connector in between.
Okay.
And these are some of the early renderings we have of this. So we really want this very low to the ground. I think the highest point it gets to above the existing average grade is about 15 feet. So we really like the idea that these roof canopies are kind of following and amplifying the natural topography. I believe our cut fill or grading plan is net zero, so it has no added soil or no soil taken away for the entire site plan, including the road. So being very sensitive to this existing natural environment is very important to us. Here are some of the interior views of the proposed exterior courtyard, the connecting internal bridge between the 2 pavilions, and some of the ideas of the material palettes. We imagine stone for some of the exterior walls to the gabion wall, concrete floors, and this timber structure on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see that reflected in some of the early conceptual elevations. And we would love to have some kind of sedum on the roof to tie into the indigenous landscape surrounding our site. So these are just all the elevations of each structure.
Mhm.
So the barn is the one departure from the more, let's say, contemporary idiom of these more sloped pitched roofs. Since this was closer to the road around, we wanted to propose a more vernacular structure. But that's a future proposed addition to the initial house development.
Okay.
And we have studied the landscape in terms of the views, the impact from Cougar Ridge of what the neighbors can see. I mean, really from the main location of the house, there's very little that can actually be seen from the private road towards our structure. But in the landscape plan, you'll see we've also proposed some additional screening through trees and other plants to screen out any views of any neighboring structure or any views from the road towards our structure.
This is your civil.
This is civil. Landscape follows civil in this package.
That's the end of my package.
Oh.
I don't have any landscape.
Yeah, this package was for C-Bar. Our second LUP submittal has landscape, so
Okay.
this submittal omits that. But it is developed at this point.
Okay.
If it's possible to share a screen, I could show you it, but if
We
not,
have we're limited to what was submitted
okay.
for this review. It's we have to keep everything so that people who want to look at it in advance of the hearing can do so.
Understood.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation for right now?
Unless I'm missing something, Greg, that would be where I would end, yes.
Okay. Then I think I'm going to go to the ask for any questions from the board real quick before we get to public comment.
I have one question.
Okay.
Is this sculptural element of this walkway with the covered roof undulating around, is that also at 15 feet?
It's actually, I mean, the intention is for it to be about on average 8 feet above the existing grade. So no, not 15 feet, because we want it to be below our proposed roof lines of the house, as you can see in some of the renderings.
Okay.
So maybe even 7 feet.
And will this, is this it's quite a feature. Are you intending that this would be lit in some way?
The outdoor pathway, I think there would be some, let's say, landscape lighting, but I don't think the pathway would be lit universally. No, that's not the intention. Because I think the intention is really to frame these views during the day and then at night to have the landscape be the feature and not have something lit.
Okay. Any other questions?
Those are my questions.
Thanks, Cass. Any other questions?
This is Robin. I have a question in regard to which buildings have the sedum on the roofs?
Well, if budget permits, all of them would be, so the main house, which is the main structure there, but the other roofs would also have that. And the underground garage that's kind of shown at grade would also have some kind of planted indigenous, plants on that. That would be the intention.
And I just wanted to clarify the lighting for the walkway. I did hear that there would be some, but then that wouldn't be the focus. But I guess I want it to be a little bit more clearer about how much. I mean, I realize for safety you have to have some.
Well, I think we haven't addressed that issue yet, so we're open to your comments.
Okay.
I think what I would imagine, we would have a light that would be, of course, dark sky, where we would have a structure so you could see where an entrance would be. I think that would be at a minimum what I would imagine the clients would want for egress.
Any other questions?
Bethany?
Yeah, Puck.
I just had a couple questions and comments. Are there, could you tell me again what the material is for the road?
Well, we're proposing a kind of local gravel.
And
The fire department approves that.
Yeah, we've We've studied the slope of the proposed driveway, and, you know, in areas that will exceed fire department requirements, we'll either, you know, concrete or asphalt those, but the intention is to be as natural. So we'd like to use a gravel material, except where that would not be acceptable for the fire.
So,
department.
on the next iterations, you'd be able to show the breakdown of materials that you're using on the roads?
Well, actually, on the proposed site plan, it shows where it's graded and where it would need to be paved above the slope. So it's that first, if I'm not mistaken, that first section right off the road has to be paved, and the rest is designed to be all gravel.
I guess what I'm saying is on the more specific renderings, because it does the reflectivity of concrete, or the type of concrete you use makes a big impact on how it's perceived.
Of course.
Okay.
So, and then, and I'm probably just overly sensitive to this because I just got back from the Pacific Northwest, but the use of wood, I wasn't sure. I'm really intrigued with this sort of circumnavigating path. How the fire department, that area has had some really bad fires over the years. And I'm just wondering how the fire department is looking at wood versus steel, and if they're considering that the path would require the same defensible space requirements that the house will have.
Yeah, we're in process on our LUP. We still need to, you know, apply for our FPC. We still need to engage the fire department entirely on this. We've done design that we would anticipate, you know, hydrants and water accessibility to the site, but I think that is one component we still need to work through with the fire department.
Okay, and I just wanted to say I'm working on a project. We're working on several projects with green roofs, and sedum, just FYI, doesn't work here. It burns up. It's okay on the coast, but inland it's not so hot.
What would you make a recommendation for them?
We can get to that when we get to comments. So just hold on just a minute.
But anyway, yeah, sorry, I went into comments.
No
Those are
worries. Anybody else have any other questions before we go to public comment? All right, Jonathan, do we have any members of the public, including Ms. Burnaby, if she's present?
Susan Miller, I have your hand raised.
Okay.
Would you like to make a public comment? If you could unmute yourself.
Okay, Ms. Miller, you wish to speak public comment on this project? I can't hear you.
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, I was talking away and nobody could hear me.
Okay, you're making a public comment on this project, correct?
Yes, I am. I'm a neighbor.
Okay, can I just fill you in real quick on a couple of things?
Sure, go ahead.
We're the Central Board of Architectural Review. It's your public comment, your 3 minutes. You can say whatever you like. However, if it's most helpful to us if you address your comments to the things that are within our purview, which are design, architectural design, neighborhood compatibility, those kinds of things. So
Yes.
Take it away.
I understand. Thank you. First of all, I would just like to correct something the architect said, and that is that this is not Bobcat Springs Homeowners Association. This is actually.
Excuse me, Miss Miller, I can hardly hear you.
Oh, I don't know how to correct that. What do you want me to do?
Is there a way to turn your volume up?
How's that?
I don't know what device you're using.
It's just it's an iMac. Shall I shout?
That'd be fine.
Okay. First thing is we are not in Bobcat Springs Homeowners Association. We're actually Honitor Springs. So he's incorrect with that. Just to correct it.
Okay.
My biggest comment is that this seems to be such a sprawling project. And I looked at the design and I actually like the design. I think it seems to be compatible with the neighborhood, but I'm concerned about the linking with the pathway and how that's going to affect so many things, including a wildlife corridor, which we have wonderful wildlife here. And this takes up so much space that will now exclude wildlife.
Okay.
Those are my two main problems, and also the water usage that this will require. We only have 2 wells here. We're not sure whether they're going to mitigate water use and use drought tolerant plantings and be very cognizant of that.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Ms. Barnaby has addressed an email, which is up on the screen. Has everybody had a chance to read that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So let's go to board comments. Who wants to start? Come on, somebody. I've got a bloody nose. I can't do this.
I'll start if you would like me to.
Thank you, Cass.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. This is this first time we've seen this, so I always like to try to give really good feedback initially so that you don't get too far down the road. I have a lot of concerns about this project. The applicant started off by describing this as minimizing development, and that isn't quite what I'm seeing. I'm seeing at least 7 buildings with a very intricate covered walkway. That concerns me greatly. I'm not sure what the purpose of the cover walkway would be. When I'm walking out in nature, I certainly just love to have the open sky above me. So I'm not sure that is something that would be, it will also have a very large impact. It's like a gigantic sculptural element in my mind. I do really like the barn and how vernacular it is. I do appreciate the lowness of these, the height and sort of low plate heights that these would have. However, I am very concerned about all the glass and how much of a sort of light effect, a lighthouse effect that we call it, that these would have. So I have a lot of concerns about how this would impact the overall area. It would be really important to have photographs from other areas to look back and see how this all would work. So I certainly would like to see it be more compact.
Okay, thank you, Cass. Puck?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself.
Mm-hmm.
I think the idea of compound is, sort of wonderful and romantic, and there was an era of those that was terrific. I'm just not sure that, particularly in the arid West, especially in this kind of chaparral vegetation, that a compound of this nature is that appropriate. I really do. I really appreciate the low profile and the roof overhangs. I do question the use of so much wood because we don't really have wood here. We have oak trees, but we don't have wood. And so sometimes those sort of timber things, it's like log homes. They're just weird. It's just too much wood. The whole idea of this kind of strolling path, I mean, it's more like you're hiking. They're mountain lions around here. They're bobcats. I mean, my son got knocked off his motorcycle by a mountain lion just down the road from here. So it looks kind of tame, but it's actually pretty wild out there. And the idea of sort of having a glass of wine and strolling through the chaparral while somebody's stalking you is a little unnerving. I just would really like you to think about the actual site and not the more romantic idea of the West, because it's parts of it are not that romantic. But I wish it would be intriguing to see new ways, maybe structurally, of developing compounds that truly do have very light footprints. That's my other concern, is that when you really get into the nitty gritty with the soils out there, they're just a big mishmash. There's a lot of sand. And so I think it was one of the neighbors' comments, just like how much in reality, when you start building this stuff and you hit like sugar sand or something, how it could be a big mess. And so I'm very excited about seeing new ways to deal with these kinds of things, because I think we need new ways. But anyway, those are my comments.
Okay, thanks, Puck. Robin?
I agree with all the comments. It seems like there is a want to be part of nature here, but yet there seems to be so much of the built environment that it's a real disconnect. That's it.
Okay, Alan?
I've got a question. What's the total square feet of all the buildings?
Can the applicant answer that?
Yeah,
5,900 square feet, I believe. That's
How much?
the footprint area, 5,900 square feet. The actual internal square footage is much smaller. It's mostly overhangs and terraces.
And that does not include the pathway, right?
Correct, does not include the exterior path, covered path.
Okay, Alan?
I don't particularly, I think it's a very intriguing project. I understand what people's hesitation is. We just had the project, was it last month, where somebody was putting multiple buildings on a lot smaller than this, and I think a couple of us had to recuse ourselves from that one. I don't remember exactly who it was, but I'm not upset about the disbursement, because the total square feet to me doesn't seem to be a problem. I'd like to see some sort of a map or something that I can see from other properties. I don't know what it's going to look like, and I'm not too sure, since I haven't seen very many of them up here. I'm not too sure about the walkway and the covered walkway. I don't quite understand that. But all in all, I think it's a very intriguing project.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to add my comments. This is directed to the applicant. I'm going to add my comments and kind of at the same time, kind of try and summarize. So Nicole, you're going to get quite a bit here, and some of it's going to be repetitive. And I'm just going to try and get everything together. And Nicole, when I'm done, if you want to ask and make sure you got everything, that's fine with me.
Okay, I already have 9 comments, so.
Yeah, I know you got a lot. And if I miss something, just you can go ahead and say, okay, what about this? And so I just want to try and give them a nice summary And then we can kind of get it sorted out before it goes to the draft minutes. I'm hearing the overall concept, the disbursement of the buildings versus, a more traditional collective, single structure or one or two structures. I'm with Alan. I'm not necessarily against the disbursement. And I'm not sure that the rest of the board is completely against it as far as an idea. However, I think what we're running up against, and what I'm running up against specifically, is the fact that due to this disbursement, this distribution of the structures with this covered walkway, it is coming across very much as a more of an art installation, and it's absolutely beautiful from that aspect. But it's the functionality, I think, is what we're not quite convinced of, or not convinced of really at all. And to that, added to that is the materials, the fact of the wood, the extensive glazing, and the concerns about light trespass. As far as the walkway, I don't think, I think all of us we don't have any problem with the pathway as a connecting feature. I think what we have a real tough time with is the covered nature of it. It doesn't seem to really fit in with this rural, and really lend itself to the site. There's been a request for site photographs, and perhaps some modeling. That's my thought, but it would be nice to see views into the site from, I think it's Cougar Ridge, as well as perhaps other adjacent properties. That is not something that's actually technically in our purview. I'd like to point out that private views are not really a part of our purview, but I think the reason I'm asking for it, or where I think it would be helpful, is to kind of help us determine what kind of light trespass we'd have or wouldn't have, and convince us that there wouldn't be any. That could be a possible tool, is what would this look like from a neighboring property? That I think that would go a long way towards helping us, and I think it would help the neighbors, the public comment, people who spoke from the public. I have a real concern about fire. I know you're very early in the process, and that's kind of how these comments are. These are just our comments straight off the top of our reaction to the project. I'm inferring that this is a property line over here. Can you confirm that, the applicant?
Correct.
Okay, so and it's less than 50 feet, that the main house is less than 50 feet from the property line. There's when you get into your landscaping, the landscape architect is, I'm hoping, going to look at fuel modification and that kind of thing. That's not your property over here. So the three zones, I mean, they go out over 100 feet, and you're going to quickly run out of property that you can modify, which means it won't be under your control as to being able to manage the fuel. And that's a big concern of mine. I'm not saying you have to move the building. I'm saying it's something you should really plan for, and kind of add that into your whole thought process. Stretching out the buildings also stretches out those fire zones, so you now have a much larger area that you're trying to include in the fuel management process. I don't have an objection to the disbursement of the buildings personally. Like I said, I'm with Alan on that. And so it'll be interesting to see what your proposal, how it works as it comes through. I actually I don't see a big problem right now with the difference in architecture between what I'm going to call the main compound and your barn. But it'll be interesting to see how that progresses through. We do have a finding that we have to make. that all the structures on a site are compatible in style and that. So that's a little bit of a disjointedness that could be an issue for us as we move forward. So that's kind of the comments that I got. Nicole, did I catch most of them?
Bethany,
Yeah, Puck.
may I just clarify a couple things?
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially, well, I just wanted to say because I think it's perfectly talking about the barn and the house. I think it's that different. I think you can have contemporary buildings that have different shapes. And so this is
Yes.
An iteration of a barn, but it's not a traditional, it doesn't have a cupola with a whale on it. So
Yeah.
I don't think, for me, there's no problem with compatibility. I just wanted to put that
Yeah,
on.
and that's where I was going to.
And then just moving forward, because I just wanted to clarify, I don't have a problem at all with the scale, the square footage of the various structures. What I'm really interested in is, because it is a compound, what are the strategies and the protocols to minimize the construction impacts as you go out into these different spaces? It's so common to have D6 bulldozers just, in an afternoon, you come back and they've decided to park in another acre of chaparral. And it's, so I think those kinds of details, even though it's not design, I'm really intrigued with the strategies that you're going to be using for these things. Because like Alan said, I think it's a really exciting project. And
yes,
I'll look forward to seeing all your good ideas. So that's the only thing I wanted to clarify.
Okay. Anyone else have anything they need to add or want to add?
I would like to add that number one, I'm confused about what the total square footage is. When I take these numbers that are listed here, I'm getting a broad spectrum of what the actual and I'm not talking about just habitable. I'm just talking about, how much disturbance we're talking about. So I'm not sure what it is. So if they could please clarify that would be very helpful. And just since we are having this general discussion, and I think everyone is coming at it a little bit differently, I do, when I take a step back to look at the overall, the community, our responsibility to, of what our work is here, is to be sure that we are protecting the community and providing review of design that will be the most beneficial for the community, and also the applicant to come up with the best thing possible for everyone. And it is my opinion that I am not convinced that having, and I love contemporary architecture. That's not the point. I'm concerned about the light leak. I'm concerned about how this will appear from other properties. So I am concerned about this being, up there in the chaparral with quite a lot of development. So I just want to be sure that is captured. It's just my voice, of course, in this board, but that is my opinion. I'm very concerned about it.
I think that's an accurate assessment for the whole board. I think we're all we're concerned about how this would move forward as a development, and how the design would impact the land.
Right. Well, I want to be, in fairness to the applicant, I don't want to have them. I want them really to understand, so that they aren't moving forward in a way. All of this is extremely, as we all know, very costly to do the work to develop, and you don't want to be going down a road that's, perhaps not going to be successful. So I want to be sure that we're giving them the best guidelines possible to help them be successful moving forward at this early stage, since this is the first time we've seen it.
Okay, anybody else have anything they need to amplify?
Bethany, would you
Yes,
like
ma'am.
me to share my screen with the minutes for you all to look at this one? I know you might not want it for all, but this one.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Just for this item, that'd be great. And we can
let me figure out. Jonathan, could you let me share my screen?
Absolutely. 1 second.
Bethany, can you make sure it's big enough to read?
you did, that's within Nicole's thing. She'll have to adjust it once we get there. Are you having trouble reading the agenda when I bring it up?
Yeah, I
Okay.
I have another one, but I'm on my iPad today, so.
Yeah, I know it makes it difficult. So Nicole, I still haven't gotten your screen up here.
Nicole, I've put you as co-host, so you should be able to share your screen now.
There we go.
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, this is the applicant representative. Are you looking for any feedback at this point, or do we?
No, if you need to say something, if you can keep it to like a minute and a half, by all means jump in. But as far as what you're seeing on the screen right now, these are going to be, this is a draft of the draft minutes.
Sure.
And it's just our comments, and this is for us to craft. So, but if you have anything that you need to clarify regarding anything that we've said, if we were off base, like out in the weeds and misinterpreted your presentation, then.
Yes, actually, I would like to jump in if I may, as the
Yep.
architect. So from our botanical survey, from our botanists, my understanding is all of the site we're building on is invasive grasses. They're not the indigenous chaparral sages, which are further away and not being developed on our site. So that's the first comment I'd like to clarify. And then the second comment about this light leak from the glass house, I would direct the committee's attention to the elevations, which show parts of the structure being below grade. So it's actually not all glass. It's not 100% glass. We're proposing something quite a bit less than that. So actually towards the road, which is the most concern from, let's say, the public viewpoint, that is where the structure will be most underground, and also have, along with the cantilever roof, would make the glass portions of the house basically invisible. I think we would clarify that with the renderings, which we've done already actually to study this issue previously. But I would just say that the structure is actually below grade where it faces the private road.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is the planner. I just like to add, again, first off, thank you for the feedback. I think it's very valuable. And I'm not surprised at some of the comments. As a planner, I was a little paused when I saw the site plan, but I would just like to iterate, we aren't really talking about 7 structures. I looked at that originally and I had a little bit of concern, but I'd like to remind you that, 2 of them are really kind of viewing pads. They're really gazebos. They're kind of, opportunities to take, to experience the views. And so I wouldn't really categorize those as structures at this point. So particularly 7 structures.
Well, that's your interpretation. This is what we're talking about here is what we're seeing right now and how we would quantify it. So I understand what you're saying and I appreciate it, as well as the architect's comments.
And if those weren't covered, would those still be considered a structure? Those kind of gazebo viewing pads?
It's something more to take up with your, with the planner, with the county. But I would, if it didn't have if you didn't have something that was overhead and you didn't have, fireplaces, that kind of stuff, and you were talking more about a pad,
Yeah.
just an eddying area, that does change the effect and the impact on the land and what you're building. So,
Thank you.
yeah. All right, guys, on the board, what do you think of Nicole's first pass here?
One thing, good job. I would, could I just say that on number 4, let's just, because I'm not sure what that plate height is. I think he said 15 feet was the roof. So maybe let's just say, appreciate the profile and maybe not low.
The deep roof overhangs and
yeah, just say
okay.
profile and deep roof overhang. I
Okay,
think that's
perfect.
accurate. Mm-hmm.
With regard to the barn, do we have anything else we want to add in here? I think you could combine 6 and 7.
Yeah. And I don't know that I would say not concerned, but that we're open to, how that would be resolved. But I wouldn't say not concerned. I think we are concerned. I think that we're.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Nicole, go ahead and put it.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about open to an architectural style or to differing architectural styles?
Okay.
Depending on how it's designed, it has to be well designed. Differing architectural styles.
And then you can take
and delete that last part. Something like that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think for number 8, I think you could say the material of the driveway is of concern, especially regarding reflectivity.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Yes. And on number 9, I think what
let her get this one finished.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. What it was the question, use of unpainted wood. Puck, maybe you want to jump in about this, but I believe what with regard to fire and the use of wood generally should be very, carefully considered. Puck, maybe you want to add to that? You were talking about that.
I'm trying to think that consideration of.
Could you add it to number 10, Puck?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And painted had nothing really to do with it, did it?
Right.
I mean,
No, I don't care about the paint.
it was wood material.
In the subterranean, I mean, you can use different types of wood, treatments, but the subterranean termite problem up here in the valley is going crazy. So there's environmental issues that can affect the use of wood.
Yeah.
Whether it's fire or termites.
Maybe add that fire danger and pest invasion or.
How about just what she's got there right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Did you want to include something about the roof and the use of sedum?
I think that's getting a little.
No, that's a little picky. I think it's
too much. Okay.
That was just like, oh, you might want to know about this, helpful comment from a local, nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you could add a summation requirement that we're really looking forward to the next iteration. When they return to us.
And again, and I don't see it here, because 9 seems a little dismissive to me that, and I
Yep.
think it might be a reflection of the graphics. Sometimes these more austere graphics seem a little not, the lines are pretty clean. And so anyway, I don't necessarily believe that they, I think they're
You
trying
want to
to,
just delete number 9?
I would.
All right. That's
And
easy.
what I would like to go on record about is the, people always say it's too early, but I would like to have them share directions about structural issues and things that can impact the site further. And I appreciate you reminding me that it's, at this point an invasive grassland, but I do think just how all of these things are managed together adds up to a stronger connection to the environment. But you don't have to put that down.
Puck, are you, or?
How
are you
about
saying-
how about in the looking forward to the next iteration of the project, particularly the landscape plan, as we weren't able to review that this time, and I think that pretty much covers it, because they'll get into what areas are disturbed and invasive and so on and so forth in that plan, I'm sure.
Well, are we saying on the one hand that since it is invasive, that anything goes, or are we saying that?
I'm not saying anything about that.
I'm asking a question. If it is, or if the intent is to have habitat restoration.
Kath, I don't want to even get into that until we see what they are thinking about.
Exactly.
Okay. Good.
Okay. Are we pretty good with this?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. That was worth it.
Yeah, see, now we're done with that.
How do we want to see them return? Further conceptual?
Yes.
So dearth of comment. I'm assuming that that's correct.
I just want to be clear when you say further conceptual, because often when people come back for further conceptual, there are issues with massing and bulk and scale and that kind of thing as well. I mean, we want to confirm with the additional information issues of neighborhood compatibility and sightlines and that stuff. But we'll see the landscape plan, maybe more ideas about the light. I mean, it's not quite preliminary, but I think if the applicant does have clear ideas about light spill and stuff, it would be good to bring those, even though it's quote unquote further conceptual. Does anyone agree with me, or do you think it's too?
So what you're saying is we don't want to give the applicant the idea that they're stuck in conceptual. They most definitely please proceed with your design and bring us all the information you can on the elements that we've talked about. And then we can move forward. But what I'm asking is, do you want us to ask them to return for preliminary with a plan or memo? Or do we want to see them return as conceptual?
I would be comfortable with continuing with conceptual. I think there's been enough concern about it. So I'd like to see how they take our comments and what they come back with.
Okay.
But
well, I think Puck's comment is a cogent one. And if I've misunderstood Puck, correct me, but I think what Puck is saying is that if we say you can return conceptual / preliminary with a planner's memo, that leaves them free to continue in their process. And then there's no guarantee we would actually take the preliminary action at that time, but we could still give all the comments and they wouldn't be held back thinking that they shouldn't bring us something. Right, Puck?
Oh, I think this is a complex project, which is great because it's got a lot of layers. So I don't really, whether we go conceptual and preliminary or two preliminaries, there's a lot of stuff to digest and we may not all get it in, that I think it'll be 2 meetings, however you want to name it. So.
Yeah, this is a lot of comments, so.
Well, we're just having general discussion right now, as I see it, as to how to proceed. I don't think you need to report all this. Let's just figure out which way we want them to return, right?
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, and I would say to continue as concept. That's what I'd like.
Robin?
Continue with concept.
And Puck, you're fine with continue with the concept?
Yes.
Okay. Alan?
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so return for conceptual, further conceptual. All right, I'm going to go to item number 4 is continued. Item number 5, we are 5 minutes before the noon hour. Let's go ahead and do item number 5 and take our break for lunch and then reconvene for the remainder of the agenda.
Bethany?
Anybody? Yeah.
How long our lunch break is?
Yeah. How long do we want to take for lunch break?
Well, are we going to do 5 first and then go to lunch?
Yes, we will do that. You want to do 5? I'll go ahead and call 5. 521 Bar, 202 Simmons Agricultural Barn. And while we're doing 5, the board, you need to think about what we want to do for lunch, how long we want to take for lunch.
Do you need to know that now, Puck?
Nope.
No, okay.
Or I don't. Puck might.
No, I mean, this next one is not complex, so let's go for it.
Okay. Do we have somebody here for this project, number 5?
Yes, this is agent for owner, Ben Woodall.
Okay. Let's see where we're at. Mesa Vista Lane, Solvang. Okay. All right, so this is our vicinity map. You want to go ahead and this, I think, is the project. You want to walk us through it here?
Yeah, so it's agricultural use prefab metal barn. I just want to mention that the reason we're in front of the board is because of the association, CC&Rs. Other than that, it's pretty simple, prefabbed barn, 40 by 60 feet. And we're going to be taking down a smaller one and putting up this newer, bigger one. The existing barn is 600 square feet to be removed.
And that's that little red rectangle. And then this is the new one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so this is.
I'm not seeing anything on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to share my screen. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is our vicinity map. I was going right along just like everybody could see it.
It's just off of Ballard Canyon.
Right.
Up by Chalk Hill in the Solvang
area. All right. And then here's your site. And so this is what you've got. This is the red outline of the existing barn that's being removed. And this is the new footprint, right?
Correct.
And here's your.
not nearly as interesting as the last.
Do you have, let's see, you do have some pictures. Hold on just a second.
Yeah, the neighbors got a few of these structures as well, adjacent, existing. So, but yeah, so there's the one to be removed and the new one will basically sit over the top of that.
Okay. And this is taken from which road? This is from,
That's the Linda Vista, or sorry, what is it? Is it Linda Vista? It's Mesa Vista.
Mesa Vista Road. Okay.
Yeah, it's a private drive. It services about 5 homes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was impressed that it actually has the Google. Okay. So does that's basically your presentation, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple exterior lights that are going to go, above the door for people, and then the door, the garage door.
And
No.
is this the in the photo we were looking at? This is the end we'd be seeing?
Correct. Yeah. You'll be seeing the garage door end.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Yes, are these the colors?
Those are the colors the owner would like. Yes.
So this is like a factory finish that you can get when you order it?
Yes.
Is it pretty accurate? I guess we need to see actual samples.
That's for comments.
Okay, yeah.
Any other questions?
Well, I guess my question is, does this reflect what it really looks like? When you compare your colors that you have, is this pretty close, do you think?
It's pretty close, again, but the computers are slightly off on the hues.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Any public comment, Jonathan?
If you have a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. Okay.
So we have one.
Hi, this is Nicole. For some reason, I've been downgraded and I don't have control over my audio.
Jonathan, can you put Nicole back in the main meeting, please?
Definitely. So it's gonna.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other public comment. Okay, board comments. I think the first one was we're going to need some color chips for some actual, the physical color chips. You're going to need to submit that as a physical board anyway. And we'll need a picture of that as well. That gets us a little closer than the CAD rendering of the colors. So that's the first comment. Anybody else have any other comments?
I have a comment. This is Cass. So the door, the big door there, the big one on the end, how does that go up? Is it a roll up or what?
It'll be a roll up.
Okay. I mean, it's a barn. There it is. My only comment would be if there's any way to kind of romanticize it at all, like give those doors some kind of detailing, like, maybe a X or something to make it a little bit more romantic. I don't know if you can do that. I know it's something you buy off the shelf, but, think about that because it certainly would, give it a little bit more, something more interesting to look at and to kind of bring in that historical romantic thing we all love.
Okay, noted.
Anybody else?
I've got a question. I must have missed it. What is he here for today?
Conceptual, I believe.
And is the only thing holding it up the possible color difference that we're looking at?
No, I haven't gotten all the comments yet.
Okay.
Anybody else have any other comments?
I have a comment.
Yes, Robin.
It's very industrial looking. I'd like to see some more detail just to make it less industrial.
Okay, anybody else?
Can we take a look at the existing building?
Yes. We're on 5, right? Yep. Anybody else have any other comments?
My question was, what is the existing building? I can't see the detail of that.
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. 58 Mesa Vista Lane. Okay, so this is the site, right?
Correct, yeah.
And am I correct that this is the barn?
Yep,
So it looks like we've got 2 other barns,
correct. Those are
and then looks
yeah,
like 2
stalls and
residences.
another barn. Mhm.
So there's a house here,
House,
some kind of a
that's a barn,
barn.
stalls,
Okay, and this is another house on the same
residential.
property.
Yep, second unit.
Okay, and does the property continue down here, or is this the line here?
That's the line there.
Okay, and so it looks like you get some other containers or other sheds, and then this is the barn we're talking about.
Correct.
Okay, well, I think that what we need is we need some pictures because the proximity and based on your barn, based on this is pretty close to this house, and it's going to take up a significantly larger portion in here. I'd like to see what these other structures look like. There's we don't have any pictures of this house or any of these structures. And given their proximity, I'd like to see some photographs of it. Now, this looks like, if we go to the site view, this is one of the houses.
Correct. Yeah, that's the main residence
Is my barn back?
to
Yeah,
the
it is.
left.
It's to the left. Yep.
You have to go down the driveway a little further.
Yep. So it looks like that's the main driveway.
Yep.
And this is, sorry that it's taken so long.
Continues on to the neighbor, and then
Yep.
well, the guest house, and then the neighbor.
Okay, so
That's neighbor's big metal barn that basically looks like the one we were proposing to the left.
and this one here.
Yeah, and then that's the one to be replaced.
Okay. So hold on, let me just make sure. I can see this barn, but I can't see this one. And you're saying I'm seeing this barn over here?
Yeah, I believe so. I think that's correct.
There seems to be an intervening building in the middle here.
Keep going down the street. Maybe can you go any further?
Yep, I can. This looks like the second residence
Oh,
on
there
the
you
house,
go. Yes. So that's the second residence.
which looks very much like a barn.
Right. Yeah. And
Okay.
If you keep going down, you can see the neighbors' barns, which whatever, it doesn't, it's here nor there, but I don't know if it'll let you go any further.
Well, we'll find out. So this is the neighbor's property, and that looks like a barn behind.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's all we're going to get as far as definition. We're not going to be able to zoom in there.
Okay.
Okay, so I think, especially seeing what this building looks like, for my purposes, instead of the starkness of this, it would be really nice if this structure, the proposed structure, in some way, shape, or form more closely resembled the other one. And to that end, I think what we're talking about is Cass and Robin's comments, which have to do with some architectural detailing, some overhangs, and that kind of stuff. That's what they're talking about, is getting something that actually looks more like that structure there.
Right, with the raised aisle.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
What I'm saying, and because I realize this is a off the shelf, building.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to make this more difficult for them at all. I think it's fine. I would like to, that's why I was suggesting if they could explore, especially as you're coming down the road, you're seeing that big door. If there's a way that you could somehow apply to that door. I realize it's segmented, but I have a similar garage door like that. And if you could get like a double X on it, or, something that just gives it the detail that looks, more rural and barn-like, I think that might be an easy, inexpensive way of getting something that, has a little bit more of a romantic feel. I'm fine with the lights, everything else I'm fine with, but I just think something like that. So I'm not trying to make you, do a double roof or anything like that. Just a very simple application for those doors.
Thank you for clarifying that, Cass.
Mm-hmm.
Is everybody else on board with that?
Hello?
Yep.
Actually, I think I might disagree with Cass on that. I feel like it's when people just paste on shutters that don't work. They're just stuck on, and the rest of the building, it's an industrial building. People here put up these industrial buildings for barns, for barn use. And what I believe has much more impact is the color. And so
maybe a darker roof like what that one is.
Yeah. I'm not against the applicant exploring the door idea, but also many times, so the door will be the same color as the building. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. No, they just kind of are what they are. And if you start sort of adding one thing, then the corner detailing and lack of it snowballs. Door, it kind of snowballs. So then what are you going to do about the man doors? I don't know. But I do think its relationship to the other buildings, I just wanted some pictures of that too. But anyway, that's
okay. So let me try this and see if we have a consensus. All right.
Madam Chair, can I also make another suggestion? Because I get what Puck is saying. I wonder if they might explore then the possibility of having the doors be a different color. Maybe they could be a red or something, and then being or a dark gray, or somehow contrasting, just to give it a little bit more detail in some way that is cost effective and functional. So, something like that. I'm just trying to explore other ways of having it, be a little bit better than just what we see everywhere. That doesn't mean we want to continue down that road. We want to make things be the best that they can be. So maybe that might be another consideration.
Can I go out on a limb and say something and see if we have consensus?
Yep.
Okay. So I think what we would like to see is some site photos of the other structures on the site. I think we'd like to see not this red color, but a color that matches this structure and the residence, the two this very barn-like structure though, that matches that. I think that if you came in with a proposal that, I think I don't think based on this rendering, I don't think we have an objection to this color, but I think what we would be really comfortable with is a color that matched or was very compatible with the body color on this structure here. And as well as a proposal, perhaps an option for a couple of colors for the barn door, or some kind of a detailing to the barn door, or even the man doors, that is still within the manufacturer's palette, which we know is limited. And if you return with those, then we could probably make a decision fairly quickly. Is that, have I got it? Have I captured it, board?
Yeah,
Yes.
very good. Excellent.
Okay, so if you do that, sir,
Okay.
I think we can get you cleared for preliminary final full board. Come back with all that information. We'll make the selections. We'll come up with what's going to be the final, and then you can and just take a picture. You're going to need to have a picture. You're going to have to put together that materials board.
Mhm.
And you can show the two chips. Like, say you want to propose two colors for the doors. The materials board will say you'll have a color chip from the manufacturer that shows the body color, the roof color, and material. And then you're going to have, say, this is what we could put on the doors. And then we will decide in the meeting, we can come to a consensus about, which colors where and that kind of stuff. But then you won't have to alter your board. You can just kind of exit out or pull it off. And then, because you'll need to submit those physical boards after the hearing. You're going to need to turn that in. But if you have a picture of the board, the physical board, as well as these drawings, and you have the pictures, then I think we can get you out of here in one more visit.
Okay, that sounds great. We'll do it.
Okay. You got the notes, Nicole?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, board, how long are we taking for lunch?
20 minutes?
I need at least 20 minutes. And 30 is better for me, but
I'm okay with either one. You guys pick.
I really need 30 today. My granddaughter's visiting and she's 13. She's starving.
yeah, that's my problem.
When the boss says 30, we take 30.
All right, let's do 30
Okay.
minutes. So that brings
you.
us back probably about 10 minutes till 1.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
Jonathan,
you.
we're gonna take our break. We'll return at 10 minutes till 1. All the applicants will proceed with number 6 will be the first item when we come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
See you then.
Thank you.
Hi, Bethany. Are we back yet?
Not yet. I'm just getting ready.
Okay, cool. I'm here on standby.
I'm
Good
here.
to know.
This is Nicole.
Okay, great. Okay, so Cass and Nicole, you're here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who else have we got?
I'm
Robin?
here. Yes.
Huck? Okay. That was Robin, right?
Yes, I just heard Rob.
Yes.
Okay, and then we're just waiting for Puck. Okay, do we have someone here for item number 6?
Yes, this is Laurel Perez with SEPS Planning and Permitting Services. Hello, everybody.
Hello, I'm gonna go ahead. This is the first time we've seen this, so I'm gonna go ahead and call the item. And I've got it queued up on my screen, and so you can just tell me which way you want to go, and hopefully you can be succinct
We will, I
so
promise.
that we can get through this.
Yeah, you guys have a long agenda. Just real quick, I'll just do a very brief planning intro. The project site is located.
Well, let me call the item. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
622 bar 58 Hudson River LLC, New Barns. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. The project site is located about a mile and a half west of Buellton off of Highway 246. It's a 63-acre property. It's zoned Ag 240. It's been farmed for decades and will continue to be farmed by the new owners. We filed a land use permit application back in March. Hugo Agosto is our P&D planner. He's been to the site. We've conducted biological resources analyses on the property. to make sure we're providing adequate setbacks for the new structures. We're looking at 4 barn structures. The project was reviewed by the APAC back on June 3rd, and they found the project consistent with the county's uniform rules. This is a property that's under a Williamson Act. The APAC reviewed the ag operations plan. They confirmed the project meets the requirements of the uniform rules and justifies the need for the 4 barns. APAC also supported the location of the barns, which are proposed to be located immediately adjacent to an existing ag service road. They're located in a way because it makes most sense for the functions of the operation. It also, they're located in a location that is at a slightly lower elevation as viewed from Highway 246 to help, address visibility issues and to also avoid the oak tree that you see there on site in that dark green. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so trying to minimize impacts to the on-site ag operations by locating them immediately adjacent to this road, as I mentioned, and also by minimizing impacts to prime soils on site. So with that, I'll hand it over to the project architect, Jeff Wellman, who will walk you through the project plans.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeff Wellman. I'm principal architect with 541 Architecture, and I would be happy to walk through this set of plans with you. Bethany, maybe what you can do is we could start off with the site plan, and we could just kind of pick our way through the drawings. How about that? Sure. Okay. So as Laurel mentioned, we've recently been unanimously approved by APAC, and we went through a rigorous review with them. So I think we've got everything set and pretty on this site for the most part. So with that said, this farm is going to be predominantly hay and alfalfa production. And these 4 agricultural buildings, which are 3,000 square feet each, will be utilized to handle 2 things. One will be farm equipment storage, and the other will be obviously the hay storage and the alfalfa storage. And the reason that we have 4 barns is because the way that this will be farmed, we will have a variety of product that will be provided, and the owner wants to separate the product into these farms or into these barns. And then of course, we'll have one covered structure to, keep the tractors and all the farm equipment, out of the weather. If you can maybe zoom in on the enlarged site plan, we can kind of take a better picture of this. And this will be C001. There you go, over to the right there. So you can see how these barns are, orientated towards the service road. And the reason that we have orientation like that is so that we can have ease of maneuverability to get farm equipment in and out of the barns. The service road is existing. We're not proposing any new roads on this project whatsoever. It's a dirt road. As you can also see, we've indicated some screening. On the backside of the agricultural structures, so that will help, with the visibility from Highway 246. And then we've also sprinkled in a little bit of decorative plantings just between, the barns, just to kind of beautify, the area in here so it's not so blasé. We are approximately 45 feet or so from the oak tree. And that's a very old oak tree that will be existing. We're not going to touch that. We're way outside the drip line. And,
is this the picture of the existing tree that's
there?
Yeah,
and it's this was our rendition of sort of looking at these structures, from the highway. It's a little bit closer from the highway, but I just wanted to depict the screening mechanism that we're using. The existing oak tree that is there established. And then, the visibility of the barns will be, diminished by the landscape.
This is the existing view from 246.
That's the existing view right now. You can kind of see the oak tree back there.
Right there.
Right there. That's it.
Okay.
So the old shade tree. So showed you some fencing details. A lot of this stuff is existing. The owners put this in a couple of years ago. They've established a tree line along 246 that's double layered. I think it's 2 years old now, and it's starting to get well established. So this is going to be, I think, real critical as you're going down Highway 246. So you don't see anything, or you don't see much.
Okay.
when you're passing by. So that was an important addition when they first purchased this farm. There's also 2 existing buildings on the farm. They have an existing 30 by 72 hay barn on the farm, which is utilized now, and it will continue to be utilized. And then also there's an existing residential trailer that's on there right now, and that will remain as well. As pretty much used as, it might be used as an office. You know, I don't think anybody's going to live in there, but it'll just be sort of an ag office structure.
Okay.
And it's all behind trees too, and it's kind of lower, so you really can't see those.
Okay. So here's your...
I mean, that's sort of it in a nutshell for the site. Did anybody have any questions about?
We will ask you questions later.
Okay, sure. Then let's go to the next one.
And then here's your...
Oh, you can go to the building too, if you want. You want to just do the building now, or
you want to do this one?
Let's just flip through them, you know, and some will be short, some will be long. So this one is more for APAC. This was a land utilization chart that we basically created for them to show them, you know, where our field crops are going to be grown, you know, where the little bit of livestock grazing, you know, that they'll have on site. And then we have just a residential development envelope that we needed to show them. So there you go. We looked at the rendering, you know, that's kind of screening mechanism. This is a pre-manufactured metal building. Easy up, easy in and easy up. And these are about 3,000 square feet. And just to let everybody know, this is not our first rodeo along this corridor. So we have designed and we have proposed other metal ag buildings in the past. So we've learned a few things. And as you go flip through these renderings, these elevations, you can see that we've articulated, you know, these barns, you know, well beyond just a 4-sided barn with a sloped roof. So we have here, we have some man doors that have some canopy covers over them. We have some bracketry that we have put up in the eaves of the metal buildings just to articulate them. And we have, you know, just you know, minor detail, you know, just to kind of bring these up another level than just being your standard run-of-the-mill ag building. So no doors on the front, it's all open. So that's easy in, easy out for the tractors.
So these are not black doors, they're just opening.
Nah, that's just a shade inside because there's no lighting, there's no HVAC, there's no nothing. These are there's no utilities to these buildings other than the building themselves. But you know, we have an owner who's very passionate, you know, about architecture and how to articulate her buildings, and that's what we did.
Okay. Here's your door.
Yeah, it's just our door schedule. So got some building sections in there to show you some heights, you know, some detailing, some building sections, you know, roof plan. So I mean, it's pretty basic. It's all slab on grade. Our details are calling for insulation, but honestly, we're probably not gonna have any insulation.
Okay. Did you have any kind of a landscape plan beyond this or this?
No, for the conceptual, no, we just
That's fine.
have this.
I
so
just
that
want to
we
make
can-
sure I didn't miss anything.
Nah, the only thing that you're missing is the materials board, which it appeared that we maybe submitted that too late. You know, I mean, I have it if you want me to share my screen, and you can take a look at some things. But
I got a bunch of stuff. I got site photographs. Here's your
you?
material board.
Oh, well, you did get it. Oh, yeah. Okay. There you go. So we have galvalume metal siding, and we have sort of a brownish trim that we're going to use for the trim pieces, and then we'll have a complementary, you know, sort of brownish, you know, color for the doors and the canopies. So it's contrast.
The man doors, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because there are no overhead doors.
Yeah, yeah, that's just the same thing.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And site photos.
It's a pretty farm. It's got nice views of the mountains, and
there's your tree.
There's your tree. It's just missing a tire swing.
Well, the tree might not agree with you.
You never know. That's all the new fencing that they put in.
Right.
That's all the new landscape that they put in. Better shot of it. Double row fencing, landscape.
246.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Those are those buildings in the background I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
See those? Yeah.
There's one of the trailers. Okay.
Mhm.
Into the site. Okay.
Mhm.
Nice series of photographs.
Yeah, yeah. You know, picture's worth 1,000 words. So
Well, and you pretty much covered the whole site, so that's nice. We did the plans. I don't think we need any of that stuff. All right. Yep, we got the materials board. All right. I'm gonna go back to the plans. Does anyone have a question for clarification, or do they? And if not, we'll just hold it till comments.
One question here. Is there any lighting?
negative.
Okay,
No lighting, no HVAC, no electrical. These are shell buildings.
okay.
Okay.
All right. That's my
Any
question.
other questions?
Nope.
All right. Do we have any public comment, Jonathan?
If anybody would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. Seeing none.
Okay. Board, who wants to start off with comments? All right, I'll go first. Very nice looking buildings for just a shell building. And I
That's the intent.
appreciate the thought you've put into it. I also like the fact that there isn't any lighting. I'd like to hear what the rest of the board thinks about your screening and stuff. I'm not sure you need it, quite frankly, but I'd like to hear what everybody else says.
Hello? It's
Yes,
Puck.
it's Puck.
I really just want to say I appreciate the ability of the applicant to take industrial buildings and accept what they are, but then work with them to create an elevated level of design. And I like the materials, and I don't think they have to be completely screened. Those are my comments.
Hey, Cass or Robin?
I concur.
Cass?
I love it. I think they did a great job, and I agree with everything everybody else has said. And I just think it looks great for, off the shelf building. You did an excellent job. Very pleased. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan?
I'm good to go without any screening, and I always thought we don't consider screening in this decision anyway.
Well, we don't, but in this case, I don't think it adds anything to the project was my point.
I agree. I'm good to go just the way it is.
Okay.
I'll also add, I would be fine without the screening too. If you all say that, I totally am on board with that idea.
Okay. So they're here for conceptual review. Do we want them to come back preliminary final?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we do it on consent?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So we'd like you to return preliminary final on consent if the planner is amenable. They've asked us not to do preliminary and final on consent on the same day. So you'll have to talk to your planner, but it's okay with us if they're okay with it.
Okay.
The committee, I would be okay with that.
Okay. Perfect. So you got your answer, and we look forward to seeing you back.
All right, rock and roll.
That
Thanks very
nice
much,
presentation, very complete.
Great job. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you.
everybody. All right, have a good day.
Item number 7, 22 bar 93 JSP 3 horse boarding and training facility. Do we have anyone here for this project?
Hi, you have James Thielen, I'm the property owner, and
Okay.
our architects are on as well.
Okay. Let's see. Get this called up. Okay, here's our site. I think I got the right site, right?
That is the right site, yes.
Perfect. All right, so let me get the plans loaded up, and we're seeing this for the first time as well. So as soon as I get your plans on the screen, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and start your presentation. Please be succinct. We're trying to get through a bunch of stuff here today. Which one do you want me to do? The first one, the
yes.
DP package?
Yeah, the package.
Okay. And I apologize if this takes a minute to load. So you can go ahead and get started. I'll put you on this one so you can talk about where we are.
Loading, I'll just give you a little bit of a background. Again, my name is James Phelan. My family and I purchased the property in 2017. The property is zoned the Ag 1, and it's a long-standing ag property with the ag uses on it. It was originally developed as an equestrian ranch over at least the last 50 years. About 20 years ago, a prior owner began to plant some vineyards on the property as well. Among the ag uses going on the property right now is a very small scale boarding operation, mostly friends and family, local community members. We've got about 8 boarders, but because of the way the county is looking at it, they want us to apply and obtain a CUP for the boarding operations. And as part of that process, we are being told that we need to get essentially a development plan on the property, which kind of forces us to think longer term about what we want to do with the property. So the proposed buildings that the CJ is going to walk you through here in a moment, they really are possible additions, and they really have nothing to do with the boarding operations. They really have to do with the fact that over time we'd like to expand our vineyard operations. A number of the neighboring parcels have vineyards on them. Some additional neighbors are starting to plant vineyards, and we would like to kind of expand our vineyards, and we need a few structures that will help support those operations. Okay. So that's what you're going to be looking at. The package is a big package that covers a lot of this stuff because it's part of the whole CUP. But really, these additional structures are all focused not on the CUP, not on the boarding. It's the future. And if I didn't have to do a development plan right now, I probably wouldn't be thinking about it right now. But since I have to do a development plan, we had to put the thought and the time and effort into it. So, the only other thing I'd say as far as the design of the structures, really my instruction to the architect, and what you see is kind of the result of that was, but they, just respect what's currently there. It's an equestrian ranch, that's its history. And so we asked them to design something that, kind of paid homage to that, but, integrate the, new materials and construction techniques of our time. So anyway, that's the background on it. You don't have any questions for me, I can have CJ take it from here.
Yeah, good afternoon, CJ Horstman, MW Architects. Been working with James and his family to help navigate the CUP process and kind of capture the totality of what's occurring and may occur in the future on this property. Most of the package in front of you, and we've been working closely with Adam Orta planning to substantiate existing ag exempt structures, propose a couple new ag exempt structures. So really before you, I'd say go to that second site plan is going to represent the scope of what we're reviewing today from an architectural standpoint. The site's had long-standing ag uses, and we've wanted to keep the architecture and the kind of the planning consistent with those uses, and kind of capture, like James said, any potential future uses that are consistent with the historic and allowed uses on the site. Just for kind of site layout, you have to the what would be the northwest of the site, you have Ballard Canyon Road. That's the public road running along the bottom of the site. Then you have a flattened area below where you have the horse arena, which is that light blue larger box. There's one proposed structure down there that we'll talk about, and some existing structures as well. Then moving towards the southeast of the parcel, you have a large hill with native oak trees that is all remaining untouched. And then you have what we call like the upper portion of the site, which is fronting along the access. It's labeled as Ballard Canyon Road, and those plans, but that is a private.
That's a
shared
private drive, yeah.
Yeah, private road that's shared to get to the top side of the site. The existing residence and pool are pretty clear right there. There's some existing barn structures as well in that area. And really we're covering, there's 3 orange boxes that are with the squares around them that we're covering today. So I can speak for kind of the architecture of all the structures, and then we can kind of look at each plan set, but all the structures have been designed with an agrarian style. It's consistent with the existing architecture on the site. Literally the one on the lower part of the site is nearly a carbon copy of a building that's down there. We're just gonna construct the second one for storage. Aside from complying with the zoning standards, heights and setbacks, we've kind of maintained some efforts to limit development where there's public and private view sheds. The architectural massing is consistent with the shed and gable roof configurations that you'd see with agrarian type buildings, and a lot of them will match existing buildings on this site that have been historically used. And then we have some, oversized outriggers with truss details, compliant gooseneck lighting fixtures concentrated over doorways provided by code. So you can go through, this exhibit just shows some compliance for the equestrian. So that is no consequence to this committee. If you go on to the first floor plan and maybe just the elevation on the second page, I can kind of talk about the materials. All the buildings, except for one, share the same materials. We went with a board and batten style. It will be, because of WUI, it's going to be a fibrous cement. We did permitting for another barn on this site back in 2017, and we use the traditional looking fibrous cement vertical white with a gray standing seam metal roof, white trim, and then dark gooseneck fixtures that will kind of are consistent around the site. The door detail that you see there is consistent with existing buildings on the site, for that green color being an accent used on other buildings around the site. And I'm not sure if site photos made it to your upload. We can definitely provide that upon our next review. And then, yeah, if you continue to move through, so yeah, I don't think there's I'm not seeing any photos. So
no, I didn't.
I can provide some supporting photos to show you those, but those doors are essentially copycats. This structure here is the carbon copy on the lower part of the property of what we're going to be using for storage for some of the wine operation on the site. Literally the same footprint.
So that's
same.
That's that. This one here.
Right there, that one there.
Okay.
Correct. And then moving on down, this is an existing building that we're doing an interior. This is part of an LUP, just the use change of an interior. So that's not a consequence. Same materials and same style.
Is this the conversion that's mentioned?
Correct. That's the conversion of that existing barn. Correct.
Okay.
And then if we keep going, this is the addition. It actually is an addition between 2 existing stable structures of a tractor garage below with a future ag employee dwelling on top. And this is the only structure where we're introducing a different material. We're going to use a patinaed corrugated metal siding to be a kind of a softened contextual texture that kind of blends in with the oak landscape, and it gives it a little more of a ag industrial look in this regard. There is an existing barn on the property that is painted red. This was more of a natural look at that rather than a stark, darker red barn. We wanted to go with a little bit more natural softened material to complement. So yeah, again, the materials are straightforward. Oh, this is a goat shed, which is more funny to me that this ends up making it to this package, but this is actually an as-built goat shed that exceeded the ag exempt square footage standards for the structure. So we are documenting this as a as-built goat shed, and I'm hoping that the goats will retain their home after our CUP. So, again, similar materials.
Just
happy to answer any questions and
let's see if I can get
comments
this.
you might
So
have.
let's see, the goat shed is this guy here, this little yellow
Correct.
guy.
Yep. Little yellow guy.
And this was the the structure with the employee dwelling on top that's in between the two
Correct.
units, right?
Mhm.
And we looked at this one and the conversion and this one. Did we see these three down here?
Yeah, those were late additions, haven't made it to
Okay.
the elevations yet. So
Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay.
correct.
All right. Does that conclude your presentation for now?
Yep, I had a PowerPoint, but it didn't make it again, and I don't want to ask you to share the screen, so because I know it.
Well, just for future reference, if you want to do a PowerPoint presentation, go ahead and submit it. And
Yep, no,
then
I got it ready
part
for
of
next
the-
time.
Yeah, then it's part of the thing, and then we can use it.
Yeah, it would have
Okay.
been much more succinct than having to go through land use permit drawings that are
That's
with
okay.
a lot of extra information. So
We
thank you
got
for
it.
navigating that.
We got it. Okay. Are there any quick questions before I go to public comment? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Jonathan, you want to call for public comment?
Wait, is there anybody here that would like to make a public comment?
Nope, we've got two hands raised.
Yep. Michael Wallenstein, if you'd like to unmute yourself.
Will do. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good. Thanks for taking a few moments. I'll keep my comments very brief given where we are. I'm Michael Wallenstein. I'm an attorney with a firm called Wolf Wallenstein in Los Angeles. I represent a couple of the adjacent property owners. I think it's important just for the board at this stage to have a little bit of context. The CUP in this matter is addressed not so much to vineyard improvements, but to establishing the right to run a large commercial boarding facility with a total of 54 horses. And the essential objection that my clients have is that, notwithstanding the references to ag uses, under both state and the local zoning codes, a commercial boarding facility is not, as a matter of law, a agricultural use. I don't want to go into citing cases and things like that for you at this stage of the game. But the overall point of the issue is that there isn't a set of architectural or design review conditions that this board can approve that would allow an unlawful use to be put onto the property. And so I think it's important to lay down, if you will, a marker early on so that the board, when it's considering its, the design aspects, that it realizes there really isn't, and from my point of view and my client's point of view, an end result that will allow the development of this project. I just also will make the board aware there is in fact litigation pending between my clients and the owners of the project property because, number one, the proposed use in the existing uses as a horse boarding facility create a public and private nuisance, but also are not in compliance with the CC&Rs that govern the Mesa Hills subdivision. So with that, I'll end my comments and appreciate your time.
Okay. Is it Tanya Gies or Gies? Sorry if I mangled your name.
Hi, Madam Chair, real quick. This is Adam Orta, plan for the project.
Yeah.
So apologies for the tardiness. I'm here now, just so you know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm Tonya Guys, and I live directly adjacent to the Phelan property. And just to correct Mr. Phelan, this has never been a commercial horse boarding equestrian lesson operation ever. It's only been a horse, property for people that own the property. And he can go back 30 years to the people that have been here from the beginning. But my concerns with all this is that Mr. Phelan only has so much usable land for the structures. And he's just going to dot the ridgeline views with these high barns and structures. I've been to the county twice and he still doesn't have plans for things that would directly affect my home. The three structures up on the top, would just dot the skyline with height.
So you're talking about these three down here.
And the other one looking over at the guest house thing, the employee dwelling.
Okay. And so
because
this is your property here?
Right. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And the thing is that he put up a spite fence because he doesn't have a CUP, an 8-foot and sometimes higher than 8 feet spite fence, so that he could hide what he's doing behind the fence. It is, everybody in this neighborhood hates the fence. It is not in line or compatible with anything in Mesa Hills. And frankly, it's not compatible with anything in the Santa Ynez Valley that I've ever seen a fence like this. And he's just trying to put tons of stuff into a little space. He has 25 acres, but it's not 25 usable acres. I really think that the county should come out, the architectural review, and look at all this. And look and see how this does not look nice or pleasant.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. I'm
now
just gonna,
excuse me, wait, before you hang up on me, I have Weenie Solonet, who is his other neighbor. She doesn't know how to Zoom, and so she's here and she would like to make her comments.
okay, can I just explain something real fast? And then, yes, absolutely, she can make your comments, and I wasn't gonna hang up on you. I was just interrupting.
Okay.
Okay, so as you know, we're the Board of Architectural Review. Very often a project, wineries, some of this type of, commercial, some of those kinds of things, and some of the bigger ag projects, their first stop is the BAR. And often, and I'm not speaking specifically to this project, but often there are other levels of review, not just within the planning department, which the planner can speak to, but also planning commission or other decision makers, which the planner can also address. And so once you get yourself, you contact the planner, get each of you get on the notification list. And then you'll be kept up to date on all these various things. And then rounding back around, because we're the first stop, a lot of times people will, they'll use their 3 minutes, but they'll talk about things that aren't necessarily in our purview. We actually have a very restricted purview. Doesn't mean we're not interested, but we have a very restricted purview. And so what we're looking at is not whether it's an allowable use, not whether it's permittable, not whether they could have events at a winery or any of those kinds of things. What we're looking at, what we're specifically enjoined to look at, is siting, which you touched on, the kinds of structures, what they look like, the styles, are they compatible with the neighborhood? And you spoke to that as well. Those kinds of things. So if you frame your comments with those in mind, that will help us in our review. Okay. So did you have anything you wanted to add, Tanya, real quick?
No, I think it's too many structures on a little space and it's not compatible with the rest of the neighborhood.
Perfect. Now, you said you had another neighbor there with you, and of course, her name's not showing up for the record. If she could spell her name for our secretary to write down, and then she can give her comments.
I'm sorry. My name is Renee, last name Solnit. It's like Sam, OLNIT.
Okay, thank you very much. You want to make your comments, ma'am?
Go ahead and say what you think.
I've had the wonderful pleasure of living in Mesa Hills since 1989. And when I say a pleasure, it has been visually, safety-wise, everything else. My concerns probably won't be addressed at this meeting, because all I'm going to say is it's affecting my visuals when we go to the end of the street and I look at our beautiful sunsets. I think the new structures that they're going to be or hoping to build will be another 12 feet or so above the horrible looking wall that is surrounding the Felon property. It's really not a fence. We all call it the wall. So I just hope that much of this won't go through. The visuals for the Felons, the beautifully planned front structures are great, but we won't be seeing that. We'll be seeing the height above the wall. So I have a lot more to say, but it's not to be addressed at this time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. John Legatino, did I say that correctly? Go ahead and unmute and there
Okay,
you go.
can you, okay, there we go. I live directly next to the Phelan's as well. And the structures that they are planning to build are an extreme nuisance to my property. They will devalue my property. The white fence that he constructed is atrocious. It's almost something that, you know, you should be living in a slum, living next to it.
Applicable.
All of
those, right? Yeah.
you guys should unmute.
Good for him. But
Ms. Guys?
Yes.
Go ahead and mute your microphone so we're not hearing you. Thank you.
The amount of people that will be attracted to this property really create a nuisance for everybody up in Mesa Hills. We are a private community with an HOA and CCNRs that regulate exactly what you can and can't do. Mr. Phelan has completely ignored that. And you know, we're gonna take it up further. It's from the moment he's moved in, it has been an atrocious experience for all of us. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. And I know what your purview is, but you know, these are things that we need to express because we are being abused, totally abused by this man and his family. And there are 17 different homes up there. Everybody feels the same way, but he continues for some reason to carry this forward. And this is a private community. That Ballard Canyon Road that you see there, that's a private road that we all pay for. It's not a public road so that he can use it for his commercial benefit. And all these buildings that he's planning to build are for commercial benefit. We have our own private well system within Mesa Hills that he's going to use for his commercial use. And again, I know that's not your angle, but it's got to be expressed. And Adam Ord is well aware of all this.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Adam, did you have anything you needed to fill us in on? Is there anything you need to add or want to add?
Oh, Madam Chair, members of the board. There's nothing I need to add. I'm available for any land use related, environmental related questions, but I don't have anything to add at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. All right. Board comments?
I'll go first. I believe because of the siting of the buildings, I'm not disagreeing with the veracity of the exhibits, but it's a pretty complex place. And given neighborhood concerns, I would like to do a site visit.
Okay. Anybody else?
I got a general question to staff.
Yeah.
I realize that a lot of the concerns that the neighbors have or that might be brought up in the future are not under our purview. But does it really make sense for us to even look at this project at this point when there's so much contention going on? Is there a mechanism where they can go along until they find out what they're going to do, if anything, and then get it back to us?
Oh, did you?
I can, this is Adam. I can kind of speak into that a little bit.
Actually, this was to staff.
That's Adam.
Hi, yeah, sorry. If you're looking,
Adam is staff. He's the planner.
Okay, sorry about that. No disrespect.
oh, no, none taken. I'm sorry, I totally forgot your question. Do you mind asking me that again?
He wanted to know, is there a process for this project to kind of move along and sort out what's going to be done and sort out some of the other extraneous issues that don't fall under our purview and then return to us? That was his question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so to answer that, so they're here for conceptual review. The agents and the owner are still, they have yet to go to the other review boards that will be necessary. So at this point, we're still early on in the process. Staff is still staff is just beginning to conduct, environmental CEQA review on the project. There's obviously more elevations and details we need to get straightened out as far as the site plans go. So this is just here for conceptual. Obviously, the board cannot approve the set of plans until after the agent and owner have gone to planning commission and the planning commission has made a decision and action. So again, the applicant, the owner is here just for conceptual review only at this moment, and further work still needs to be done. So I think it is an appropriate time to have this come to your board's review.
So Adam, let me just recapitulate and kind of make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying. And so I think what you're saying is they've submitted the BAR application and the BAR review and P&D and Planning Commission. It's all kind of intertwined, so that the process, as I understand it, is that this project will work through its BAR review and we would bring it up to what we would consider a preliminary level, or where we could grant preliminary level. We would hold that action in abeyance. It would go to the Planning Commission and then return to us afterwards for us to take a final action. Is that the process? Is that the correct process?
Well said, Madam Chair. Yes, you said a lot better than I did. Thank you.
No worries. I just want to make sure I was on the same page.
Yes, thank you.
So does that answer the question, Alan?
Actually, it does, but I have something else to add to this.
Yes, go for it.
A couple things that really concern me about this. One, we already know upfront that there's litigation. We were told that today. Number two, I personally wouldn't want to go along with this and give approval and have them say at some future board, but CBAR said it was okay, even though it makes no sense in the venue they're in. And my question is, it's quite possible this is going to come back in a totally different configuration. So my question is, and it's just a very basic question, at this point, even though it's probably legal for us to go through, do you honestly think we're not wasting our time?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Adam.
Oh, okay. So the staff is aware that there are private CCNRs that prohibit the proposed use. However, staff is only concerned with making sure the applicant and the agent is meeting CEQA criteria and our land use development code, is in compliance with both of those main things. We're not too concerned with the private CCNRs, and at this point, what the applicant is proposing is a permitted use in the zone that this is sitting in. So we will take this as far as we can take it, but obviously there are things that may affect the project that are outside our purview, and I think that is also the case with CBAR's design review authority, for lack of a better word. I think there's so much that staff here can take it. We can take it as far as it can go. However, staff is not the end decision maker on this project, but we will take it as far as it can go, and we will make sure that the agent and the property owner are meeting all the criteria set forth in the land use development code for the use and the structures, as well as all of the Sycamore review that is needed.
Let me ask you a question. If this goes, if we're working along as what we're doing now with the buildings pretty much where they are, but if this goes along and they make changes as to the building, and I'm just making this up, building size, building use, building location, at what point would staff say, this has got to come back to CBAR for review?
When the PC makes a decision on this project is when we would come back to your board for final review. Preliminary final, I'm sorry.
I don't think that answered Alan's question, but
Bethany?
yeah.
I think this is kind of exposing a rabbit hole that we need to discuss later, because there are just layers of confusion about Hope Ranch and Hollister Ranch, and I could go on and on. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But I think we all know at this moment in time, this particular project, the county has deemed that they are going to review it, and then the HOA is going to do their thing. And we have our blinders on to all of that. And we have to deal with the project before us.
But I have a question for you. If the project comes back and it's different, and I've never been involved in something like this on CBAR, if the project comes back in months or whenever it is, and is substantially different, do we have to start all over again? Because
no, we pick up project? Because we don't lose any of the knowledge that we've had before.
Although I just want to say, if it's wildly different, I've been on projects where you have to go back to concept again.
Okay, I just want to know if that mechanism is still available. Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah,
I think so. Maybe somebody from staff can clarify that, but that's always
yeah,
sort
that's,
of, I don't want to
always, it depends on the scope of the changes. It's hard to answer it one size fits all. If it changes drastically, then drastically to where it becomes a new project, we have to renotice it. It really depends.
But there is a mechanism in place for that when that happens.
If it was absolutely necessary, yeah. And yeah.
So I have a question for Nicole or Adam or both. These three buildings, the specifically the winery, the structures for vineyard expansion. That's not how this is agendized right now.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I mean, the structures are identified as vineyard supply storage, but this is here as a horse boarding and training facility. So I'm a little confused about how that's going to work through the process. I mean, are we going to see a change in the agenda?
So, so the vineyard storage, so the applicant grows grapes on site. That's a just outright permitted use in ag zoning. The applicant can grow grapes and do as you wish. So that will be directly towards that kind of activity going on the site. There will not be any processing happening on site. Just growing of grapes. So that's what this new vineyard storage building you see highlighted in orange right there.
Okay. So that's ongoing as part of your review, and staff is comfortable with the description and the way it's worded and what we're reviewing.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure we're still moving forward with the same thing. All right. So in the interest of reviewing the project that's before us, do we have any comments aside from Puck's already, which was she wants to have a site visit? I would endorse that wholeheartedly. But before we get into talking about what we would like to see on the site visit, let's get some more feedback from the members on the responses to the structures. Cass?
Sure, I'll go. So with regard to the design aesthetics only, only, not with regard to all this other stuff that is in other, under other review and responsibility. I will say that I think that not go to a different elevation than this, and I'll talk about this in a sec. I think that these are very nicely designed structures. I think they're very appropriate. I think they are very nice. I approve. I would approve of these. Just as a comment on the one with the 2-story with the metal that you were just at a second ago. I'm not sure about this. And also then, given the comments from the neighbors, I would suggest that the applicant look at this again and maybe not do a 2-story, maybe do it in some other way that's more low, a 1-story, and to keep all of the materials the same. I think that the white and the gray and the green are very successful and work really well. So just kind of keep it in many times in design, if you just keep to a very simple palette throughout the whole thing, it just all hangs together better. So I would take another look at that and maybe reconsider how to do that and keep it more of a low profile. But just as far as the design itself, just what we're here for, I think this is a nice composition and use of materials, and appropriate for a ranch style. It's ranch.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. I've got somebody who's raised their hand. Who's Eric? Is this in response to this project? Because I've kind of moved on from public comment. I just need to make sure that I'm not ignoring somebody.
Oh, no, that's an error. Let me remove that. Apologies.
Okay, thank you. All right, Robin?
I agree. I think the structures, the other structures, not the 2-story structures, are just fine, but the 2-story one, I think, doesn't work for me. I think I agree with Cass, keeping the palette simple throughout is really the best way to go.
Okay. Alan?
I don't have anything to add that either the lady said before. So
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, so I think what I'd like to do is talk about what we'd like to see on a site visit. I think that we'd probably want to see, first of all, I agree with Puck. I think a site visit is necessary. I would like to see, I'm just going to go for minimums here, and then board, tell me what you think. I think all of these buildings should be staked. This one should be story poled, or at least minimally story poled, so we can get an idea of what that's going to look like. This
Bethany,
one's already here. Yeah.
Bethany, could you tell me, like, use a descriptor?
What I'm talking about. Okay, so I'm looking at, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So they have, I'm on, which plan? I'm on site plan proposed structures, the schematic site plan for reference, which is the second sheet in the package. Building S, vineyard storage operation. Potentially might want to see story polling on that one. There's a trailer pad, which we don't need to see, just staked. Barn utility storage. That one, I don't know if we need it to see any more than staking. And then we're talking about this tractor storage barn employee dwelling unit. That's W. Okay, you quit typing, so I'm going to assume you caught up.
Yeah.
Okay, so the tractor storage barn employee dwelling unit, that's the one that is substantially different in materials. And I think we'd like to see staking on that, or a story polling on that one. And then on the lower portion of the site is building T, which is vineyard supply storage. And I'd leave it to the board whether we need staking or story polling. Can the board give me a
Madam
feedback here? Yes, Cass.
I would suggest keep it as simple as possible. Just do staking. I don't think we need to have story polls on that
Okay.
element, because I think we've made mention that they may consider removing it altogether. So
Okay.
on notice that we are concerned about that, and they might come back with something completely different, and they may be thinking that as we speak. So I hate to, let's get out there and see this place and
Then
get
let's do the staking for sure.
do this at another time. But I think we understand well enough what's kind of going on here. We just need to be there on the site to fully understand kind of where the neighbors are coming from and that sort of thing.
Okay, Puck and Robin, does that jive for you and Alan?
I got a question when you're done.
Well, ask it now.
I heard something in the public comment about an 8-foot fence.
Yes.
If we're not physically on the property, where are we going to be viewing this from?
We'll be on the property.
Who's bringing the step ladder?
We'll be on the property. That's a site visit.
Yeah.
Isn't part of it what you can see from off the property? Don't we do that? Didn't we just do that from a view from the road on 246?
We're concerned with views from public. That's definitely within our purview. And so even the view from this Ballard Canyon Road, the labeled Ballard Canyon Road here on the screen right now, that's actually a private drive. And it's not, and adjacent properties, those are private views. I'll come back to that in a second, but yes, we're looking at public views and our information that we gather on the site itself. Would you like to see from the next door property? Is that what you're asking for, Alan?
Well, we're here to try to figure out what the problems might be, what people are looking at. And am I correct in thinking that some of the people that were on public that was on with us today was on the other side of that road? And by that, I mean the one where
they're right here. They're on this property here, some of them.
And you're calling that road a private road?
This is the private road here. In here. Here, I'll show you. It's easier to see here. So this
where is the 8-foot fence is what I want to know.
I think it's right along here.
Where are the people who spoke to us today living?
Right there.
I think if we want to see it and what it looks like, we got to see it from everywhere like they do. They may be on a private road, but they're definitely the public.
Excuse me, this is Tonya, and yes, I live right there. You can't really see much because of the fence, but Louis Geiser, who lives on the other side of Ballard Canyon Road, the main road, his property looks directly, it looks directly onto the Phelan's property. And I was up there and it looks terrible. And I'm sure Louis Geiser would let you up there to see what it looks like.
We can handle that on the day of the site visit. But back to Alan's question, this is a public road here, but this little stub out here is not public.
Right.
Alan.
And how do you handle the concerns of the people who live there who are looking at this thing? I'm just curious. I'm not making a point. I'm not making a judgment. I'm just asking.
Well,
if somebody lives across the street from a private road, we don't get to take a look at what they're complaining about?
No, that's not true. Within our purview, I'm trying to make a distinction between what's in our purview and then what you're talking about seems to fall more under the fact finding, which is perfectly permissible. I mean, you can go up there and go onto that person's property. If they invite you onto it, that's fine. If they were to invite us onto it the day of the site visit, that's also fine. But what we're directly looking at is the public view from the road and then what's happening on site. That's my understanding.
Okay.
And what I'm suggesting is, since this is the first time we've seen it, I think we're trying to wrap our head around it. So I'm simply suggesting that we get out there and
take a look
best we can from as many places as we can, as much as we can. But I think that, we've talked a lot today. The applicant has a lot more things they've got to do and work with the county. And there's, they're moving through their process, which is a long one. So they may change their minds based on what we have talked about. So I'm just saying, let's not assume that they're going to do all this that they have brought to us today, but let's get out there and look at it without, doing story polls as if they were going to.
I gotcha. Yeah.
So
I think we agreed on that, Cass. That's fine.
You and I did, but I was trying to, help Alan, if that maybe helps him understand a little bit better at least what I was imagining. But yes, absolutely, we should try to see it from
I don't think, Cass, that was the gist of his question.
Oh, and I always assume everything they put on paper, they're going to do.
So guys, could we move on? We've got
Yes.
11 items today.
Yes, I need to
but
move
I did
on.
have a question too.
What's that, Nicole?
So for the color palette, I want to make sure I capture that comment correctly. Is it that you like the color palette of all the buildings as currently proposed, or that you'd like to see the second story one changed?
The second story one, nobody's really fond of. We like the white and the dark roof and
the green accent.
Green accent.
Okay, throughout the site would be more appropriate.
Well, we agree that proposed seems to be appropriate to the site.
Okay, thanks.
No worries. Okay, so I think we've agreed on a site visit. We've agreed on staking, and we'll move forward from there. And we have a lot of comments, so.
Did everyone comment?
Hi,
Yeah.
this is Renee Solma. You're spending quality time talking about the color palette. But
Ma'am?
there is yes.
Ma'am, I've closed public comment, and we've just gotten through our board comment, and I need to move on to our next project, if that's okay.
Am I okay?
Well, there's a public comment period. What we do is they present the project. We ask a couple of questions. We open public comment, then we close public comment, and then we come to the board deliberation. And what I'm saying is we're finishing our board deliberation. We're ready to move on to the next item.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Bethany, I got one quick question for you.
Yes.
I must have missed it when it went through. I was paying too much attention to the plans. What is the use of the two-story building? What's the second floor for?
It's a residence.
It will be a ag employee dwelling.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and call item number 8. I don't think this one was continued, right?
Did we direct them? What is our movement on that last one? How did we direct that to move forward?
It'll be continued conceptual.
And we're going to have a site visit.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 8, 22 bar 41 Ashburn Pool Cabana.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have somebody here for this?
Yes, I'm Chris Richards. I'm here.
Perfect. Where do you want me to start? And I think we have some previous comments.
Yeah, and I wanted to kind of just go through those and address them one by one. Maybe also looking at the drawings, because the last time we presented, we had like an old set. So
okay, let me get Nicole to read the comments, because we did some wordsmithing, I believe, on this one. And I think these are on the May agenda. It was number 3, Nicole. That helps you.
Thank you. Yes.
I had to write them down.
they're there. They should be called half an hour ago.
Okay, so comments from last time are the residence was presented, looking forward to seeing the cabana at the next presentation. Provide rendering with the proposed black. Question if black will work as building color. Please provide color chips. Board and bat and wainscot is appropriate. For the cabana, match the house wainscot or as full wall of board and bat. Study the roof being different than the house. provide topographic information, identify proposed tree impacts and mitigation, identify proposed lighting. Board is looking for dark sky compliance and minimal number of fixtures. Provide a landscape plan showing WELO calculations. That's it.
Okay. Mr. Richards.
Yes, okay,
What-
so I guess responding to that first one about the residents in the Cabana needing to kind of be a little bit, I guess, more materially the same. I think on the previous version, it was, you know, a white house with kind of these stone end caps. I guess I want to start with looking at this GO2 sheet. So part of what I kind of wanted to address that with is that in actuality, and I want to thank Hugo for meeting me out there and doing a site visit and taking some photos and kind of working to understand the project a little bit more. But that photo number 1, which is the bottom middle one, the structure of the main house and where we sited the cabana is about 115 feet apart. So it's pretty good distance. And if we zoom into that number 1 image, it's pretty well screened. So that number 1 image is taken. If you look at the number 2, we're kind of like right underneath that oak tree up there at the main house, looking to where the pool cabana is supposed to be. You can sort of see that flat pad there, but for the most part, this structure is pretty well screened in terms of vegetation from the main house. And again, being separated by that 115 feet. You know, we believe that the structure should have the same sort of material components, but they don't need to be essentially the same structure. They can have some kind of distinction. And that's part of the narrative that we're working to kind of create and build between the two structures, so that it kind of has a story to the property. So that kind of covers that. And we can look at the site plan and kind of see that how they're kind of separated. Yeah, that sheet that you're hovering above, number 9. Just kind of shows that separation between the two. So going to item, I guess, B through D, I'd kind of like to focus on the exterior elevations, which are the A300 sheets. So keep going. Yeah, that number 20, if we want to start there. So wanted to see renderings proposed black. So these are the images that we wanted to kind of show you guys at the last hearing, but it's really more of a black brown with that kind of like limestone wainscot that wraps around the main house, kind of these soft wood tones that pick up on the wood exposed elements. It's not really a foreign sort of concept as it kind of seems. There's actually a neighboring house right at the entry of the property, which is kind of this really modern black, almost like charred wood, shugibon sort of clad box structure. So it's not necessarily out of context for the neighborhood and surrounding homes. And we think that this kind of darker black brown tone complements the wood and the stone and really is quite striking and something that our client is really aesthetically drawn to. And then we'd go with a lighter tone per our material board for those chimney to paint those out to kind of really respond to the wood for these deck elements and exposed beams for the awnings. One of the other comments that we had on here was the cabana, the roofing material for the cabana. You know, we kind of studied, I think the reason why we don't want the cabana to perfectly match the house as well is we're kind of limited on the roof pitch for the cabana versus the main house due to the height restrictions. So we can't kind of match that really steep pitch that we have on the main house. And because of that, if we were to do kind of this stone wainscot that wraps this cabana element with board and bat, I feel like it would just look really out of place and not not really relating to the main house in the same way that this proposed structure would. And the fact that it's different, but it's still complementary of the main house and the architecture of the main house. And that's kind of why we took the stone and wrapped it all the way up. Again, stone with an asphalt roof, as opposed to a metal roof. We studied that as well, and kind of came to the conclusion that, you know, it would look really kind of out of place, whereas the metal, a standing seam metal roof really complements stone quite a bit better. It gives you those thin lines at the eaves and at the edges as well for the structure. We went ahead and provided more site study elements that were requested. So that's item E, were the enlarged site plans. So that following sheet shows an enlarged site plan around the main house, page 10, along with landscape lighting.
Yeah, I'm on the right page. Okay.
Yeah. Where we're proposing landscaping, which is under 500 square feet of landscaping. It's really minimal, and it's mostly an extension of the existing boxwood that kind of surrounds the house and frames out some of those decks. In regards to the next sheet as well, the enlarged site plan around the cabana, we studied the impact for that tree, the actual what's sitting underneath the tree, that item keynote number 7. That's a wood deck with spacing. It sits on caissons. It's supported by that, and it's permeable. So it's not like it's kind of a solid poured concrete structure. And beyond that, the impact of the canopy is only 15. What I calculated out as 15.67%. So that's well beneath the 20% that would require mitigation and a response from basically an arborist. Again, on the enlarged plan, proposed lighting, we've included the material board with the lighting specs for the proposed fixtures that we're looking at doing. Gooseneck for the kind of enlarged pieces, and on the pool cabana, as well as the sconces for underneath the main house decks and patios, and then small site lighting for the path lighting. We've included that on the material board, which I think was a separate sheet from this package, a photo of that we submitted the physical board to you guys for.
Perfect.
So down low, you can see it's kind of all speaking to the same sort of materiality, and as well as paint chip samples for the color of the main house and the chimneys. It's, you know, obviously easier to see these in person with the real Benjamin Moore colors. So I'd encourage you to take a look at those if you haven't had access to the actual color samples or physical board.
One of the things that has been brought home to me, and this is just an aside, one of the things that's been brought home to me is that when you look at it in person, you can read all that fine print.
Yeah.
You can't read this on these screens. And not that you'll be coming back to us again, but even when we go into in person, we're still not going to be dealing with paper plans. We're going to be dealing with the screen image. So
right, I was told by Hugo to submit a physical board that you guys
absolutely.
We were going to be meeting in person, and
yeah, absolutely. No, the physical board's the way to go. I'm just talking about the writing. It's so hard to read this.
Sorry, apologize.
You could tell me, is this the body color of the house?
So that would be the body color for the house. To the left of that, that would be the chimney color.
Okay.
These kind of two tones really play off each other really well. And
this is your
that'd be the limestone wainscot.
Wainscot. Okay.
The house and the pool cabana.
And then this.
I think that's a metal roof sample.
See, you can't read it either.
That's what it is. And then the PVC color tone for the flat roofs over the patio decks. But all of that's not visible by public. So
okay, and then these are your fixtures.
And then those are the fixtures. Yeah, the cut sheets for those.
And these don't have any visible lamp?
Are the windows shown?
The doors and windows, they're gonna be wood doors and windows, Marvin to match existing.
Just, yeah, so what color are they?
They're painted. They're gonna be painted out to match the main house.
So they're going to be the same as the body color.
Yeah,
Okay. So you'll need to note that.
okay. There is a color, actual digital or color sample on that, so.
Well, no, I
I'm
just
happy to
meant,
include that in the elevations if that makes it easier.
well, on your color board, yeah, it needs to be on your elevations.
Okay.
For sure. But it also needs to be on the color board. So it needs to say something like, you know, body color and trim.
I think
Benjamin
it
Moore.
does. It's just obviously
We can't read it.
blurry. Yeah. So.
So, okay. All right. Is that concludes your presentation? Did I get to everything or do I need to go back to the?
Yeah, we can kind of walk through if we want to look at elevations or context photos, just kind of going through the drawing set because we didn't really
It's
get a
up to you.
chance.
What do you want me to do?
Sure, let's just go through the elevations and perspectives. So,
Okay.
and then actually if we could look at those two photos.
Let's look at the photos real quick.
Yeah,
You can tell
these
us
are
what they are.
from Hugo. So this is that neighboring property I was talking about. So it's kind of the black wood, very, very black wood. And they're immediately adjacent to the entry to the property. So they're immediately to the right. Flat roof, really modern,
okay.
Stark contrast. And then this is from public view. So we're
This is
pretty
the
well
house here?
screened. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the main house. And it's mostly roof visibility from the main street.
Okay. Let's go back to the plans. And if there isn't anything else we have to look at right this instant, then I'm more than happy to move on to board questions and public comment and then deliberation for us. So don't feel like you need to occupy our time.
Yeah, let's just quickly look at the exterior elevations and make sure that I kind of want to talk through some of the details because they've changed a little bit, I guess. So this is at the main house, kind of as you walk in. We have the covered patio that wraps around and connects the main house to the garage. That's what we're looking at on this elevation, the top east elevation. Doing a kind of a covered porch swing there. Wainscot that wraps around, keeping the cupola over the garage. We really like that element. On the back side, we have kind of the X-brace fencing and gates. Those are going to be low pieces that you can kind of sit on and help create part of that aesthetic. We're tying those into the pool cabana if we go to the next sheet, number 25. So with that, all the kind of patios and decks that are wood there, we're repicking up that element to kind of tie the two together. And there you see kind of the height line on the exterior elevations of what we're limited to and why we can't do a much steeper slope for that structure to make it a perfect match to the main house residence.
And what's this element here? This is a.
So that's that wood deck. Yeah, if we go up, that wood deck to the right that tucks underneath the canopy of that tree.
Okay, so this was the one wood deck, and then this is the one that sticks under the canopy.
Correct. Yeah.
Let me make sure I'm understanding it right.
So
this
I've
is the
taken
one
the tree
that,
out, yeah,
yeah.
on the lower one, so we can see the architecture. But you
Because it
see
would be
on
right
the
here.
upper. Yeah, you see it on the upper and kind of how it would canopy over that.
Got it.
And you
Okay.
see it on that lower. So.
Yep. Okay. Board questions really quickly. Jonathan, public comment?
If any members of the public wish to make a comment on this project, please raise your hand. Seeing none.
Okay, I'm not either. All right, board, who wants to start? Robin, would you like to start?
I
guess I could.
Okay.
I guess I have some concerns about neighborhood compatibility from Alamo Pintado. I think that dark color would stand out. I realize there is one closer in their neighborhood that's even darker, but I have concerns about the color.
Is this something Hugo maybe can speak to from having been on site on visibility from that road?
It's actually one of our findings, so just let us go ahead. And anything else, Robin?
No, that's for now.
And if the committee would like me to speak on that, I can, but I'll hold off until you guys make all your comments and thoughts.
Other side.
I'm looking the wrong way. Yep, I just figured it out. I was like, the
Sorry.
wrong way. So right there. Is that it?
Yeah, I think that's it.
It's back there.
Yeah. Back there. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it.
Is that north of the Presbyterian Church or south? Sorry.
No worries.
In court.
It's almost across from Rideau.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's south of the Presbyterian Church. There's the church.
Okay.
Okay. Puck, you want to?
Sure. I don't like, I'm just thinking about Lynn Court, which has historically always been sort of a light butter yellow and white. And there are some other things along there. Alamo Pintado, I think the darker color, frankly, is just, I think it will be more recessive. It's kind of, it appears to be east facing. Is that true?
Roughly.
Yeah.
Mostly. So it's not, I don't really think it's in a place where you're going to pick it up that much. And I'm interested why so many buildings are going black when today it's, almost 100 degrees in Los Olivos, but that's for another day. But I'm fine with it.
Okay, not Puck, Cass.
Let's see. I agree. I mean, it does recede when you're when you're on the site and there's trees behind it. It does recede because it's dark and it blends into the trees. But when you're down below and it pops up above the ridge, then it doesn't recede. So, but I guess you're pretty far away from it. That picture we were just looking at, we saw one picture where it was pretty close. Are you?
This is it.
Yeah. So, this, and it does have a very, very, deeply pitched roof. It's very tall. Seems like it could come down a little bit and solve that problem. And then I would just say, so I'm more concerned with like what Puck said as well. I like the dark color. I think it's nice, but I know that you're going to be repainting those windows every couple of years because they're going to get cooked in the sun. And it's very hard to maintain over time, not to mention just being really hot. So I don't know. If I had anything to say about it, I would probably try to drop that roof down a bit more, which I think actually would look better than being so much.
But this is an existing house, Cass.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, never mind. Like I said, if I could do my magic word. But yeah, so I guess I can live with that. I just would warn, about the dark, and it's pretty darn hot, and I don't think it's getting any cooler anytime soon. So, but otherwise, if, you know, this is what the owner would like and wants to move forward with it, then I will give it my blessings.
Okay, so that's Robin. Allen?
I'm fine with it just the way it is. It's far enough away from the road, quite frankly, I don't think anybody's ever gonna see it.
Okay. I have no issues. So it can go forward. They are here today for
Preliminary, I believe.
preliminary, yes. Someone jump in there and make a motion.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so that was a motion for preliminary by Cass and a second by Puck. Any further discussion?
This is Nicole. I'm not gonna then include the comment about compatibility since it wasn't a majority of the board. I'm just gonna say consider the fact that the dark color may increase the heat of the home.
Yes, I think that's a good way to capture it. Robin, are
Okay.
you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
And add to the maintenance.
Okay.
But you know, that's their purview. All right, so no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I think that was everybody. Okay, so
Are we gonna come back for final or final?
yes. Do you want them to return final on consent?
Yes.
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 All right, come back
Yes.
final on consent with your planner's memo.
Thank you.
All right, have a nice day.
You too.
Item number 9, 21 bar 96, Myers Mixed Use Project. Okay, come on. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And thank you for flattening it. Whoever flattened it, that was a nice thought. Okay. All right. Greg?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here today. My name is Greg Ravat. I'm the project architect. I've got Ian and Britt Meyer are also on the meeting with me if we have some time for them to talk about their project. This project was before you last in February, I believe, as a conceptual. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
and Nicole, can you look up the comments?
Yeah, thank you.
I believe this item was dropped from the last agenda. So
That Jonathan, that just means that you need to go back one previous so that we actually have the comments. Because
we didn't have a planner review at the time. We just had the courtesy conceptual.
yeah, it was the first one without a planner, but we still have comments from it.
Yeah, and should I go ahead with the kind of?
Yeah, go ahead.
So this project, most of you are probably familiar with and maybe have seen it in February, but this is on Bell and Augusta in Los Alamos. And you've probably been to Bob's Spread and Plenty on Bell, which is on the corner adjacent to our project. And
Yeah,
then we have the, yeah, that's
there's a project that we've seen in between. It's between yours and Bob's Wellbred here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bethany, do you want me to read the minutes now or after?
Yes, please do the comments.
Okay, there's a lot.
Okay.
Okay, so, oh wait, sorry. Wait. Oh, no, there's not a lot. It was dropped from that agenda too.
There was comments from one of the times we saw it.
This is Tina Mitchell, the planner. The item was heard conceptually without the planner assigned on May 14th, 2021.
There you go.
Okay.
I knew it was a while ago.
I'm sorry.
Way back.
So Nicole's
okay.
paging through past minutes.
I believe I found them.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay. comment, okay, the first note is that the comments are given without land use review as a planner is not yet assigned. Therefore, at the next meeting, identify how your proposal meets the goals and requirements of the form-based code. Nice job. Project fits nicely with the community, like the shape of the building. Work on the color palette. Consider more color contrast. Appreciate the garden space. Show more articulation and detail. Recommend taking an early look at drainage and stormwater requirements. That's it.
Okay. All right, Greg, take it away.
Okay, so we're coming back to you today really with revised conceptual. We ran into some issues, which is one of the reasons why we were dropped from the February meeting. Well, again, here's the topographic survey. I don't know, not much there. But if you, yeah, site plan, thank you, Bethany. So the issue we ran into, as you guys all know, there's design guidelines for Los Alamos, and there's this thing called the build to setback, which really means that you can build your building zero lot line on, in this case, on a corner lot. You can build zero lot line on Bell Street and Augusta. You have to do a 5-foot setback on Waite. And then there's a zero setback on the interior lot line. But there's this thing called a build to, which means you can't build past this line. In our case, it's 80 feet from Bell Street, 60 feet from Augusta, sorry, and 60 feet from Waite.
So you've got a hole.
With this hole, and we're like, what do we do with this hole? So the original plan that we had with the Myers, we kind of felt like, well, that's a guideline, so we're going to go forward with it. During planner review, it came back that started out being a guideline, but it's been, and maybe Tina can explain it better than me, but it's been, it's now a code or a zoning, part of the zoning ordinance. So there's no flexibility in that build to setback. So we have taken this opportunity to redesign the project. We've got a smaller mercantile building, and then we've added a small cottage, a small commercial building in the back, and a small pool. But anyway, if you guys have run into that before, I would like to know about it. We had a build to setback on our project right next to Plenty, was an 80-foot, but hadn't run into it on a corner before. So anyway, that's part of why we're back with you guys. So this building is similar concept. It's now facing Bell and Augusta. It's got a porch wraparound. We have a little water tower in the front. It's kind of a barn style building. The cottage.
Want me to go to an elevation, Greg?
Yeah, if you want, if you're ready. Well, and any questions on the site, we can go back, I guess. Bear with me. We have this elevation sheet shows the Waite Street cottages. So we've got 2 cottages facing Waite Street that are they're kind of a 2-story or 1.5 story, if you like. Board and bat. We're doing a weathered galvanized roof. The intent is to do weathered wood and keep the materials pretty simple. The courtyard elevation of the mercantile building, it's 2 stories. Primarily, we're thinking retail on the ground. The second floor has a mix of uses that I can go into if you guys like, but primarily a board and bat building, heavy timber posts. We got 12 by 12 redwood posts, weathered galvanized steel roof, and natural redwood board and bat. We're trying to do a larger board and bat on the mercantile building, so 12-inch spacing. This is a Bell Street elevation. We've got a water tower to the right as a feature, and we've got the pergola in the middle. And we're looking at a couple different window and door systems. We're looking for a folding horizontal door system. That's, I think, note 20. It's a iron door called made by Pinkies. And the middle door system is kind of a composite steel door system that will show you, we'll show you some of those details in the next meeting. But hopefully. So we have a elevation on Augusta, the Mercantile building in the front. You can see the water tower. This is a very similar concept to what we presented before, but the building's smaller and has a more of a corner orientation. And then we have the cottages on Waite, and then we've got a little small building. We're calling it the commercial building right now. The owners are looking at quite a few little uses for that. It could be retail, it could be service oriented. We're not exactly sure. And then we've got the west elevation on interior property line. So you can see to the right is the cottages. And then we have the small, it's a new cottage, it's 1-story cottage C, which is basically a little tiny studio, which we're hoping to have a little bit of a mix of residential uses up there. If you go to the section, this probably isn't of any interest, but it's in the set. Probably want to go to the landscape plan. I think so. We've developed a concept landscape plan. As you know, this is kind of a courtyard project. A lot of retail frontage. So we've tried to keep the landscape palette pretty simple. I'll let you guys, critique that, because I know a little bit of landscape, but I'm certainly not a landscape architect. So we've got a concept slide on the next sheet. Here's some of our concept plannings. So we're trying to do fairly low impact, drought tolerant. The owners really have a passion for it. We're looking at some rainwater collection and reuse on site that we hope to develop. And I believe that concludes the general presentation.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any questions from the board real quick?
I have one question, please.
Yep.
On the elevations that show at the entries, you could go to that. Yeah, this is good, or the other one too. So could you talk about, you've got this frame with double posts.
Yeah, so that's a heavy timber.
Talk about that a little bit, what you're thinking about it.
It's a heavy timber pergola. So it's double redwood posts. Those are 4x4 rough sawn redwood posts and a 4x beam with some truss elements for bracing.
Yeah, I was mainly just looking at that, what we're seeing in white right now.
Yes, and that would be natural redwood. That's just framing the entry. So we're kind of defining 2 entries, one on, well, we do have one on the courtyard too, but we're trying to frame entries on Bell Street and Augusta.
Yeah, you have 2 of these, one on either side, right?
Yeah. Actually, I believe there's 3.
Oh, there's 3.
Yeah, the Bell Street is larger. It's slightly larger. You can see it's slightly elevated. We're looking at maybe potentially making that even a little bit larger. It's in discussion.
And then the other one, there's one more?
Yeah, there's one on, well, there's 3 sides of the building.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I got it. Okay, and then do you have any colors of the building yet to show us, or?
I did not bring that. We have, basically we're looking at all natural materials. So we've got the weathered galvanized roof, which is corrugated, and board and bat redwood.
Okay.
Maybe some white trim, but that's still being debated.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question. I'm curious about the water tower, what the materials and color will be.
Again, I think that's would all be natural redwood. The owners, the Myers, have been researching sources for barnwood, recycled or remanufactured redwood material, redwood cedar.
Okay.
So
And what is the top element?
Well, it's a barrel. Oh, wait a minute. The cupola?
Yeah. No,
I
meant on the water tower.
Yeah, the cupola, the intent of that is really bring light into the second and first floor. It actually goes all the way through the building.
She meant this, Greg, number 25.
Oh, 25 is a barrel, but we would talk about still some flexibility on that, maybe making it a little bit smaller or eliminating the barrel on top completely and just doing maybe making the shape round.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Bethany?
Yep.
I just have a couple. What is the, maybe I missed this, the hayloft? What would be like a hayloft? That square? Is that the sign?
No, that's just a large window.
Oh,
They want to do like a yoga studio on the second floor. So they're trying to bring a lot of light in.
but it has no fenestration.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
And it has what looks like 3 overhead lights outside of it. I'm not sure you
We
want
do
that.
have, yeah, we do have 3 overhead lights. So.
That's why I thought maybe it was going to be a sign or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it may have evolved from a sign into something. I think the intent really is that what's needed more is to bring light into the building. We have mostly small windows to kind of keep in character with the agricultural style. So they want to, you know, we've got a couple of large windows, one on each side of the gable to bring in that light. They didn't want to break it up into smaller panes because they just want, the idea is you're in the yoga studio, just have a massive amount of light coming from those windows.
And then could we go back to the site plan for a minute?
Landscape or regular?
It doesn't matter. So where the pool is located, can you walk me through like the required security measures for that?
Yes, that's a good question. It's the intent is that whole area is fenced, and I don't think I have control of the cursor. I could show you.
Don't.
Yeah, so we have some fences. You can see them in the elevations, but they're really not on the site plan yet. But there's down by the commercial space. You can kind of see very light. That's going to be a gate, and then there's a gate between the parking and the pool, and then there's a gate going out to the 2 cottages.
Okay, so the little kind of fancy things I saw on the plan those are different fences because those are low.
Oh, yeah.
The elevation, it looked like there were little fences.
I could go through them with you. I think the intent is that some of them will be lower and some of them will be 6 foot.
Yeah, okay.
So that's
yeah,
really that'll probably have to be 6 foot in the middle.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I was just curious why the pool is on a diagonal, because it seems like it's a little pinched for people walking by, but you know,
yeah,
might be a really good idea why it's that way.
We looked at a whole bunch of reiterations of that in different shapes, and I think they felt like this kind of added a little bit of a little bit of edge on that space. Yeah, the idea is that the cottage is the pool is meant for the cottages. It's not a public access. It's just.
I wish I was in it right now.
Yeah, so that could evolve, or I think we're open to ideas.
Sure. No, I was just curious. I mean, this is early.
Yeah, and this is my questions. Is that it?
Yep.
All right. Public comment, Jonathan.
Are there any members of the public that would speak on this item? Please raise your hand. I have a Michael Nicola.
You have to there you go.
Can you hear me?
We can now.
Okay, good. Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. I really like the change in this presentation since the last initial iteration. I think the owners and the architect have really worked to create something that is not exactly like everything else that's been proposed for town. I live here and drive by this location every day. My main concern, and it's just going to be my main concern with most of these projects these days is parking. I mentioned this at the last session. Bell Street, Augusta, Waite, on any given Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, the parking is around the block with, on the Waite side, people typically who work in town parking back there. Augusta and Bell Street is all solid bobs. Not Augusta quite as much as it will be because those cars are parked on the lot right now. There are a lot of cars and trucks that park on the vacant lot. That's my main concern. I'm just tossing that out as a general comment, and to be on the record as someone who is very concerned about the growing parking problem in the city of Los Alamos. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Board. Puck, you start.
Sorry, I was in the middle of a sneeze. I think this project is really going in a great direction. I'm happy with the way the elevations are. They're simple, but they're well articulated. I just have real concerns about those giant windows. You know, it may be TMI, but whatever. I work out in a studio that has big windows with very thin mullions, and the mullions do not disturb me from the view while I'm working out. I think they just feel like such a departure from the vernacular that I'd really like you to reconsider that, and also the proportions. It just sometimes you just don't really have to have a giant window to get the view you want. And then I was just looking at the roof pitches of the arbor and the main roof, and then the cupola or whatever. It just, I don't think the roof needs to be quite at that strong pitch. It's not skinny enough to be that high pitched. I think when they're fatter and they're really working more as clear story, I think it's better to go with a lower pitch. And I look forward to a more articulated landscape plan, and I don't have any trouble at all with like barrel on barrel and the water tank. I think that's great. That's all.
Cass?
Okay. I really like this project. I think it is very sweet, and I think it's really appropriate. I don't have any issues with really anything, just a couple of minor details. I think I agree with Puck about the window. I don't have a problem with the size of it. I like the sort of quirkiness of it, but I definitely would break it up. I would suggest having 4 lights, just put a big X in there and have 4 lights. I think that would do it, but you could do it other ways as well. The thing on the top of the tower that was just being talked about, I think it's fine the way it is, but I also think it would be fine without it. So if you wanted to save a little money, you could just drop that off as far as I was concerned. The 3 lights above the window, I think are not needed. I would just have 1. And the fence, I think a fence that was more open, not quite so, this sort of looks a little Victorian or something to me. I think maybe something more open, like just a post and rail kind of thing. And then the pool, finally. I don't think you need that pool. And I think it's making issues for you because you're going to, just the circulation that Puck mentioned, also the fencing. I don't think you really need it. If you wanted to have like a small kind of a fountain element there, you could do that if you want some kind of water feature, or it certainly could be, some kind of a tree right there in the center. So those are my suggestions, but I think it's a really nice project, and good job.
Hey, Cass, I missed the part that you said seemed Victorian.
Oh, just the fencing, this little picket fence going around seems a little.
Okay.
Sorry. And there was one other thing now you just reminded me. It just seems a little, kind of taking away from sort of the dynamic of the overall. So it just seems a little too much. And then finally, back to that frame that we were talking about at the entries. I think it would be, again, just simplifying is to me always better. I would just have get rid of the two and the innermost ones and just have the big frame with the cross brace. And I think that's all you have to do. And then that in composition with everything else, I think is really quite wonderful.
Okay. Robin?
I like this project. I think my only thing that I might change would be that entrance, just to simplify it. And of course, just the minimal amount of lighting.
Okay. Alan? Did I lose you, Alan?
No, I'm sorry. I had a problem with the computer here. I'm okay with it, and I'm pretty ambivalent about the cupola on top. Whether it's there or not really doesn't make a difference to me either.
Okay. Greg, you've got these grayed out, at least on this one. It looks like we lost some of the.
I caught a lot of flack on that. We had a plotting problem on the PDF conversion.
No problem. I've had similar issues myself, and sometimes they're very nefarious and difficult to get rid of.
Well, that fixed on the next one.
No worries. I would echo Robin's comment about the lighting. I think you just need, this is a really nicely put together project. I think that the reason because it's so nicely put together, I think the board has kind of keyed in on a couple of things that are almost kind of little, they're smaller items in the whole scheme with regard to the entries for the commercial building here and the main building and I have no thoughts on the cupola or the water tower. My only thing is I would like to see, I'd like to be able to understand exactly where the fencing is located. Is this fenced off too? Is this only for the residential? So it's more of a site planning thing. If you've got fencing here and somebody's backing up, I mean, a lot of times people back up over, they intend to hang their tailgate, if you will, over curbs. So I just take a look at things and just kind of, tighten everything up, make your final decisions, and looks good. So, and you are here today, I think, for conceptual review. So, folks, how do we want to see this come back?
Preliminary?
Well, at least preliminary, but do we want to do preliminary final?
I think so.
I would do that.
I'm
Yeah.
okay with that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. And Greg, the caveats, all the caveats about going for a final. With having little fiddly things still left. I'll leave that up to you, but you're welcome to return preliminary final full board if you.
Yeah, we'll bring back all the stuff that you asked for and take another run at it.
Yep. And we're going to need to see the color board and.
We've actually got it. I just didn't want to go too much today.
No, that's fine. And then as far as the landscape, of course, Kevin will narrow down what's what and where and move away from the conceptual plan. And then of course, just make sure everything's all together, the site plan and the landscape plan you've got parity with, where things are going and fencing and all that kind of good stuff. As far as the pool, you've got some contradictory feedback, people asking you to stud it, change it, leave it there. Up to you. So I just look forward to whatever you bring in. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much for your comments today.
Thank you.
I hope
I'm
you get to go
voting
home
for
soon.
the pool.
Puck wants the pool. Okay. So that brings us to item number 10, which I'm going to go ahead and call. Why do I not? There it is. So item 10, 21 bar, 263 McDonald SFD. I think Mr. McDonald's here. Yes, I see him right there. I'm going to go ahead and get it open, and I'd like to take just a 5-minute break before we sit down. Is that okay with the board?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And I
So-
have the minutes ready if you want me to read them when we get back.
Okay. All right. So we'll be back in 5.
Hey, Bethany, do you want me
Yes,
to read the
ma'am.
minutes? Should I read the minutes?
Yes, let me just make sure everybody's back. We got the board back.
Yes, for Robin.
Okay, yes for Robin. Puck? Cass?
I'm here.
Okay, that was Puck. Cass and Alan? Still haven't heard from Cass or Alan. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, thanks, Cass. Alan, are you back? I can't hear you, Alan, if you said anything.
Bethany, did you call me?
I did. You're back. You're the last one. All right, go for it, Nicole. I think it was in May. It was item number 7.
Okay, great. So very pleased to see the reduction in size and appreciate lowering of the home. Recessing of the door on the lower level gives more relief and interest. Add more olive trees to blend the structure into the hillside. Applicant agreed to a row of glass on the upper portion instead of an all glazed door. Eliminate the overhang on the right hand side.
That was for the garage door.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I skipped that word. Eliminate the overhang on the right hand side. Work to lower the building further, 4 to 6 inches. Steady plate heights. Consider breaking up the stairs on the left side of the building with a landing for aesthetics and function. Project may return for prelim final.
Okay, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay, perfect. I've got everything loaded. What do you need to point me to?
Great. Maybe we could go to page 3, which is just text of the main items we had talked about last time. So
okay.
I'm back. I think we've been honing this thing together now since January. And at the last meeting, we basically started talking about 3 very specific things the board was looking for. And this page sort of summarizes that. So number 1, there was the request to add trees. We looked at our site plan and feel like we can accommodate that. You'll see those located on the landscape plan when we get there next. Number 2 was a request from the board to remove the east overhang of the main house at the 2nd floor. This is not a deal breaker for us. I did want to ask the board a question, which maybe you could address during the comment session. I'm a little bit confused by the comments since typically I've heard the board talk about advocating for overhangs at entry doors. And I'm proposing what to me sounds reasonable is to have some overhang there. I'm proposing 4 feet. Again, this is not a deal breaker for us, but I would appreciate the discussion. And then finally, number 3 was the request to try to further reduce the height of the house. And I think that was the board's first comment when I first proposed this project in January. And I've been pushing this thing down, and I really have struggled to be able to push it down any further. And as you know, there are many factors relating to that, and I've sort of listed some of them on the right side bullet points there. I think that the view we've focused in on from the town park, I think the move of that order, I'm not sure that there's much to gain from it, where those inches to us living at the house do have a huge impact. Second is that we've pushed this house down already, and we're significantly under the height limit, about 3 feet on average for the main house. Secondly, the way that the monoslope roof overhangs our 2nd floor deck, just having normal everyday use of that deck with things like umbrella shades, we're just with our current height right at that point of those starting to become borderline feasible, and we'd like to maintain that roof height there so that we can have full use of that deck. And I think that is good for this slide, and we can keep kind of punching down. I think a good maybe next, a lot of these slides you've seen, you could stop right here. I have not updated this rendering, so this does not show the new trees added. And you can see on the landscape plan, which is page 12 of the PDF, where I've located new trees. right? So the new trees are in red. You can see like, yeah, the lower tree sort of fills in even more screening from that view from the town park. And then the tree at the top, I'm placing there because that's sort of like the west, to mitigate some of the western low sun hitting that garage space.
And you're proposing arbutus instead of additional olives, just to be clear.
Oh, no, sorry, that is
It's
Arbequina.
an Arbequina olive.
Is
Okay.
olive, yes.
All right, just wanted to make sure. Okay.
I think you could continue down to page 20 where I've enlarged the wall section just to add some clarity. Yes. So this is the primary sort of wall section at the deck of the monoslope roof, which shows sort of the current heights that we're at. And you can see the shade umbrella there is already getting very close to the edge of the roof. I'd like to also mention that, you know, part of the whole design is relating to wanting an accessible path from the garage to the main house, even in terms of wheelchair accessibility. So in the way that I've lowered the house over the past few sessions, I've had to add a ramp to ramp down from the driveway level to the main house sort of outdoor deck level. And I'm sort of already at the maximum slope for that ramp, which is another contributing reason why we would prefer not to lower the house any further. If you could zoom into that little photo in the upper left, this just hopefully gives a little bit of context. My wife and I were actually visiting a house on a home tour that was very similar design to ours. And the living room had the exact same layout, and you can see those 4 big windows. Our window heights are 8 feet. So you can see that this is not a grandiose living room glazing situation. We're already sort of intentionally trying to be very subtle with the aspect toward the town of this house. And I guess the other thing that you start to see there is solar panels on the roof, which we fully intend on doing. And we're sort of also at a sensitive slope for the roof, where if we flatten this roof any further, it starts to make the solar panels want to be on brackets, and those become the most visible thing. So I'd really love to keep those flat to the profile of the roof. I'm sorry, you could skip back up to the elevations. I want to show you the garage door really quickly. This was a small issue, but sorry.
These two, I've got them loaded over here.
Oh, thank you for doing that. You can see it. Go to the next page.
Okay.
This is, yeah, that lower, the garage door at the lower level we were talking about, at the garage.
Right.
I was looking at that, and because we'd like to use that space as a workshop, I've shown the top 2 rows being glass. I just wanted to note that because I think at our last session we just talked about one row of glazing, but 2 would be ideal if the board would be amenable to that.
Okay.
And I think that yeah, that sums everything up.
Okay. All right. Are there any quick questions from the board? Can I go to public comment? All right. Jonathan, yes, it looks like we have at least one Mr. Nicola.
Michael Nicola. You just have to unmute yourself.
Hi there. No comment at this time.
Okay. All right. Board comments?
Go.
Okay.
I'm okay with the project the way it is developed to this point. And unless someone's got some real sticking points with some of the heights and that sort of thing, I'll entertain an idea to discuss it, but I really don't think much more is going to be done.
Okay. Puck or Cass or Robin? Mr. McDonald, which elevation showed that overhang? I think that's the one thing we didn't.
Oh, sure. Let's see. Yeah, sheet A200, page 16. Oh, sorry, you got it. You got it.
That one right there.
The upper floor on the right-hand side, I believe, on the lower elevation, sorry, that south elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Move your mouse up just a little bit to the second floor roof. Yeah, on the right side of that roof.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and so I've shown it not overhanging. That was what the board requested to pull back flush to the house. And yeah, that's the overhang where I'm suggesting, how about a 4-foot overhang there, because that's our primary entry. But again, it's not a deal breaker if that's important to the board.
I was trying to see if we had an elevation of that.
That's the face. Yes, that is facing that elevation, right where your mouse is.
Right there.
Yeah. So it's the roof over that.
Okay. Still no comments from anybody besides Alan?
I'll go.
You go. Was that you, Puck? Yeah.
That's Puck.
Yeah, I know it was a suggestion, but honestly, I don't see anything gained by clipping that off on your entry side. And as you know, we've had a lot of comments on this, and so I don't think there's much more to really be done. There's a definite commitment to a pretty rigid style, and I think as the ground plane, how it ends up meeting that house, I think will be really important. It still seems very steep to me, but it is the buildable site. So those are my only comments.
Cass?
Yeah, this has been, I think, hard for everyone. And I would I want to thank the applicant for, I know they have had this vision of this idea that they have wanted to move forward with, and I fully respect that. And I just want to kind of take a moment just to remind myself and the applicant that, we're not here to make life difficult at all. We have to step back and we have to look at what is the reason why we're here. Why are we here as the Design Review Board? And our job is to ensure that we're protecting the community, and we all are affected by the built environment, as you well know as an architect. So this is a particularly unique project because of how impactful it is to the community. It literally is right there above. So if that weren't the case, this would be very much different in my mind. But it is the case. And so I feel a great responsibility to be sure that we do the right thing to get the best that's going to be for the community. That's what we're really about. It's really about being in a bigger picture. So I hope you can please understand that. It's not that we're trying to be, we want to come out with the very best of everything for everyone. So that is why, I still feel that it is very impactful. And as I just said, if it weren't so, this would have been out of here a long time ago. So I do still feel that it is, very dominant. And I know what you're talking about as far as, having a good, nice volume ceiling inside. I totally get that. I understand that. And as an architect and as a creative person, I know that there's ways of dealing with it. And sometimes we just have to kind of step back and wait a minute, what else could I do? And I think that you're a very talented architect, very creative. And, maybe it's like, just step back and relax and see, okay, what could happen? I'm one person on this board, and I want to be, give helpful and positive input. I know that some will say that, what's a couple inches? Well, as we know, as designers, inches are very important and they do have impact. So I still feel, because of what I have just said, I feel uncomfortable. I do appreciate all the things that you've changed, the pulling in the overhang. I think that the two rows of windows on that lower door is fine. I wonder if maybe perhaps I did notice on the description it says no landscaping is proposed. Maybe I don't know if the trees are considered landscaping, but I certainly hope that the trees that are being proposed will be part of the project. And I'm wondering, I for some reason, I was sort of imagining that the trees would be added further over to the right, not in front of the trees that are already over there. So I think that might help as a suggestion, maybe, and perhaps we might have, and I'd look to the landscape experts here, but would it possibly be helpful to have a couple of very large live oak trees as opposed to olives? So I'm sorry to say that I'm still uncomfortable. I feel a great responsibility to the community here to be sure that this project is not going to be the defining feature of the town. This cute little Los Alamos town that's just this great little old Western town it does need protection. So those are my comments right now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cass. Robin, did you already say something?
Not yet.
Okay, go for it.
I like the placement of the trees. I think that'll work. I would like to see the plate height come down, but I hear what you're saying. And I think it's as good as it's going to get, and I am going to vote yes for it.
Okay. Mr. McDonald, I have a question for you.
Yes,
Okay, on that overhang, this is the door in question, correct?
that's correct.
All right, oops, did I get the right one? Nope, I went too far. Sorry.
Right there. Oh, you went just past it.
All right, let me go back out again. It's
Yes,
that
right.
one right there.
Yes.
Okay, well, I was wondering if you would be understanding that, yes, it's always nice to have a cover over a doorway. Would you be amenable to something more like, and I'm going to use the terms wrong, more like an eyebrow or something like that? Just over the door that was, I don't know, doors maybe 3 foot wide, maybe it was 5 foot that went just right there.
In that gap area, I would honestly rather keep the roof cut back as is. I think that
instead of doing that.
Yeah, we like the sort of simplicity,
the cleanness.
Yeah, the volumes, and we'd like to, keep the overhang happening on the main roof.
Okay. I think as you've drawn it without the overhang, that's acceptable to me. We could discuss forever about, where these trees could best be placed. This seems like a fairly equitable location to me. I'm comfortable also with the garage doors, with the two lights you have here, the top two and then the bottom two being blocked out. I think that accomplishes the general gist of our comment. So I think what I've heard is that you have enough people here who are comfortable proceeding today. So what's the pleasure of the board? Because he is here for preliminary and final. You don't have your detailing, do you, sir?
I do not have
Okay.
schedules and blown
Yeah,
up.
no worries. Would somebody like to make a motion for preliminary?
I can make a motion for preliminary.
Thank you, Robin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Puck. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Thank you, Cass. I wanted to make sure I called for the opposed. So you've got your preliminary approval, sir. You'll need to return. I think we'd like to have you come back final on consent. Is that okay with everybody?
Sounds good.
Yep.
Okay. So Mr. McDonald, you would return final on consent. You'd need to prepare your color boards, and I know you have this one here, your colors and materials board, but you're going to need this has got your, you've got your actual paint chips. You'll need to prepare a physical one with actual paint chips and that kind of stuff to be submitted to the county. Because once you receive your final approval, you'll need to take the physical color board in and have it stamped, and then they'll return it to you.
Understood. Just quickly though, I thought that it could be photographs, a digital color chip without actual physical samples on the board. Am I right in that?
Actually, we prefer it to be the actual like the Davis chip if you've got it, and the materials, all those things. If you get it, I understand that for color purposes, sometimes you're exposed Eve like this. That's
Right.
something that you might not have a physical sample of it, but it's really important for walls and concrete and stone and paint colors, those colors, to actually have the chip. And even if you can't get, say, for example, you've got this, the guardrail, if you have, you can't get a specimen of it, what the finish looks like, if you can submit just a standard paint chip that actually says what, that this is the color that it'll be.
Right. Okay.
Because but we want actual chips, because in as many instances as we can, because what happens is this board, like I said, is returned to you, and then it remains on site during construction, and during your COO, they will actually use the board and hold it up and make sure that's exactly what was installed.
Sure. Understood.
So that's why you don't want to rely on the digital, because you could get out there and, digital printing, and it could be like, well, no, that really is it. But no, it isn't. I've had this happen.
Okay.
You don't want to go there. Make sure you note on your elevations, all the materials that you've got that already. That's great. So that looks good to us. So we'll see you back for final on consent.
Okay. I really appreciate everyone's time on my project. I know this is a sensitive site and location, and we want to do right by this town, and we want to make it something special. So I appreciate everyone's comments throughout the process.
Okay, thank you very much. Item number 11, 21 bar 33 Los Alamos Farm Motel. That's item number 8 from May. Nicole, for the minutes.
I got the comments. Okay.
You
So
do.
the comments are a wonderful project. Looking forward to it being built. For colors, note final proposed colors and materials on elevations, including specifications of color and material. If colors and materials are to match existing, then add a note that states to match existing. If windows, doors, and details are to match existing, add a note to the plans, usually on the elevations with the colors and materials notes. Lighting plan should show fixtures, bulb section, cut sheets. Note that it should be 2700 Kelvin and dark sky compliant. Let's see, step, gate, and fencing details are needed. landscape, specify plant materials, show irrigation, and provide wheelo calcs. And that's it.
Yay. All right. We have somebody here for,
Yes.
looks like Joshua Kane. Perfect.
Yes.
All right.
Hi,
So
everyone.
I've loaded, I don't have your stormwater plan, but I do have the main plan and then I have the color board. Look at that lovely color board. I'm serious. That's great. That's perfect. It's exactly what we asked for.
Thank you. So it's really quick, you guys. We updated everything, added all the notes, cleaned it all up, and just crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. So everything is on the set.
I hope, fingers crossed.
Yes.
We're ready to go through it. You want me to just page through it and see what we've got?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't want to run roughshod over you.
No, we're 11. I'm sure you guys are tired. I'm actually getting married this weekend, so I have a lot going on.
Congratulations, sir.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is Adam. Hi.
Okay, so we've got a fencing gate detail. Looks like that's in there. That's your barn, butterfly garden, open space. Yep, looks good. And this is okay. And this is our brick walkway, concrete pool, asphalt, grass area. All right. And then you've got your light fixtures. Okay.
Yes, and I did verify that they are dark sky and the temperature range that you requested.
And did we have that on here? Yep.
Yes.
Yay. Love it when everything comes together. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's the house. All right. And you've got all your materials on here.
Yeah, she noted everything, and also added, where it's from on the materials board.
Got it.
Or the resource.
Yeah, or cross-reference, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Very good. So you got some steps. There's another picture of a color board. This is
the other thing that we did, I don't think it was read as the comments, but we were able to get back into the house and noted all of the mullion
yes
patterns for the windows. So that's on the drawings.
It's on there.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Nice.
Thank you so much. Okay, and so that's your civil. And here's our landscape. So Quercus. Okay, and yep, she's got them all worked out. There's our grass, wonderful. And here's our irrigation. Very good. Okay. And here's our lighting. Okay, we don't have, do we have uplights? Are these, yeah, they're uplights. Nicole, are they in, are uplights permissible in LaSalle?
I don't think they're permissible anywhere. It might be that, the bulb might not have to be as recessed, but they all need to be directed downward.
Okay.
So can we condition this on the removal
Yes,
of
we will
those
just
uplights?
condition it on the removal of all the uplights.
Perfect.
And these new trees are going to go in and they're going to be super small anyway. So there's no way you would have, you'd be
Yeah,
just shining it up into the sky.
We might be ready for those in 50 years. 60
Shorter
years.
than that, but yeah, it'll take a while. Okay. And as far as the path lights, typically what we do is we request that you, like for this one here, I mean, we probably wouldn't have one out here. I can understand, this is doing double duty because you've got the one over the door. So generally we ask that you go a little less on the lights, but I'm going to ask the board what they think. Okay.
I'm actually willing to do that. Like I said before, I prefer a lot less, and she put them where she thought they would be safe. But if you want to condition fewer, how many do we have on here?
16.
Yeah, if you want to condition that down to like a dozen or even 10, I'd be cool with that.
Okay, well, we'll talk about it with the board. Is there anything else that I missed that you need to show us?
No, thank you.
Okay, and I'm just gonna go back to the elevations, and I think it all says to match existing. Yep, perfect. Any questions from the board at this point? Public comment? I think we still have Michael Nicola. Did you need to say anything or want to say anything?
Hi, don't need to say anything other than welcome to Los Alamos and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was public comment. Board, any comments?
Can we move to approve?
I'd like to reduce some of the lighting in the pathways.
Agree.
Okay, so let's see. See if I can. All right. Puck, what are your thoughts? Can you help me here? Which ones do you think you'd eliminate? I'd eliminate these two on the end of the pool.
Wait a minute. Yeah.
There are also lights on the building, so take that
Right,
into
because
account.
there's one over this door, so I'm not sure you need either of these.
Okay, so that's 4. We're down to a dozen. Do you want to also do the one over, I don't think you can see my cursor, but by the fire pit to the right, like bottom left of the property to the right of the big tree, that
one? That's one of the few that I'd leave just because the fire pit doesn't have anything else and there's not a door above it.
But isn't, maybe there's not. I thought there was a street light over there, but maybe
there could be. If there's a street light over there, then
yeah, then get rid of it.
Yeah.
You have lights there in the tree that are going to point down
No,
until the tree.
Those are up
Those are all
lights, Cass. Those have been eliminated.
All of those are gone.
Yeah.
These 3 are gone.
Other in the trees.
No, nothing in the trees.
Gone, right?
What's that, Cass?
Yes. They said all of the ones shown in the trees are gone now.
Correct, because they're not in the tree. They're uplighting the tree.
All the trees on the entire site, not just this one we're focusing on right now.
Well, there's 3 oaks. There's this one here, and the one on the corner there.
That's what I'm saying. So all of those lights are gone.
Correct.
Okay.
If you take out those and the ones we just mentioned, I'm fine.
Okay. So the 2 at the corner of the pool, Nicole.
Okay.
And the one labeled Numancia Barn. There's 2 on the south side. Those were removed. Stop there, Puck, or are we okay that way? That takes it to 12. Puck, you muted yourself. I can't hear you.
I'm fine with that number.
Okay, so in total, we've eliminated the uplights, which is 7 fixtures, and we've removed 4 of the path lights. And I'd like to make a motion for final approval. Because I think we already granted preliminary, didn't we?
Last time, I think, yeah.
Okay, because the agenda actually says preliminary final.
So I seconded your motion.
Okay, you seconded. Thank you, Cass. Adam, we already took the preliminary motion, correct?
Yes, sorry about
Okay.
that. That was my mistake.
No, I just want to make sure that we don't get him into trouble.
Please, yeah, please.
I think he's good. I'm
Okay.
happy to see this move along.
Yes, I think we all are. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Alan? I missed Alan in there.
We've had lousy computer up here all day. I've been trying. I have nothing else. You guys got everything I was thinking about.
Okay, did you want to vote yay on the motion?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I don't think there's any opposed. I think that was all of us. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Opposed? Not hearing anybody. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
We wish you a beautiful wedding.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be hot, but it's gonna be good.
Our gift to you.
Yeah, congrats on
It's a
getting
really
married
good,
too. Wonderful.
really good gift. Yes, thank you, Adam. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Jonathan, it is 3:28 and I am making a motion to adjourn. Can I have a second?
Second.
That was Puck. Oh, Nicole has a question.
What?
Two things. Do you want to look at the rest of the minutes from
No.
the 13th? And then did
Yes,
you
we
guys
do.
want to start looking at the minutes that I prepared today?
Yes, we
Today.
could probably do that.
Okay, so
let's go back to the 13th. Let me get them up here.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
since you guys have enough of you, I hate to leave you, but I do have a meeting at 3:30. I did not think we were. So I'm going to excuse myself if it's okay with you.
It's up to you. Do you have anything you need to say about the May 13th minutes?
Nothing that I don't trust you all with.
Okay. All right. So Nicole, we looked at Matcher and we talked about the fact that really was no action taken. And okay, so number 1 here. This is the winery. Anybody have any comments on here?
No.
All right. I don't think I had much of anything. All right. We did Sycamore Ranch. We did Ashburn. Here's Hollingsworth new residents. Do you have any comments on this one?
Yes.
Okay. I actually have some on item number 1, but let's go do Hollingsworth first. What you got,
Okay.
Robin?
Let's see. I'm having to go. Okay, so we said,
I have something on B.
okay, you go first because mine would be at the end.
Okay. The fascia of the covered decks, angled and aligned, should be at the same height and continuous to the fascia of the wraparound porch. Did you get that, Nicole?
yeah, so basically just moving some words around.
Yes, but it just makes it clearer, I think.
Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Would like the planner to verify for next hearing that the pole barn is permissible in the proposed location with regard to applicable county flood restrictions. I'm not sure with any of that changed. And then E, regarding landscaping, at a minimum, you will need to show how disturbed areas will be stabilized.
Okay.
And that was it for me. Robin?
I think you said this. We needed to see colors where landscaping is going and give more info on prefab horse structure.
That's the structure that's down below.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, yes.
That's the pole barn. And basically we needed to know whether it was permissible in the proposed location. That was the request. And then I think it says proposed colors will be critical to the final design. And then regarding the landscaping, that's the comment, was you need to show how disturbed areas at a minimum will be stabilized. So does that cover everything for you?
I thought there was more landscaping, which is why I included that.
Okay. I'm going to go back to 1 and see what I've got. Okay. A, the presentation is clear. The design, including site layout, is acceptable and appropriate. And I think I combined A and B. No, I just combined A. I amplified on A.
Okay, the presentation clear, the design including site layout
is acceptable and appropriate.
Okay.
And then for B, I have the colors and materials presented are good. Looking forward to seeing the remainder of the selection. Or the remainder of the palette.
Okay.
And C, let me know when you're ready.
Okay, ready.
More shade elements are needed to provide shade. I know that's redundant, and reduce solar gain.
Solar what?
Gain, G-A-I-N.
Okay.
And then, okay, so F, I kind of move things around. Grange buildings may not need the same height and roof design as the chateau. Think about lower roofs and a more utilitarian look. And it was appreciate the idea of the stucco as a contrasting material. Could consider more texture. I didn't have anything on lighting, but for the bridge comment, which is H, I had applicant indicated additional information on the bridge will be forthcoming. Instead of looking forward to seeing more information on the bridge.
Okay.
And I think that's it for me. Did anybody else have anything else or object to anything I said?
Nope.
Okay, so let's go back down to 5 since we did 4. 5 is who's Eric, and I think we did that one.
There was one thing that I didn't change, and down at the bottom, I recused, not abstained.
Right.
Okay, I'll change that.
And I think this was something else I had. I believe if we look at the hearing, Puck is absent from the whole thing. So there shouldn't be any reference to her at all.
Okay.
So like here, 4-0, Erickson Lonis absent. There was nobody absent from the hearing of the people who were attending. It's just 4-0.
Okay.
And same thing with the second one. Under minutes.
Uh-huh.
But in the first one, agenda status report, you can either say no change, or you can say you can do the motion, but you need to indicate who didn't vote. And because it's a 3-0 vote.
Okay.
So that would be where you would say, like if it was Robin who came in late, or I think it was Alan. But if Alan came in late, you would say Corlin absent.
Gotcha.
Okay. So you need to make those changes. And then let's go back down to the other place that Puck popped up was right here. We're on item 5. It should say, like Robin said, Brady recused, and then just take out Erickson Lonis.
Gotcha.
And same thing with the next one.
Midland or yeah.
Midland. Yeah, because there were no further comments. I think we did say that it was a great project and we're looking forward to it. So that could be the comment, Nicole. Because I think we did make very appreciative comments. For Midland. So if it was Alan that was absent from this one, then it would say Corlin absent. And then for 7, Jonathan?
Yes.
Just say no action taken. Project may return for preliminary final. So anytime it's a consent item, or anytime we don't take an action, just say no action taken.
Gotcha. No action taken.
And it'll happen with any cassette item.
Are you referring to consent or conceptual? I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Thank you. I misspoke. Conceptual. With any conceptual item, conceptual review, it will say no action taken because we can't. There's nothing, no action taken there. So then item number 8, we did that one already. And you can take out Erickson Lonis absent. And same thing with the motion to adjourn. You can just take that one out. So that's the minutes. I'd like to make a motion to approve the May 13th minutes as amended.
Second.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Alan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
That was Puck
Puck abstain. Yep.
because she wasn't here.
Gotcha.
All right, Nicole, you want to share your screen and walk us
Yes.
through your minutes? Go for it. Let's get ahead of the curve.
Yeah. Oh, could someone allow me to share my screen?
Yes. Oh, you're co-host, so you.
You should still be able to share.
I'm here twice, so
Oh.
From
sorry, my audio's on my phone and my minutes are on my laptop.
So you need the C-Bar planner, Nicole Liu, to be the one that can share, or the other one? Oh yeah, yeah, that's the one you need promoted. There you go. She should go now.
Great. Okay. Okay. So, and then I guess I should just mention, so this will be for the content, but then you'll have to like actually.
Yes. All the
vote on-
actions and everything
yeah.
that's to be done. We're just
Okay.
looking at content. So this is C1.
Wait. Do I have the right thing open? These are old comments.
Those are old comments because there wasn't anything on C1. That was
Okay, sorry.
That was printed on the agenda. So
okay.
Basically there weren't any for C1. Sycamore was continued, right? Gershenson. You can remit that last design. Yeah, thanks. Instead of feel, I know I'm the one who said that. Can you say and believe? And it should be offers opportunities or offers an opportunity. And you could say colors and materials are appropriate. Anybody else have anything to add to that?
Nope.
Okay, Scroll down. Do the next one. We did this one already, didn't we?
Yeah.
Anybody have anything else to add about it?
Done 3?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that was number 3.
We did that one.
Okay, and 4 was continued. 5. You could say, for example, or you could say typically roof, body, trim, any railings, etc. Eliminate red color and use a color similar to that. Actually, you could take out the railings because he doesn't have any. Eliminate red color and use color similar to the instructions for the body. Okay, so the red color is actually the roof. So eliminate red roof color. And use a color similar to that of adjacent structure, adjacent barn-like structure. And then you can put residence in parentheses. Okay, and then semicolon. And then the body color. I don't think we had a problem with the body color, did we, guys?
No, I don't see it in my notes.
I don't see it.
Okay. Provide options for colors. That was actually, we were asking him to do you think that's adequate to just say provide options for colors and detailing of the barn doors? I think that captures what we said.
Yeah.
Okay. Provide photos of existing structures on site. Okay.
On 5?
Yes.
We said to return preliminary final.
Okay. I don't know if that's something you're capturing, Nicole.
Oh yeah, is that something John does?
Oh, okay. There it is. It's right down there.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, and I
Jonathan
think we wanted
really
full
does
board,
that.
didn't we? So return preliminary final.
Yeah.
Okay. And the next one, I think that's create an elevated level of design. Why don't you separate off that last one? Yeah, make that its own bullet point. Full vegetative screening of the structures is not required. Applicant may omit if desired. Because that's essentially what we told them. Okay.
Wait, this one.
That's the I think the single story structures are nicely designed and the color palette is appropriate. And then just leave it at that. And we don't have anything to say about the proposed use. Just a two-story structure. Okay, so that follows, B follows that. You can omit C. All structures should be staked. Building S should have. You can omit building S story poles and just leave it at all structures should be staked. And you could change it to all proposed structures should be staked.
So
Yeah.
wait, no
Where it says
story poles?
building S, just take the rest of that out.
All of this?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'd say all proposed structures should be staked. Because there's one that's already existing that they're just getting a permit for. Okay, now, is there anything else that needs to go on this one? Because I'm not sure this is it. Puck, Alan, Robin.
I don't see anything in my notes.
Well, we wanted some site photos.
For the one that was the horse boarding facility?
Yes. I think.
Okay, so, provide site photos with next submittal.
Yeah.
That'll be good. All right. Anything else, Robin?
No, I think that's it.
Puck?
I'm good.
Okay. So Ashburn? Number 8. Puck, should we we could just leave this like this, or do you think we should change this a little bit to say the board expressed concerns about the fact that the dark color may increase the heat of the home and add to maintenance requirements?
You know, it's really not in our purview.
No, it isn't. That's why I don't want to, because we say consider when we want somebody to actually do something.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
can you just make a statement?
Well, that's why I thought, well, you say what you, go ahead and say what you were suggesting.
I was just gonna take out consider the fact and just say the dark color may increase the heat of the home and add to maintenance requirements.
Okay.
What does that get us?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly,
Why put it in?
I'd take it out.
Well, Cass wanted it in.
I agree with Puck in removing it, unless, my opinion is, if we're gonna put something in, it should be something actionable.
Okay, well, that's where I'm at. I just know that Cass had wanted it in there, but take it out. I'm fine with that.
The cat's away, the mice will play.
Got it. It's
really
out.
think we stick to the rule.
Can we quote you on that?
Yep.
I have one for Ashburn. I have note windows to match body color. This is on the
Yes.
main residence.
Ashburn, scroll up. So we did have one, that was a condition of the condition of the preliminary approval. Well, we can go ahead and say that notation is added. That trim color is the same as body color. Okay. And I didn't want A. I said add a note on the condition that notation is added. And the reason I did it that way is because I don't want him to come back and said, well, you said add a note. I want it to be notation, plural. Throughout the drawing, it should say that, and on the colors and materials, all that. Okay, so is that it for that?
Yep.
Okay, so the mixed use Myers. I think it was more about, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but wasn't it more that or Puck, you were the one who was more onto this. Is it truly the size, or is it more about the lights? And it was just the large window, the one window, wasn't it?
Right. It was the fenestration, that there were no mullions was the main point.
So, how about,
I would
Yes.
say consider the proportion of the large window and consider adding divided and add divided lights.
okay,
And as Cass said, it's not like 12 divided lights, could be 4.
okay, then the rest can go away. There you go. Ooh, pitch of the tower. How did I didn't take this C as to be much of a consensus. It was just kind of a throw out. It was thrown out by a couple of people, but it's not
I
really
agree, Bethany.
Yeah, I don't think it's needed.
okay. I would say more a developed landscape plan. Actually, no, because it's the next step in the landscape plan. Although I will say, when you start talking about the pool, the pool is an area of concern. You could remove the articulated landscape plan bit. Yeah, you could just remove C. Okay. Pool is an area of concern specifically. Okay. How fencing, integration of fencing into the site and landscape plans. Oh, I wanted that to follow the word specifically.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Say that
Pool is-
again.
So pool is an area of concern specifically,
Mm-hmm.
colon. Okay, that works. Integration of fencing with site and landscape plan. Comma, circulation. You could say pedestrian circulation. Okay, and then you could end that at circulation. You could end that sentence. And no, don't take that out yet. Don't take that out. Just end it at circulation, period. Put a period at the end of circulation. I'm going to do another sentence. Yeah. Could consider a small water feature fountain instead of pool. Or just leave it like it is. And then for D, and then you could just say the picket fence. It was more that it was a little too, and this is not something you need to type, Nicole, but was the gist of, and I think it was Cass's comment, was the gist of Cass's comment, everybody, that the fencing, the picket fence was more frilly. It was a little over the top compared to the style of the remainder of the structures. Is that right?
Yeah, she said it was Victorian.
Okay, so we need to find a way
Say
to, we need to find a way to say that.
I'd say that the style of the building is more agrarian, and the fencing style is the architecture is more agrarian in style, and the fencing should reflect that.
Okay, just do that. And then you can take away the rest. Yep. And this comment, the use minimal lighting, it wasn't that he was overlit, it was that he had that artifact of the 3 lights over that big window. So I think what we should say is we're looking forward to seeing an updated lighting plan that does not rely on extensive light fixtures. Or something like that. Somebody help me here.
Say,
That incorporates minimal lighting.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Robin, was there anything else? Did we get it all?
No, you got it all.
Okay, so McDonald. I think you could say the way the ground plane meets the house, the base of the structure, meets the base of the structure, will be critical to a successful project. And then get rid of the rest of that comment. I think you could say this is a particularly unique project with the potential to impact the community. With potential impact, to take out the with potential impact, yep, to the community due to its location. Okay. Anybody else have anything else?
Yeah, if the 2 rows of windows in the lower garage are acceptable, why put it in here?
It was a change from the last time. We could just say that we appreciate.
No, just leave it. There's no reason to do anything with it. I didn't bring it up to change it.
Then we need to add that the additional olive trees are acceptable as well.
I think in the prior comments it had asked for 1 row of lights and then he put 2 and it was found acceptable.
And I think that's why we
Right,
need to
that's
capture
why
that
it's
comment
there.
because it wasn't
Okay.
exactly
What we'd ask for.
right. You could say the 2 rows of windows, and then you could put in parentheses as opposed to a single row. After windows. Because Alan's got a very specific point. That's why it was in there. The 2 rows of windows as opposed to a single row on the, you could put, instead of lower, you could say shop/garage door are acceptable. Okay. Okay, was there anything else? Cass's nay will be captured in the vote for that. Okay. Final approval granted on the condition that you could say all uplights are eliminated. And 2 at the corner of the pool. You could say 2 lights at the corners. Because there was 1 on one corner and 1 on the other. And 2 lights on the south side, and Numancia should be capitalized. Okay. 2 lights at the corners of the pool and 2 lights on the south side of the barn structure. All right. So we've done the minutes. Woohoo! So all we have to look for, Jonathan, is when we do the minutes next month or next meeting, what we're going to be looking at is specifically not the content. We're going to be focused on the motions and all that kind of good stuff.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So back to my proposed motion to adjourn now that it's 4 o'clock. And I think that was seconded by Puck.
Yes.
Can all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We're out of here. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
you.
Have a great weekend.
You as
You
well.
too.